What up, people? I'm back. Hello, YouTube. Hello, Twitch. I have returned, and hello, 9. How's everybody doing? I'm a little bit late to the party. Overslept a little bit. Been grinding off stream again. This game has me locked down. I saw your chats, 9. I'll read them in a moment. Yeah, I started working on indirectly without even trying. I started going through awakening Fediel's weapons because I got materials lying around. So I started going through that, and I ended up grinding another character with more weapons. So yeah, now I'm trying to finish up Fediel, and obviously have to do all of this nonsense. Yeah, I guess I'm building Fediel. I'll probably start working on the other ones at some point. But yeah, I said I was gonna stop at 8, but I guess we're stopping at 9. But yeah, my girl's 44 already. It's getting there. It's getting there. But yeah, the plan for today, there is no plan per se. I just playing with peeps who want to play and grinding and chatting. And looking forward to the FanFest keynote, which is going to happen in roughly 10 hours from now. Roughly 10 hours from now is when the keynote should start. That one will only be streamed on Twitch though, due to weird things with YouTube's stuff with like content ID and stuff like that. So I won't be. I'll be closing the stream on YouTube before the keynote, and we'll be watching the keynote just on YouTube, just on Twitch, sorry. But yeah, that's the general plan for the day. Just chill, chat, grind, essentially, and if or when people are up for stuff, we can play together. Otherwise, I'm just, you know, grinding, essentially. I also will have to, at some point, update all of my characters, because... Well, not all of them, some of my characters, because they have Celestial Lumen, and... Especially on some of my AI, I don't actually have the sustain, and I was kind of monitoring them, and I noticed a lot of them do get hit. Like, they don't die, because they're good, but they do get hit every now and again, and I don't build them for sustain, because... you know, why would I put regen and drain when I can maximize damage? And yeah, they don't actually benefit from it all that much. And I usually run more DPS anyway, rather than support. So I think I'm gonna have to go back and redo all of my DPS. Like Eustace, Eugen, Rackham as a main point. And those are my main, you know, AI DPS. And I think I'm gonna take out Lumen from all of them and put something else in, most likely. I haven't figured out yet what, but I'm probably going to replace Lumen on most of them. Most of them have Aqua and Terra and Ventus, so there's not much to replace on most of them, but I'll find something to put in. I'm sure I can find something. There's a whole lot of red, as you can see. So there's not really too much that I can replace, but I'll figure something out. But yeah, I kind of don't like how they're... I mean, there's definitely changes that I can make, and one of them, off the top of my head, actually, I already know what it is. And that is Eugen, who uses Healing Bullet for the shield right now. And realistically, I don't need that. I can just put it into something else and try and make it a little bit more consistent for the AI to actually, you know, do stuff. Actually heal people back up with this, with that. That's like one change I can do for now, at least. But yeah, that's kind of the general gist of it. As for the chat, let me get through chat. So 9, you said, I was watching your Defy Infinity fights. I'll give you some advice in Bob Zero SPA sealed. Oh, that's what happened. Yeah, I kind of get tunnel vision because it was my first time doing all of these fights. It was my first time, like, I know the fights from the previous difficulties and stuff, but like that was my first time going into Infinity because I do like to, experience them without spoiling myself too much. So it was, I forgot that SBA seal is a thing. I forgot. I also doesn't help that I'm running the master trait that increases your damage, but increases the duration of debuffs and stuff. So that one's probably not great because I'm also not running the other master trait. Not the master trait, the summon, I guess. For this one, natural defenses. Probably should find a way to fit this in. Natural defenses would be a good one to, I guess, swap in somewhere over like the, let's say the war elemental maybe, or something. But all of these cannot be synthesized, so that's mainly the reason why I wasn't. But yeah, maybe I could find something to do with that one or pay more attention. Because I didn't notice the SBA seal, I mean. SBA seal, super common, Defy Infinity. Yeah, I didn't notice it. I was so focused on like what's in front of me, like a horse with blinders on, that I didn't even notice that. Didn't really fail any major mechanics, and the mega reason we failed DPS stun check was because team didn't focus. Oh yeah, I remember we had one of the phases with the dragons, right? Where it failed, I think the light one or something it was. Yeah. Fine went smooth because we had good people for shock on SPI. I just had a comment on God and stay saying they just quit Endless Ragnarok because they can't clear Defy. I mean, to be fair, Defy Infinity is pretty hard, especially if you're not prepared. Like, I had an easy time in Defy because, again, I know myself well enough. I played games enough for long enough to know what kind of difficulty I am okay with and what kind of difficulty I'm not okay with. Like, if I had gone in with EO on those fights, I would have hated myself. So I already knew going in that the difficulty spike would be significant enough where I don't want to deal with that shit. And I know enough about the game and games in general to know, like, what could potentially work. That's why I built Galanza and went in with Galanza for my first few runs. I'm going to continue playing Galanza, and once I get more comfortable with the fights, that is when I switch to EO. But that has also something to do with, like, just, personal kind of, like, not responsibility necessarily, but, like, to a degree, I think that is the word. It's, like, personal responsibility. It's, like, I know I'm not good enough to play EO blind or, some of the more technical low HP DPS or something like that. And I also know myself that I don't want to put in the effort to really, like, wipe 5 times without any reward, so to speak. So because I know myself, I built Galanza. I still like Galanza, don't get me wrong, so it's not like a jab. It's like I like Galanza, I like tank Galanza, I like his showman playstyle. So it just made sense. Makes it easier for me. I don't have to deal with all the bullshit mechanics for the most part. There's 1 or 2 things that I can definitely improve there. And I just have an easy time. And easy peasy Galanza, easy mode, tanky, ignore half of the mechanics, don't worry about damage. I definitely... The thing that I said, like, I fucked up in a general sense for those fights was that I know that I failed as some of the special objectives. Like, for instance, on Bubs, we weren't supposed to get chained. Like, I'm pretty sure out of the 11 chains, it was probably, like, I was probably not the only one that got chained, but, like, at least half of those were probably me. Because, like, I was pressing, like, the wrong button. I was dodging when I'm supposed to block because I'm not used to using the block button, stuff like that. So, like, there's definitely some mistakes there to improve and iron out over time as I do the fights more. And it's also what I said, where I hold myself to a higher standard than I hold others. Like, others will make mistakes, and it's like, whatever. Everybody, learns somehow. Like, on Bubs, the Siegfried died a few times, and I'm a little bit surprised. I don't know what build he was using, because I do know Siegfried has, like, a 70% damage cut in his build or something in one of his playstyles. I don't remember which one. I think it's this one. Am I fueled by pain? Yeah. 60 to 100% damage cut. I don't know. Yeah, and also can increase attack and defense. So you can technically make him pretty tanky as well. Oh, he disconnected after 2 or 3 deaths? I didn't even pay attention. Like I said, I just tunnel visioned on the fight. So I just focus on what I have to do, so I didn't even notice he disconnected. And the reason we didn't focus in Versify is because you only fight it while versus unavailable. Ah, yeah. Yeah, some of those timings and stuff, that definitely takes a little bit more time to notice. Like, I kind of knew just from reading the text that you're supposed to kill id. But like, I didn't know roughly, like, obviously I didn't know the minutiae of the fight. Like, I didn't know that, you know, Bahamut is basically on a specific timer cycle kind of thing. So like I noticed at least once we killed id, and then immediately after we killed id, he flew away. That was probably part my fault, because I was trying to attack id, because I knew from reading the mechanics that I have to attack id. So I didn't even realize that that was not an opportune time to attack id, actually. But yeah, that's the thing. You learn these things over time. But part of the reason why I even was able to do the fights was because I could focus more on what was happening in front of me. Like I wouldn't, you know, you wouldn't always figure things out or notice things or understand everything on the first, you know, run. But as you do it more and more, you start noticing small things. Like I remember when I was doing like in the base game Proto Bahamut. You know, at first it would be like 6-minute fights, doing all the phases, blah, blah, blah. And then as you keep doing it more and more, you start seeing those little details where you can, oh, I can SBA here to delay his rise up. And actually, if we do an SBA here, we can actually push to the next phase and skip this phase and stuff like that. That happens over time. Yeah, I'm just glad they didn't put Proto Bahamut there, honestly. Proto Bahamut, I do not like fighting. As a fight, it's just, it drags on and it's tedious. The less I have to do it, the better. The fewer times I have to do it, the better overall. Like, I know I still have to do it, but the fewer the better. Plus, I've done it so many times in Proud mode for all the Terminus weapons. I'm not doing that again. But I am proud of myself that I have every single weapon crafted and leveled to 150 and every character maxed out on Mastery from the base game. Now I just have to do it all over again for Endless Ragnarok. I'm currently, what, 1/3 of the way there almost? If I finish Fediel, that would be like 1/3 of the way there, give or take. Because that would be 9 out of 28 characters. I still like using them a little bit here and there, because you can squeeze some damage when he flies away and stuff like that. But yeah, it's nice that you don't need to use them. It's just that it's a fight that drags on, and that's really the part that kind of annoys me, where he keeps flying away. And the thing that also bothers me is like the way his flying away interacts with AI and stuff like that. Like AI stops attacking, for instance, when he flies away even a little bit, even though he's in range. And then it also, you know, messes with certain build. Like Eustace, for instance, can't really do Proto Bahamut on 2 of his builds. I'm pretty sure, at least one of them. Like Eustace can't do keep your foes closer on that fight, because he's always at minimum range almost. Like, unless Proto Bahamut is literally on the boat, on the ship, like, you're always doing like a third damage or whatever, 25%, or what's the low threshold, or at best 55%. Even if he's like right next to the boat, it still doesn't register. So you kind of have to play him Perfectionist. Keep your foes closer can probably work as well, but I found that Perfectionist fits him a little bit better overall. But yeah, you have fights like that that just become really annoying in some cases. And I'm sure it's not the only character that suffers from that. You know, like, obviously a lot of melee characters can't reach, but like even the AI just stops attacking. I think I can earn in some white balloons. For trade. No. Nice. Can't do those. I don't really know what else to do with the Rafale coins aside from Silver Centrum. I still feel like that's probably the best trade-in out of all of them, because you don't really have that many stuff you can trade Rafale coins in for. Standard Ruthenium, which I don't need because I have more than enough. I actually finished all my weapons, so it doesn't really matter. I guess I can do a few of those. And I can do some of these. And also, I just remembered I had a sigil that I haven't maxed out. Upgrade sigils. Sort by level? Can I sort by level? No, I cannot. Pretty sure I had a... Okay, let's do it like this and then locked. Oh, right, because I did unlock. That's why it didn't appear. Yeah, this one. I was keeping one of these for Vasaraga, specifically. Ambrosia. Master Trades. Fediel, get your levels up. Still not enough though. That sucks. She'll get there. Master Transaction. Fediel. Fediel. And masteries? Fediel, do you have over masteries? I mean, it's decent. Crit rate, skill damage cap, stamp power. Yeah, SBA sealed. I should keep that in mind. I probably could fit some SBA seal somewhere in the builds. Or just get rid of the trait that increases my damage cap by 50%. Because, I mean, at this point, that 50% accounts for basically nothing. But the problem is the talents aren't very well made, so there's not really much to use it on. That's the only issue. There's not really anything to put it into. What can I put it? Performing a shield dodge grants 1,000 shield, yeah, or whatever. I guess I could put it into impale. Increases damage cap. I already have that. Damage finale, yeah. I don't really use that on deathmatch finale. Yeah, I doubt they're gonna do any any major changes to these, but I really wish they would change some of these, like the critical hit damage ones, for instance, the attack ones. Some of them at least, or you know, like the 10% to a skill, for instance. Those ones I would probably change. What was I doing? Alright, party. Go this, and I need to switch over to... Who do I switch over to is the question. EO or Lancelot? I feel like EO should do well enough. No. We'll put EO in. And then on Lancelot. Blade Impulse. I'll probably leave this here after all. Master traits. Do I still have those talents? Schwertgeist. Okay, yeah. I need to work on Parzival at some point. I haven't really worried about Parzi in a while. Yeah, it's a big day today, guys. We're gonna finish off Fediel, but also we have the keynote, the Final Fantasy XIV keynote, the Europe one. That's gonna be cool. We should get some more news, some updates. We probably should get a reveal for the first of the 2 classes, right? I think they did say there's 2 classes this time around as well. Still 2 new classes per expansion. I'm surprised they're still going with 2 per expansion, but I'm looking forward to it. I can't wait to see what new class we get. Can't wait to dissect that as well. It's gonna be pretty interesting. I'm trying to think, like, what are we getting this time around? Last time it was Viper, right? In Dawntrail it was Viper and Pictail, right? Which means Black Mage and like caster and melee DPS. And this time I think they mentioned tank and melee DPS. Was it? No, fizz ranged. It was fizz ranged, I think. I think fizz ranged and tank are the two new jobs for the next expansion, forever called. I wonder what it's gonna be. Like, there's so many people having all sorts of ideas and assumptions, and you know, like not assumptions, like guesses. And it's gonna be interesting. Honestly, it's gonna be very interesting. We just have to wait and see, like, what exactly we will get. But I can't wait, man. It's 10 more hours. That's how long less than 10 hours. Well, give or take, because obviously it doesn't start at sharp. But like, yeah, 10 more hours until we find out more about one or the other. We don't know which one, obviously, but I'm looking forward to. Tank and range DPS. Like, I'm trying to think, like, what could we do for range DPS in Final Fantasy that we don't already have and could fit 14 specifically in some capacity. We got bows, we got guns. I guess the dual wielding pistol or something, or some kind of dual wielder. We don't have any of that, right? That's an obvious one, so to speak, that could maybe fit in somehow. Although that's not really a staple usually for Final Fantasy specifically. There's some characters that are dual wielders, but it's usually like a one-handed gun or some kind in most iterations of Final Fantasy. But like a dual wielder could work, I guess, for a ranged. It could also do something like a mid-ranged-ish type thing with like a whip, I guess. I still feel like whip is more of a melee weapon in a general sense, but technically it's a mid-range kind of character. I mean, if a red mage can be considered a caster essentially, even though it swaps between melee and ranged, why wouldn't Dancer also throws the chakram, so maybe dual wielding crossbow whips, fans. Yeah, fans, I like the idea, but I also feel like fans is too close to what we already have with Dancer. I mean, there's nothing saying we can't have, another type of class that's similar like that, right? Because we do have other weapon types that kind of overlap, but it's just, I feel like fans probably not. Whips was kind of my guess. That could technically feel dual wielding pistols or crossbows or something could also work, yeah. Ooh. Actually, no, never mind. I just realized that I was thinking about it kind of came into my mind, but we already have that with Machinist. I was thinking of like yeah, it's Machinist. Oh, it's already there. What other thing? Dual wielding. I mean, dual wielding seems like an obvious one, and we don't have that. And that's a fantasy that hasn't been filled yet. They did say that the classes themselves, at least in terms of name, are at the very least, because we don't know to what extent. Both classes are supposed to be new or original to Final Fantasy XIV, but it doesn't mean they can't take inspiration from existing classes and like repurpose them to an extent, right? Not Frau, Fediel. Okay, that's Max. Now we gotta switch her in. Party. Fediel. Focus on throwing weapons, knives, hatchets. I'm not sure. I mean, I see what you're saying, for sure, but at least two of those options we already kind of sort of have. Like the chakrams for the dancer are throwing weapons essentially, and we also have things like shuriken as part of like the ninja kit. So like, I mean, it doesn't mean they can't make a class around that, a job around that. I just find it, I don't know. There is that that's more of like a personal thing, but like when I hear certain options, I kind of try to think of like how realistic or possible this sounds. But yeah, I get what you're saying. It's not like a dedicated throw class. It could be something like that. Could exist. Oh yeah, no, I agree. I understand that part. It's just like I'm trying when I think about like skills and abilities, I'm trying to think about like the image of the class. And like dancer has dancing, but also has throwing weapons. Like those both. But I guess I just don't know. Like what would you call a class that focuses on that kind of stuff? I don't know. Like for me, the dancers' chakrams are is like integral to the presentation, throwing the weapons, the fans, the fan knives and all of that kind of stuff. Like it's kind of there. Like her skills are called like fan knives, I think, or something like that. What was it? I don't remember off the top of my head all the abilities, but like you got, yeah, you had fan shower, blood shower, fan dance, fountain fall, rising windmill, blade shower. So like half of her kit is around dancing and half of it is around fans and throwings. Yeah, no, I agree. I agree. Like, I'm not saying it's not possible. It's not like we don't have multiple types of guns, right? We have things like the gun blade, which is a lot focuses a lot around the gun part of the gun blade with reloads and stuff like that, which is more of a revolver playstyle. And then you have the machinist, which is more like a ranged physical, sniper slash shotgun slash machine gun type thing. So like you can still do ranged, absolutely. You can still do thrown and ranged, thrown weapons as part of a ranged character for sure. But I just feel like it like at least in that example that I gave, it's two different specs, two different job types, right? One's a tank, one's a ranged DPS. Whereas having like a thrown weapons character in the same category as this, it feels like it's too close to the same in a general sense to the archetype, I guess, right? Because both of them are ranged in that sense. But I mean, again, it's all speculation, so it's all in good fun. There's nothing like specific that we can tell for sure. Special. Where are you? Black! The black impulse, and warpath with nimble on auto revive for sure. I feel like auto revive and warpath is one of the best skills you can get because you don't have to think about it. It's super flexible and it makes the warpath not useless. Whereas with everything else, it kind of just becomes a sort of a gamble if it's a good skill or a bad skill. Void skip charges faster, grants damage cap, charge time, stackable defense, whatever. I feel like the Warp Awakening probably is good on her. So I think we'll go with that for now. And then for attack, we want War Elemental. Actually, we don't know. Oh, I keep forgetting. We don't need Celestial Aqua. I just feel based on the logic, most range weapons are classed out. Like, I don't consider dual wielding sufficiently different to wielding a single gun. Yeah, no. Like, again, that's what I'm saying. Like, I'm not ruling out anything, or I'm not saying your idea is bad. It's just I'm trying to think like how they can integrate it in a way that it feels like unique as a playstyle, right? And like thrown weapons, I don't know. I just feel like there's not enough that they can do around it to make it feel unique, to really stand on its own and separate itself from pre-existing like caster types and thrown abilities and stuff like that. But again, that's just a feeling. I'm not saying there's nothing concrete about it. We don't even know evolve jobs yet. Yeah, that's another thing that I'm really on the fence about, if I'm being honest. Celestial Aqua here. Celestial Incendio, no. Celestial Ventus. A builder more tanky? What do we do with you? Celestial Ventus and Steel Ventus, and yeah, sure, why not? Ventus Aqua. Terra, I guess. With Drain, I guess. So she gets more HP back. Terra, Ventus Aqua, and then we do at least one supplementary, I think. With Divergence, I guess. Could make her. We could make her tanky, I guess, or something like that. Terra Ventus, Aqua. What am I missing? Damage caps, right? Attack damage cap. Thrown weapon user could be very different from a dancer. I'm not saying no, like, but I kind of need to understand your vision. Like what are you visualizing when you're saying like a thrown weapon character? Because I'm struggling to really see the vision. Like what I'm thinking of when I hear about thrown weapons, it just doesn't come together in my mind. That's kind of the thing. So like I would need a little bit more detail from you. Like what is it that you're visualizing, envisioning when you're saying thrown weapon user? Like kind of like what's the playstyle? What's the image roughly that you're getting out of it? Or like the identity, and like, you know, if it goes more into the support side, like what would be some kind of support abilities? Or if it goes full DPS, like how are you mixing and matching the skills to like work together as part of like the vision of the damage profile? You know what I mean? Like stuff like that. That's usually what I think about when I try to visualize the like the possibility of a certain class. And I'm struggling to really envision a thrown weapon user as like a full-fledged class. Like I can think of abilities here and there, but I'm struggling with the whole image. A personal thing which would overlap a bit with Ninja 1-9. Yeah, that's what I'm struggling with as well. Because like whenever I think of thrown weapons, I always end up in like one of two spaces here. Either too close to Ninja with like Shuriken, knives are kind of the same thing in a sense, because it kind of has the same general feel for it, small things, cuts, whatever, thrown. Or you end up too close to like a machinist with bombs and stuff like that. Right? Like that's kind of like where I feel like it starts to struggle to come into its own as a full-on DPS. Like maybe you could do something more supportive type, like an alchemist, I guess, right? But that one alchemist also feels like it's more of a healer than a DPS. Then again, that would be, I guess that could be an image of like a ranged physical, essentially, where you throw potions and you throw bombs and you throw you know, bottles of poison and stuff like that. So you kind of make it a support hybrid healer. It would be like the first Fizz ranged with like healing capabilities, I think. I mean, yes, we have 3 sword users, but that's a little bit reductive because that's what I mean. I'm trying to think about like the vision, right? When you think sword user, there's still differences there, right? Dark Knight is long sword, like it's two-handed sword essentially, more than anything. It's a two-handed sword and darkness essentially, like that's the vision. Then you have Gunbreaker, which is really a gun blade with emphasis on the gun part, and then there's sword and board. Paladin is like sword and board classic Paladin. We don't even have like an actual like sword user attacker per se, like one-handed sword or something like that. That's usually reserved to like Viper, I guess now. But like again, I'm not saying the weapon type itself, like the throne idea, is bad. It's just my point is I'm trying to figure out like what would be the archetype for it. Like what would the class be that would fit all the criteria of like thrown weapons as a primary or like mechanic or like identity. It's a ranged physical, not a ranged magical, not the healer, right? And doesn't overlap with existing like presentations of what we already have. Like that's kind of what I'm trying to think. How do you stand out? Yeah, no, I get it, and that's fine. But like, that's what I'm trying. Like that flavor, that vision, that like for me, for instance, here's an example of what I mean. Like when I pick a class in a game, I always think about the class fantasy. So for me, for instance, when I look at Paladin, I like Sword and Shield, obviously, in a general sense. But for instance, if the warrior had the Sword and Shield and it was more of like a traditional warrior and less of a Paladin, I wouldn't like it as much, right? And that's kind of what I'm trying to come at. Like, what's the class fantasy that brings it all together that you go like, oh, I can't wait to play X, right? It's not so much the weapon type, so much as what weapon type, like what job can represent that weapon type and bring it all together. And that's what I'm struggling with thrown weapons. It's not that it can't work or it can't exist or it can't be introduced because it's overlapping. I'm trying to figure out like I'm trying to visualize the job, thinking, okay, this is what it would potentially look like. And I'm struggling to come up with like a satisfying or like an interesting hook where I go like, yeah, I see the vision, right? Like when I think of like names, right? Like that's another example. Like when you say Gunbreaker, you say Dark Knight, and you say Paladin, the weapon almost doesn't matter because the visuals, the image you have in your head is already kind of presented to you through the name to an extent, right? Like before we even talk about weapons and playstyles, just the name of the class can already kind of present to you like what it would be like. So that's kind of what I'm trying to get at. Like when you say thrown weapons, like what is that kind of archetype that you're describing? Like I gave it as an example, alchemist, right? The alchemist gives you an image at the very least, right? It can throw potions because it makes concoctions, right? It can throw bombs, it can go smoke bombs, it can throw, it throws bombs and potions, essentially. Like, that's the image of throwing things at people, right? In some capacity. But that also kind of sounds less like a range DPS and more like a caster type thing. But again, it's not magic, so it doesn't really necessarily fit into the black mage, but it could maybe fit into the healer archetype, because it's more of a healer type usually with potions. But you can technically make that just a side thing where it has like a potion as a support ability. Like Dancer also has a heal, technically speaking, with the final step thingy. So like, that's kind of what I'm trying to say. Like, what would be your vision when you say a thrown kunai or whatever? They think about range DPS, I do not play whatsoever else. I mean, again, it could be support, right? Because that's what I'm saying. Like Dancer and what's the other one? Bard, right? They're DPS support. Like they're not dedicated DPS, so they kind of count as support. Oh yeah, it's not really about like a good idea or bad. It's just like brainstorming and coming up with things. I just like thinking about stuff. Uplift, yeah, we can fit uplift, right? One here, divergence here actually, drain here. Right, I need some damage caps. I got one with cast uplift. Cascade, we don't need two cascades. Is drain even good on Fediel? Nimble Onslaught probably could fit one in. Unless they show me substantial change in involved jobs forever call, I will never trust them to have a support focused DPS. Yeah, I mean there's definitely gonna be weird, but it's pretty much clear that we're moving into a different direction with the playstyles. It's gonna be interesting for sure. I don't know how I feel about it. I think my bigger issue in the general sense isn't really what classes and what job styles they're introducing. For me personally, it has more to do with like the direction of like the game. I mentioned this before, but I'm more of an old school type player. All right, I need stun and damage cap. That's not good. I need damage cap and stun. I mean, I got one at least. I'll keep it like that, I guess. One. I need one more. One more damage cap. Oh wait, I did have one that was pretty good. This one, Fate Breaker and damage cap, because I need the Fate Breaker anyway. Fate Breaker, damage cap, Celestial Terror Ventus, damage cap supplementary. It's fine because we'll swap over to Ascension and we'll get the supplementary from that eventually. Oh, it already has it. It's just not maxed out. I'm a copy that evolved healers will actually GCD heal. Huh. That's a good one. Thing is, as much as I want that to be true, I just don't see it. Because everything I'm seeing, like from a design perspective, it feels like everything's moving more towards the action-y. Like my headcanon kind of tinfoil hat interpretation of everything I've seen during the NA keynote is that FF14 is trying to appeal to the younger audience that likes more action-y, fast-paced, piecemeal type gameplay. So it needs to be more action-based, more fast-paced, less downtime, less casting ideally, or like if the casting is it doesn't feel like you're casting as much even if you are, so it's either fast casting or just cast like things that keep you in place for very little. And also like a bunch of the changes, like I've seen people for instance that are super happy about the change to like gearing, in the sense that you can sync your level based on your highest item level stuff, and everybody keeps saying like that's a casual player change, but honestly I personally think that's a hardcore change, because most players will not play 100 2 3 4 5 classes. Most of them will just stick with one, and everybody else usually just buys gear off of the market board if they play multiple classes, or like buy the gear that's like one expansion old. Most people don't raid on multiple classes, multiple jobs. So like I see a lot of those kinds of like misunderstandings and confusions about like which aspects are for the quote-unquote casual audience and which ones for the more hardcore audience. Yeah, exactly. Every Savage Raider hates having playing alts to gear multiple characters. So like I feel like that's a change for the hardcore, but I've seen a lot of people just say, "Oh, they're making the game more casual," or they're making it for the noobs and stuff. And I'm just sitting here like, how do you associate this change with the average player who maybe has one job, maybe two, maxed out? Like how do you reach that conclusion is kind of like the thing that baffles me. Like how many chill casual gamers do you know that not only have multiple jobs level to max, right? That's the first one. Second all, how many of them do you think actually raid? And on top of that, how many of them do you think they actually raid on multiple jobs? Like, come on now. Like that's the most hardcore change that you can think of. It's really not for the casuals. Like it's useful for them as well, but they're not the main target for that type of change. But yeah, there's definitely all sorts of takes everywhere. I need one more damage cap, and I need 2 more stuns. So that's a problem. Boon, what do I have? I mean, I can do double stun. Stun like that. No, I don't have stun with anything else. Supplementary Fate Breaker stun. I mean, I guess can do that. But even then, I need damage cap. Stun. Fate Breaker. I can do Celestial Ventus. Like that, actually. That's fine. Okay, like that. I'm not really optimizing slots for now. This is just temporary. And then I need one more stun, right? No, I have 3 stuns. I need one more damage cap. No, I don't. I have 3. No, yeah, I do need one more. I need one more damage cap. Terra, Ventus, Aqua. I have all 3. So what else do I need? Terra, Ventus, damage cap. It's just a damage cap, really. Need one more damage cap with anything. I mean, pure crit, I guess. Is there anything else that I have that I could maybe slot in? Damage cap with drain, I guess. Uplift, I have? No, I have uplift. I don't need one. Imbalance, Aegis. I already have Steel Nerves. No, I don't. Damage cap, Steel Nerves, and then one more stun, right? I think I needed one more stun. No, I don't. I already have 3 stun. 3 stuns, Celestial Stun, Supplementary, Berserker, Spartan, Echo, Celestial, Aqua, Fatebreaker, Elemental Divergence, Drain. Drain can technically go away. Terra with Regen, I guess we could do. The cooldown. And now I have Ventus. right? No, I still have Ventus. Where is... Okay, I still have that. What did I take out? Oh, damage cap, right? Yeah. How's it going, Idol? Damage cap with... Cascade we already have, right? Uplift we already have. First Nimble Onslaught we already have. I guess Aegis. Steel Nurse we already have. Size Resilience, no. Quick cooldown? I guess I could get a quick cooldown, that's not wasted. No? Some of these mastery traits could have been debuff resistance. Some of these masteries could have been a lot of things. A lot of these masteries are leave a lot to be desired. I guess I can go for Aegis. Do I have an Aegis? Oh no, only one. Garrison and not Stronghold. Also, let me... Not equipped because I don't want to see the other ones. So I need one more damage cap. Yeah, you know what? I'm just gonna do a damage cap with Aegis. And then I'm just gonna do Defense Greater Aegis. Because I think I have a lot of... Well, I don't have a lot, actually. Divergence, Regen. I mean, it's not great, but I mean, it'll keep her healthy somewhat. It's good enough for now. Bum 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 bum. Okay. Actually, I'm gonna switch party like this. I'm gonna control her a little bit. And what fight can we do where you're guaranteed to use your SPA? I feel like the dragons probably is fine. She's gonna use her SPA here for sure. She should get to use it. Also, gear, actually, before we use the Morbius Rose, we probably should just use a different one. Like this one, honestly. And then Stronghold. I mean, I could give Regen. But Stronghold seems nice. Yeah, Stronghold. Regen. And Greater Aegis. I mean, I could do HP, but meh, it's not enough to warrant it. Nah, that's fine. That's better. There's a little bit more attack. Probably could use more attack though, to be honest. But it's fine, whatever. How's your progress going, Adolf? Adolf? Where are you at? Do you need help? Okay. Punk. Bonk, bonk, bonk. Okay, she can heal herself pretty nicely. Wait. Eugen still heals for shields? Oh shit, I thought I removed the skills. Maybe there were 3 of them, and I only removed 2 of them. That's not good. I mean, my shield's weaker and still don't heal. That's fine. We're gonna fix Eugen afterwards. I could have sworn it was just 2 talents. Most characters only have 2 of those HP talents, but I think Eugen might have 3. Rackham is really bad at dodging stuff. Go Fediel, go booba lady. So crazy. I think my favorite part about Fediel is the little jumps she does and her Y attack. The stomps. It's so adorable. Those stomps are just really cute. That's 1 SBA usage, we need 2 more. Bonk, bonk. Stomp, stomp. The stomps are so cute, I love them. Bonk, 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 bonk. It's so cute, I swear. The stomps are so cute. And even her skips are cute. Boom, boom, boom. Dragon, you know, wedge of death, my ass. This is the wedge of overly adorable. The wedge of cuteness overload. My Death Reaper can't be this cute. Talk about gap moe. It's gonna be my second SBA, right? Okay, 2 SBAs and I need 1 more usage to get the full unlock of the Ascension. Dude, that 3 SBA thing is killing me. I have to do this with pretty much every single character that I build. That's the only annoying part. Like the kill Versa and Angra Mainyu is like one thing, but the fact that you have to do 3 SPs just to unlock your weapon is annoying. It's not a big deal, because like you're gonna get them done anyway. But it just feels bad not being able to upgrade your weapon because of it. Bro, can you stop going up and down like dumbass constantly? Annoying. And there goes again. Well, at least he has auto revive. And somehow Rackham still hasn't died. Surprisingly. I mean, he does have a drain. Okay, that's 2 SBAs. I need 1 more. Open for me, chest. Open for me. That's so cute, dude. She's so cute. I did not think I would like Fediel as much as I am. Because she's not really usually the type of character that I like. But like her mannerisms just give her this innocence that just... The gap moe, man, does it for me. I think that's the thing. It's the gap that really makes me like her, I guess. Pretty sure I need 1 more. Just double checking, but I'm pretty sure I need 1 more. Fediel, yes, I need 1 more. Fediel. Undertake quest. I mean, I'm gonna do this preemptively because I'm gonna need them anyway. And then the other one. Alright, I forgot to change Eugen, but it's fine. It's dead. Instantly dead. Instantly dead. The only reason why I don't like doing these over and over again is because I keep getting like low level sigils that I really don't need at this point anymore. I keep having to like reset my filters and whatnot just to get rid of them. Just minor inconveniences, nothing's big, but just... eh. Undertake quest, and then we go try the final report. Bonk. Nice. Darkness smashing wedge. Yui. And it's twice as funny if you think about, like, putting aside everything about her personality and all that. She's also one of the tallest characters in the game. So it makes it even funnier when you have this giantess acting all cutesy and innocent. Master traits, that's what I wanted. Eugen. Healing. Okay, that's one healing bullet. That's a second one. Shield max. No, I removed one. Damage, paralyzing. Remove two. Is there a third one? On a different tree or something? No. I'm confused. Why am I getting shields instead of heals? Oh, actually, wait, no. I realized why I'm using the shields. I'm dumb. I'm using the shields because everybody's running Terras. That's why I'm running shields, because everybody's running Terras, so we can't heal them anyway. I'm just silly. I just need to give everybody some source of healing, I guess. Hate breaker. No, I don't need that. I don't need that. I have enough of those. I mean, I still need Fool's Fractured Jaw, so... This one, I guess, is good enough to redo. I really wish there was a stage where you could just fight the gold golem. It's a little bit annoying to keep doing this duos. Because that red golem is in like multiple stages, and I have so many more materials of that thing than this one. And you need more of this than you do the rubies stuff. It would really make sense to have a stage dedicated to this guy. Come on. Spamming those orbs, nice. You go, girl. There we go. Third SBA. Big explosion. Dude, the AI is so weird when you control the character. It doesn't do its combos or anything. Okay, let's upgrade her last weapon. Let's hope we have all the materials. I'm running low on some of the older materials though. I'm gonna have to go back and get some of them. Potentially. I like this one. Ah. I'm gonna do this old one first, in the hopes that it gives me more of the base material that I need. Because the other one only requires the upgraded material. Like, the other one gives the upgraded material, so it maybe dilutes the loot pool. Insta-death. You love to see it. Please give me the weird stuff that I need. Nope, not a single one. Okay, yeah. We're doing, Conflux. Calamity Corkscrew 1 only. Three for that. 3 for that. None for that. Okay, so the 3 starties. I hate these. The whatchamacallit, the low drops on some of these older materials. I messed it up. Do-do-do-do. These probably faster to just do the damage waves, to be honest. Nice. Nice-oo! There's regular waves next. Stop doing this. Insta kill. One shot, one kill. I really hope I don't need more than one run. But at this rate it's possible I'll need a second one. Never lucky. Never mind. Lucky. Central. Nothing matters. Nothing matters. Yeah, I don't need any of these. That's kind of cool. Right, I'm gonna take this one. And they get 3 of those at least. But the other stuff was kind of junk. I might need to do it again. No, I don't. Okay, cool. I didn't need it for the last upgrade. Perfect. Boom. Nice. Here. Upgrade Morbius. Nice. Alright, I need to check the summons at some point. Okay, that's all the weapons done. The weapons. And that just leaves the mastery for Fediel. And that means we're going back to the mines. The mines are the dragons. And wait. RT. Take you out of the party for now. Lancelot. Brown, I think I like these three. Still want Eowyn though. Is that 14 talking? We were talking about 14 because in about 9 hours from now we have the European Fan Fest and keynote, and we will have one of the classes revealed, and we're kind of like brainstorming and talking about like what jobs to expect, like, or you know, a mix of what jobs do we expect and what jobs do we think will happen and stuff like that. What archetypes and stuff. We know we're gonna get a Fizz ranged and a tank this time around, this next expansion, and they're gonna reveal one of the two jobs at this FanFest in Europe, and the second one will be revealed at the JP FanFest in November, I think it was, or December, October, right at the end of the October, like 31st, October 31st. No, November 1st. So yeah, we're brainstorming and stuff. Like what we expect to see, or hope, or would like, that kind of stuff. What about you? What jobs are you interested in, or like expecting to see, or hoping to see that fit those archetypes? And apparently the new jobs are original to FF14. That doesn't mean they're not based on existing archetypes from other games, but they're like not pre-established jobs from what we've heard. So like we're not gonna get something that already exists, you know, in a previous Final Fantasy, like your blue mage and your red mage and your stuff like that. It's gonna be new original jobs, but it could be based on existing stuff. Some people were saying Corsair, I think, at one point, but like technically I mean, that is possible, I guess. I don't really know how that would work though, because it's a Corsair. Is it just like red mage but phase ranged instead of magical? Is it just red mage but physical? Like I don't know. I honestly don't know what to expect. I'm looking forward to it. I can't wait to hear more, but I don't know what to expect at this point, to be perfectly honest. Actually, you know what I should do? I should look at the materials that I have and don't have and do... Except Bahamut, because fuck Bahamut. I could do at least one of these to get some more materials. Material. But yeah, we only have a while left to wait before we get new info. I'm looking forward to it. I can't wait. I can't wait. I can't wait. Just around the corner. Eight hours and a half. 8 hours and a half until the keynote. I do wish there was an even more efficient way of farming mastery. Like, if you want to build just one character, it's not too bad. But if you're like me who wants to build multiple characters, it's freaking annoying, man. Base game, I had to deal with the annoyance that was large crystals to upgrade all of the weapons. Now I have to deal with mastery to max out all the characters. What is Sprout doing? And the worst part is it's only gonna get worse as it continue doing this. Especially once I finish some of these characters, these newer characters, because the old characters all have 6 weapons. So even just the base weapon grind is gonna get worse and worse, having to deal with 6. This is suicidal. Prowl, please. Bong bong. Dude, I love these shots. They're crazy. There you go, finally. Sweet. Eustace almost beat Toiget. Almost. Almost, but not quite. Mm-hmm. Okay, recycle, citrus, trade on. Okay, we have raw, cascade, skill, damage cap, not max. Celestial Terra, Skybound Darts, damage cap. No. Another Stout Heart with HP, Nipple Onslaught. I mean, I guess I can hold on to them for now. Skill damage up though. I guess I'll hold on to that one for now. Blight resistance, supplement, no. Tyranny 15 SP damage cap, like I don't think I'll ever need that, to be honest. On anybody, same with this one. But at least that puts her at 50, yay. That's so cute. Exalted Dragon, Limit Breaking Darkness, Ancestral. Lady of Culture. It's cute. Salvation. How dare you? Wise decision. Oh. These are so cute. I just love them. Yes. Fediel, ba ba bum bum. Fire Infinity unlocked by grinding. Nice, congrats. Get ready. If you need help, feel free to ask. can upgrade everything that I need so far, at least. Well, that's the only one that I still technically need in terms of materials. Yeah, this one, I guess, because we do need more of this. I hate those gold golems, though. Alright, I need to take the insult out again, I forgot. Easy. At least we got a good amount of these this time around. We'll burn through them very fast, but at least we got a bunch. Also, 40, you get replaced. Oh, come on, seriously, I have to view it. Up these dragons. Okay, did you drop all of that? Someone with stout heart, that's behemoth, really. You can get that from Chaos Plus Plus. Here, the Enogi. This is one stage where you can do it. And I think one of the Luciliuses had behemoth. Oh, Managarmr has. Yes, Lucilius also has Managarmr. So that's another one that you can potentially do. I'm pretty sure Managarmr also has Stout Heart. I don't know if I still have it. No, that one had Fate Breaker on my end, and Balon slot. But yeah, the behemoth one, that one 100% has it. Because I have it. And the dragons also have them. Dragon has Stout Heart, and I'm pretty sure I also had some dragons that had like one of the echoes or something, but I could be misremembering. Maybe it wasn't the echoes, it was something else. But yeah, the dragons can also drop it. Dragons have a bunch of good skills in general. So if you can reliably farm it, that is a good stage overall. But I already grinded everything, so right now I'm just looking for some of the materials where I might be a little bit low on. Like Primordial Earth, for some reason, I'm very low on compared to the other ones. It's probably based because of the weapons that I've been upgrading more than anything else. Yeah, this one's good. The more I play, the more I want to get rid of Celestial Lumen, honestly. For AI, I mean. On the other hand, as a bright side kind of thing, we are close to... We're approaching the 3-week mark since the game released. Which means there's a good chance we will very soon hear something about like a patch notes or something, updates, fixes, bug fixes, whatnot. Maybe it's just copying on my part because of how it was for the base game. Next stage, what else can we farm? Alright, this one. We got plenty of those. Funny enough, we don't have enough of those. I think I'll stick mostly to upgrading weapons for now. Mastery is just super pain in the ass to grind. Or I think for most characters I'll just stick to like level 30 for the time being. Just to get their builds online essentially. Maybe base 50. But I'm definitely not mastering every character. Not anytime soon. It's both a long grind and like a tedious one. Mhm. Okay, that's enough of those for now. That should keep us going for another weapon or two. Well, we're really low on. This is what we are low on. The fire totodile. Are you done spinning? Perfect. Inferno dial summon. That's enough of those. I guess we're upgrading Magliel's weapon next. Oh, Vile Demon Eye. Okay. And Hurricane, you know. Okay, cool. Dude, what's with all these drops? Why do you need so much shit from me? Please, leave me alone. Okay, next. What was we wanted this. We want the eye guy. I spy with my little eye. I spy with my little eye. How many more eyes did I get? Do I have enough for more than one upgrade at this rate? I mean, probably 2 upgrades for now. It's gonna be so much fun when we hit the bottleneck that is Vulcan Bola stuff. Assuming that's still a requirement for the weapons. I don't think it's... Actually, I think Vulcan Ball is not needed for any Ascension, Terminus, or Awakenings. I mean, obviously Awakenings not, but like Ascension and Terminus. I don't think... Excavalion, sorry, not Vulcan Bola. Excavalion. I don't think Excavalion is needed for anything. Except for the weapon upgrades from 125 to 150, I think on the Defender what it was. So, technically I should not need any kind of Excavalion ever again. I think. I hope so. I mean, there's still, obviously, the Conflux. There's Le Griffon. Le Griffon. And the Grippin Boy. I need this. Really, I'm proud difficulty. Can I get many of these easily? One of each. Three. Okay, this one gives a bunch at least. Been landing more perfect guards lately. Oh, nice, nice. You're getting good at it. That's good to hear. Good to hear. 3. Complex 3, okay. Great materials are killing me slowly. Upgrade materials are killing me slowly. Okay, let me swap this here. Let's swap back to EO. Game options, full assist, remove. We're speedrunning. We're speedrunning level 3s with EO. It doesn't matter actually what we pick. I feel like there's no real character that speedruns better killing low-level mobs than EO, honestly. At least I haven't found a character from the ones that I have played that can do as good of a job at killing everything really, really fast. Consistently. Leave me alone, Bills. I mean, at these low levels, they're not super worth picking, but it's fine still. Mainly because of the Mirage munitions and Azurite Splendors, I guess. Next. The only thing that bothers me is that I still haven't found any one of those weird potions. Pots, I mean. Slime pots. Like, I feel like I looked everywhere and I've done a crap ton of confluxes compared to most people. And I still haven't seen one. Okay, which one did I need? Terminus upgrades? Yes, this one. How many upgrades does this get us? 1? 2? Okay, it's fully awakened. And now we're doing Transcendence. Okay, we have to repeat that for Awakening Weapon then. But at the same time, we need to do party. Replace this with Magliel. Gear Magliel. Special Blade Green. Warpath with Auto Revive, nice, and then actually don't need Serenade, right? I need Circuit only. Actually, she can go without any of them, if I'm being honest. None of those seem like really worth the slots for how little they provide. And then I'll just take everything off Fediel for now. I'm just gonna give you... Was it Sumo Force? I guess. Actually, no, it has to be something with more HP. Raider Aegis. Okay, Aegis, I guess. Something like that, more than anything. Best I can think of as physical range would either be Corsair from 11, something similar to Irving or Vincent. No, I don't know, similar types of beam machines. Yeah, that's kind of what we were talking about as well. I feel like thrown weapons feels a little bit unlikely, at least based on what comes to mind. Corsair sounds pretty possible, I guess. But yeah. It's hard, especially since they said that the jobs are gonna be original technically, so we can't just look at some of the jobs from the past and say, oh, this isn't in, so it's probably this. Because they did say everything's their original classes. Concepts. Obviously, they can be based on old stuff, but not the same names and stuff. Okay, she's finally above 80k. That's good. And then I have to go master traits. Is Fra Fediel 50? Yes, she is 50. Okay. Okay, which build are we going for? I think it was the weapon build that we were going for. Yeah. Grants an additional attack perfect. Okay. Skill damage cap. That sounds about right. Good, she has a little bit more HP as well. As for the weapon, she's using the Alfina. Garrison, maybe? Yeah, you burned through Ambrosia really quickly. But I really don't want to spam Lucilius right now. I'd rather just make more tangible progress by leveling weapons. And getting characters essentially ready for endgame. Eventually, obviously, I will want to do that, but we can do most of that off stream and AFK. Alright, I need to... Actually, I do need to do something with Magliel. Let's get Magliel some SBAs. Which one? I guess Lucilius. We can do Lucilius, may as well. Oh yeah, probably need to put shield on that staff after all. Because everybody has Ventuses. So the stuff basically does nothing. At least we can get some mastery passively this way. I mean, I guess it is good for Magliel specifically. She heals herself that way. Lucy. Thankfully we have enough stun with 3 characters. It's fine. I want SPS more than I want link time in this particular case anyway. Boom, 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 explosions everywhere. It should, like, quick charge should apply to his shots, yes. Because they are charge shots. It's just that it's hard to fit it in his kit. Like, you can do it via Wraith or, you know, Wraithstone or something. Or just talents and stuff, but yeah. It's part of the reason why I don't play him directly and just use AI for him. Because I don't have to feel that delay as much. But yes, quick charge does work on his... And the thing is, you kind of don't want quick charge because it only applies to his level 1s and level 2s. Which, yes, it's a big part of the, you know, of your damage loop, don't get me wrong, but it's only about half of your damage loop if you're playing... I mean, it depends on the build, obviously, but if you're playing... Maybe if you're playing like the Thunder God, the Thunder spec, you could, but for the Perfectionist one, for the AI, it's not worth it. Oh, absolutely. If you don't have time for it, don't charge it. The only one I would charge is the level 2 at the end. So like by your default shots, right? You know, you have 4 1s and 1 2. And if you charge them, they upgrade to level 2 and 3 respectively. The only one I would always try and charge in that case is the level 2 at the end, because there is interactions for that one with different abilities and reload and stuff like that. So, and level 3 is you know, a better shot for sure. So like that one I would charge. The level 1s you can technically get away without charging them, like the difference isn't large enough. But the main reason you want to charge them whenever possible is because it contributes to charging your bar, which allows you to get those level 3s and 4s. So if you can charge them, but otherwise the level 1s you can just shoot normally. You will deal overall less damage, but I have to check on the dummy, but I'm pretty sure the difference is not big enough to warrant charging all of your your level 1 shots to level 2 shots. I have to do a dummy test after this to see like the actual numbers. But the level 2 at the end, absolutely charge that one. And yeah, level 3s and level 4s don't get charged at all. You don't charge those, you just auto shoot them. So you only really need auto charge for level 1s and 2s. That's part of the reason why you generally don't do quick charge. Unless you have it like a throwaway on your right stone level 10s skill or something. That's why I have quick charge on mine, basically. Because the weapon has Potion Hoarder plus quick charge. And I think he does have some charge time reductions through his skills, right? 5, 10... I think there was at least one more. At 10%, I guess. And the other thing is, obviously, if you can do your perfect loads, timings, right, that can give you gauge gain as well, so that's helpful. Obviously, I should note that my spec is definitely geared more towards grade 3 and 4 shots. Like, I only have grade 2s when I can't get anything for grade 3 and 4. Except attack, you know, because attack doesn't matter, it's grade 2 shots. But yeah, damage cap, but yeah, I can try. System, game options, gameplay. Assist. Practice. 228. Okay, the difference is pretty big though. Mm-hmm. It's 1 million. Yeah, you deal 5 times more damage with a level 2 compared to a level 1. So yeah, you... Or 3 times, I guess. No, 2. Yeah, 5 times almost more damage. So yeah, you still want to charge ideally, but you can get away with not charging them every now and again. The other thing is it charges your bar more, right? Like if you look at 4 shots and plus the 5-1, I got about a third of my bar. But if I just shoot them as they are, I'll get like a fifth. Like, look at that bar gain. Without charge shots, you get barely any bar. Right? And you deal about 1.8. Let's just say 2 million for the sake of it. $2 million versus 6 million for a full set. 6.5 million even. So yeah, you deal about a third of the damage if you just shoot them outright at level 1 and 2 instead of level 2 and 3. You deal about a third of the damage, but the more important thing is the bar, right? So you definitely want to charge them, but you don't have to charge all of them, right? Like, it's not worth it if you're gonna get hit or stuff like that. Or you can just hold off on, And if you time your charge properly, you get a full bar, right? 8.5. Yeah, 2.4 million for these, and for a lot for the tier 4s. What if you did a 60% cutout? Does the higher damage make up for the time needed? Oh, absolutely it does. Absolutely it does. Mainly because, like, the main reason why you will deal more damage if you charge, again, is because you get to reload faster. Obviously, it depends on your build, right? Because I'm playing Perfectionist, and Perfectionist is all about the charge shots. If you play Lightning Soldier, you can rely more on skills. So you can offset some of that damage onto your skills a little bit more. You can move stuff into Heaven Comes Down and Phlegmic Thunder and skill damage cap. So you can offload a little bit of that damage into Phlegmic Thunder and Heaven Comes Down, right? Because this is a skill build. So if you don't like the charging playstyle as much, you can move a bunch of the damage into this. But even then, you can see landing a grade 4 shot shortens Eustace's damage skill cooldowns by 1, right? So you still technically want to get there as much as possible. But the thing is, with this one, you're gonna have to do the Phlegmic Thunder charge shot onto enemies so that you can reduce your cooldowns. But this is more skill based. This one and this one are both about shooting your bullets properly. Keep your foes closer is also really bad because of distance requirements, and especially on some fights like Proto Bahamut, you will deal crap damage. So Perfectionist is usually the way to go. The only downside to this one is, you know, if you take damage, you lose stacks. You lose Flameck Unleashed. So this one, you really need to be good at dodging and perfect stuff so you don't get hit. If you can't do this, or you're not playing the AI, then Lightning Soldier is the way to go, realistically, in almost every scenario. Keep your foes closer. The range reduction is just too harsh to really be using that one. So those are your main two options. If you're good at dodging and parrying and blocking, and you don't lose your stacks, play Perfectionist. Otherwise, play Lightning Soldier for skills. But yeah, you notice how, like, on score attack, not score attacks. If you notice, because you're shooting fast, right? You're doing less damage, but more importantly, look at how little of our bar charges, right? So if we just spam skills over and over, even with like perfect reloads, right? It takes forever to get a skill up, to get to the big shots, right? And we did like 32 million damage, and it took us a good chunk of time. Meanwhile, like, I guess we can do a score attack, just like you said, just for the test, but yeah, it's not worth it to not charge if you have the possibility. Like, let's just do. Not even. I mean, I probably shouldn't be using my skills for the most part for the demonstration, to be honest, but hey. I even tried to pad it a little bit with skills, but eh. I've been messed up once or twice. Mm-hmm. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. I messed up. Never mind. Yeah, I messed up there. I messed up and I didn't do. You could get 4 or 5 max power shots with the Perfectionist build. That's what it revolves around in this particular build. Nice. Okay, let me retry. So the whole idea here is that you wanna charge your bar, if you can, to level 4s, and when you shoot your level 4, you get a stack of Flameck Thunder. Whenever you do that, you get a stack. I mean, I'm not using my skills. I'm trying to just do a regular rotation as much as possible. Yeah, I messed up again. I was trying to hold off on using that skill, but I think I'm just gonna use it. Honestly, I don't know. I don't think I've ever tried. As far as I can tell, it doesn't. I don't think I've seen... I can definitely try some fights, but I don't think it has any bearing on it. Like, tick damage itself. Like, the initial hit will have an effect. For sure. But the other ones, I don't think they do. And I wasn't even using this one. Like, you very easily deal more damage. I mean, obviously, I'm just like not trying to get perfect rotations and skills, but even just like basic rotation stuff with one skill. Like, let's just do basic rotations this time. I'm just gonna do basic rotation and just use 1/3 skill because I still need it. Like, if you can get the perfect reload, it does help a little bit. But yeah, this is basically a regular spam, right? It's about 143 if I just use that one skill. 143, and if I do it properly, oh. Yeah, 156. Same general thing. I even messed up a few times with a few bullets there. But yeah, it's like 43 to 56. Basically 10% damage difference in overall totals. That is, of course, assuming you get your perfect reloads. Like, you're still dependent on your perfect reloads. So the perfect reloads are a big part. And perfect reloads can only happen on the last shot. And if you can't get your perfect reloads, it's a big deal. If you don't get your perfect reloads, your damage goes down into the gutter. So that's really what you need to make sure you get right. It's the perfect reloads. And again, this is with with the perfectionist build. You cannot get hit for this one. It does say taking any damage removes Flameck Unleash, so I guess I have to check. But I'm pretty sure it refers to direct hits, not AoE on the ground. Yeah, like I said, I would absolutely do the level 2 charge shot into level 3, so the last bullet and the perfect reload. Those are essential. The regular shots, again, you lose damage, you lose a lot of damage per individual shot, but you make up for it by just having, you know, more level 3 shots and level 4 shots by rushing those a few points. And if you notice, if you do perfect shots, if you do all your level 1s and level 2s, you actually come short just barely of filling your whole charge. So you're gonna have to do like a reload at some point early or something like that. So I don't think, I have to see if I can, like, I could maybe try this, but I need fast lane for that, so it's not great. Fast lane again. Loaded gauge. I don't think I can fit any more loaded. I guess with the strafe shot you can maybe. But yeah, you're gonna be a little bit tight on things here and there. Yeah, level 2 you should always charge into level 3. That's way too much of a damage loss. Just the regular shots, you can kind of skimp on them. But even there, I would try not to skip too many. Because if you skip too many, you'll end up with weird rotations anyway. Like, you can probably afford to, like, every rotation, maybe not charge 1 or 2 bullets. And that should even out with the last reload. But, like, you should still charge them if you can. Yeah. Generally speaking. And I guess that also depends to an extent if you have any quick charge, because like I said, my Eustace does have a little bit. Not much. It's just level 10 from quick charge, but it's still 15% less charge time. So, you know, it does shave off a few frames here and there. It's like half of the entire skill, because at max it gives minus 30, right? So just by having level 10, I'm getting half of the benefit essentially. So it does shave off like 1 or 2 frames probably off of it. Thing is, you can also kind of cheat that if you get really good at dodging, because you still have the skill. I think it was one of the skills. You obviously have Acid Rage Howl, which helps to get to your bigger shots as well. So you can time that one properly. You can also learn to dodge, and then you can use this, you know, talents like this one. Dodging with Strafe Shot gives you loaded gauge gain. That also helps. So like if you're good at dodging with Strafe Shot into attacks and stuff like that, then you can probably get away with, and you can also get this skill if you really wanted to. So like you could do something like this. Instead of reducing your charge time, you could go for loaded gauge gain. Actually, that probably will feel better in most scenarios because you can dodge into something, and even using a regular attack, you would get more charge because of this talent by dodging into things. So that is another option. But you would take these two loaded, this loaded with Strafe Shot, and this. But this is for fast lane, actually. Never mind, I keep forgetting. This is for fast lane. It's not for the other one. My bad. This is only for fast lane, so you have to use the dodge skill, which is not ideal. I mean, you can use it because it does fill your loaded gauge, so it can be helpful, but I'm not a fan of this skill in terms of like synergies. Performing a perfect dodge with a charge Strafe Shot also grants a... Oh, see? Yeah, I did. I was right. I forgot about this one. Performing a perfect dodge with a charged Strafe Shot also grants a level of Flameck Unleashed. So if you like charge an attack and then you move, you know, you press the joystick forward and release, and you do a charged attack Strafe Shot, you can get a Flameck Unleashed stack, which gets you to those level 4s faster. So if you're good at dodging, you can technically get away without charging your level 1s. But you have to be good at dodging. Oh. Honestly, this isn't good for her SPA usage though. But I need more Rack Knights. So it is what it is. Dun, 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 dun. Actually, I know what fight to use to test out the Flamak Unleash thing with dots. Yeah, I'll make okay. So I mean, at least in that case, those AOE's definitely remove it. Her lightning AOE's do remove it. But yeah, it's probably all dots. It's probably all dots. So like puddles on the ground will probably remove it as well. I mean, the electrical stuff is technically periodic damage in the form of like regular hits intervals, I guess. Puddles on the ground with poison and fire probably function the same way, but the dots, if you get inflicted with them, I honestly don't know. That one's a little bit difficult to test because you need to be able to gain a stack of Flamak Unleashed after you get poisoned or burned, but before the buff runs out, right? So you kind of need to have a lot of different things aligning. You have to be close to full charge, stand in something, get the debuff, consume your charges, reload, and then see if it goes away between the ticks. But the initial hit will absolutely remove it. Like the initial hit, if you get hit by an attack that poisons you or burns you, that will already remove it. So it doesn't quite matter. The only thing I could maybe try and find a way to test is to see if the character gets hit while it has a shield and the shield doesn't break. But technically, it still counts as getting hit, even if it's absorbed. Like, I don't think there's any special condition that says it doesn't count as a hit if the hit is absorbed. Like in some games, that is a thing, but not in this one, as far as I know. Oh, he already got hit by something. The AoE. Yeah. He does get hit a lot though. I mean, he still makes up for it in link time, to be fair. I mean, at the very least, they will hit you when you first touch them, right? Regardless of the debuff. And the Eustace will enter those puddles at one point or another. So he will lose the stacks no matter what by the initial hit. And there goes his stacks again. What do we need to farm? Oh, this one. Garanza. Okay. Okay, mirror image does help with it though. So mirror image does nullify the attack entirely, so unlike shields, you can keep the stack. So you could pair him with like a Yogarha or something like that for those mirror image stacks. That will help a lot with not losing the stacks. Obviously, debuffs like dots on the ground, those are tricky, but it can at least mitigate some of it. Fediel recently got like one card hit fails, like if I get hit by a cat. Yeah, so like by the time you hit Chaos Plus Plus, you will want absolutely to have some kind of defensive tools. The simplest way to get a lot of like defensive utility is like we've talked about, get Stout Heart on the summon and then put Steel Nerves on your characters. Between those two, you'll get a lot of value. Like you're looking at like 40 to 45% damage reduction. Right? Just between those two sources. So that's a good place to start in that regard. What would be something like, obviously Potion Hoarder you need because you need to recover. I would, for like, unless you have a lot of HP, obviously forgo regen and divergence and stuff like that. 40k HP, you would probably do something like Potion Hoarder, Auto Revive for the full heal instead of Guts. Ideally. If you can fit Guts as well, that's fine, but you don't need it. But yeah, you would use those two, and then depending on like how much damage you want to squeeze or not, like you can probably get away with, especially on Frau, since she has so much damage, you can probably get away with like skipping a bunch of the offensive sigils. So like you can skip Lumen on her, you can skip Terra on her, and just go for Ventus if you really want to, you know, get, because that one's really good damage. You can do Ventus and Aqua, and that's about it really. You do Ventus and Aqua. You do you can do Immortal Shell. Immortal Shell is very good overall. That's up to you really if you want to sacrifice 2 slots, because it is a crab sigil. But you can just do your usual damage cap, Ventus, Ventus Aqua, Berserker Spartan Echo, supplementary 1 sigil with like Ascension, and that gets you to 40 to 42. And then you can use your Right Stone for either supplementary instead of a sigil, or you can go for something like Stronghold, for instance. That could be a good one. Strongholding gives you defense based on how high your HP is, if I'm not mistaken. Garrison is the one for low HP, unless I'm mixing them up again. But you can get that one. That way, if you do get hit, you shouldn't get one shot, and you can easily pop a potion to get you back up. But yeah, Stronghold is good value if you have lower HP. I don't really run it on my builds because I just try to get good most of the time. And if I do get hit too many times, I usually just build tankier. I start putting in some greater Aegises and stuff like that, just to have more leeway. But yeah, you definitely don't need Lumen. You definitely don't need Terra for damage, especially on Fediel, because she has a ton of damage. So charge, you can try it, you can test it out. But generally speaking, a charge attack, like mechanically, is something where you have to hold the button and release it for the action to trigger. And it cannot have like, it is like a button prompt. So like Flowery 7 on EO, the second ranged attack on Galanza, those that have like a button, those are channeled abilities. Those are not charged abilities, those are channeled abilities. So for those, it doesn't apply. It has to be something that you press, hold, and usually have an animation trigger. So things like Galanza's turbine, that's a charge attack, because you keep it pressed for something to happen, and then you usually have a visual trigger that tells you that it's charged up and you can release it now. So on Eustace with his shots, that's a charged attack. EO Stargaze, charge attack. Things that you can press multiple times, like her finisher with the Y attack, that's not a charge attack. As far as I can tell, from what I've played her, that's not a charge attack. That's a multi-press, basically. The same with Lancelot's, you know, X spam. Yeah, so you have to press and hold and release it for the action. That's basically the mechanical definition of a charge attack. But if it has like a prompt with like a Y attack or something with a gauge that kind of, you know, either goes up to full, like with EO's Flowery 7, or if it's something like Magliel's, you know, finisher, where you press and hold and the gauge empties, those are channeled abilities. Channeled abilities are a different, like, definition, I guess, for how the game considers them in terms of mechanics and what it triggers off of and whatnot. Fairy? I don't really know her abilities. Fairy Onslaught? What do you mean by... I guess that's a typo? Because I don't know. Oh, okay. Fairies, maybe? Yeah, I obviously don't know all the skill names. Onslaught, hold Y. Okay, I have to test this because I don't even know what kind of attack that is, realistically. I genuinely don't know what kind of attack this is. So I can't speak to it. Yeah, no, it can't really be an it's not, it can't be a charge attack because Y does not have like a charge state. You can hold it for longer, but there's no charge to it. Like there's no second stage basically, right? It doesn't charge to a higher tier. It's just, it is technically a channeling ability for all intents and purposes. Because there's no charge state to it. Like, it doesn't have anything that charges. It doesn't make it stronger. It doesn't... You know what I mean? Like, it doesn't seem to have any kind of charging element to it. It's just a press and hold. It doesn't have the button prompt, which I guess makes it confusing. I guess I could try and see if there's anything in her kit that would synergize with it in a weird way, but it just seems like a finisher, nothing more. Yeah, like the pink flash during hold basic. Yeah, that's a charge attack. That's clearly a charge attack. It has a 2-stage setting. You have basic and then charge state. That's a charge attack. Buff duration, attack, buff duration, cooldown, reduction, grants damage, no. Benediction cooldown, nothing here. While pet is summon attack, while pet is summon, while attack. Plus 10, while attack plus damage. No charge bonuses of any kind to anything. Damage strafe. Onslaught always dismisses pets. Yeah, no. That's definitely not a charge attack. It's technically a channeling ability. It's just a channeling ability. You can hold it for a little longer, but it doesn't charge to it. It doesn't gain a bonus effect if you hold it for a certain amount of time, right? It just does the same thing constantly. Right? There's no point at which it charges to the next stage. Whereas this one, clearly, that's a charge. It has a 2-stage thing. Deadlands on Frau. I have to check because I don't remember. Like I still struggle with names of skills. First of all, do I have the skill Deadlands? Oh, Deadlands. That's a channeled. That's a channeled because you have the prompt. You have the Y button prompt with the bar. That's a channeling ability. That's not the charge attack. It's a channeling because it has like the whole circle thingy. That one's a clear charge. Channeling, I mean, sorry. If it has that prompt for like the button or something like that with a circle, that's a channeled ability. Mm-hmm. Like for EO, Flowery 7 is a channeling ability, and her Stargaze is a charged attack. For Eugen, Sumrak is a channeling ability, because you have to keep the button pressed or interrupt it early. And the charge attack is his sniper shot. Frau has Deadlands, which is a channeling ability. Trying to think what other characters. Galanza's Martial Spear. This is a channeling ability. Because he also has that button. And his spinning, that one is a charged attack. Because it has that charging effect to it. So like if you press Y and you hold it, this effect, see, charge, one effect, charge, right? It has a charge effect to it. And then he also has a perfect time attack on his X. And this one is a channeling. Basically, like the way you can think about it is whether it has a prompt or not, the main difference is that a charging attack has a second stage to it, like it transforms, whereas a channeling ability is constant in terms of its behavior. Like you can release it early to jump to the end of the animation. Like in the case of Frau with the last punch, you can release it early to end the animation cycle, but for all intents and purposes, it's a static effect for the duration of the channel, right? Yeah, you could. Yeah, you definitely could take firm stance for spin to win. But it would only work during spin to win. It wouldn't work during martial spear. It wouldn't have any effect during this. But during the spin to win, during the turbine, yes. During this effect, yes. It has two charge states. When he spins, he has one red charge state. First one, and then usually the second one. Immediately after. After the second blip, that's when he gets dizzy. You have about like half a second or so. 1, 2, and then after a second, if you don't release, he gets dizzy. It has two stages to it. One, two. It's not as easily visible when he's not fully charged, but it does have an audio cue. The second one is a little bit more subtle, but you can hear it. And you also get used to the timing after a while. But there's basically two clicks. The first one's the big one, and the second one's a little bit more subtle. Yeah, it's the second one that also, because he also has like a talent where if you perfect time it, it empowers your attack or something. I don't remember off the top because I wasn't using, but like in Turbo Turbine, I think he says Turbine perfect finisher sends Galanza into deathmatch finale. Right? That's why you're supposed to like get that second charge in and release it right after, like within a few seconds. One. One, two. Yeah, basically that's what's leading to the dizzy. And yeah, perfect finishers gain an additional damage dealt cap, so you'll want to do that for that as well. You can remove debuffs, I guess, if you do collapse. There are some situations where collapsing could be useful, but I wouldn't rely on it. Problem is, Turbine has very low damage. They need to improve the damage on that thing, unfortunately, because the numbers just don't work in its favor at all. Yeah, that's fine, I think, for now. How would she give everybody shield? I guess from the staff? Staff gives 1,000 shield instead of HP. It's not worth it. How would she give you 99k shields though? Shield based on number blade, like everything seems to be self shields, not for the party. Panic, it just doesn't seem to have any shield gains. Like, I don't understand. Oh, you said Magliel. No, you said Magliel. Yeah, not Cagliostro. Magliel doesn't have a party shield, though. I mean, she has Pianic Aegis. Maybe under the effect, it gives you shield, but it doesn't say anything about it. Shield, when she loses, shield gives entire party damage. Shield strength, shield active. Yeah, okay. Yeah, that is possible. Yeah, that is definitely possible. That sounds reasonable. Because yeah, you can technically invest into this and passively give everybody shields with this one every other tick. And so, yeah, that is possible for sure. If you don't get hit, you can stack it up. But that's also true of Dancho, for instance. If you play her as as combat healer. Now grants shield instead of healing HP, and her heals like actually put up beefy shields, and you can kind of spam them. And I'm pretty sure also Cagliostro has something like that. Performance gains healing and healing cap. Healing that exceeds a party's member's max HP is granted this shield instead. So Cag gives a ton of shield. She can give direct shields, but also just over heal. And since most people are running Ventus, this is very good because the healing doesn't actually go through. You know, you're not relying on the heal. Reinforce now grants shield and 5 instead of healing HP. So you can go with that. I have to test it a little bit to see like how it works exactly around Ventus, because there may be some weird interaction that I'm not aware of. Yeah, reinforce here as well. So you can get 10% shields, 10% of max HP as shields. And that Eugen also has that as well as part of his healing bullet. 10% shield that you can use. No, because the shield strength is specifically tied to most skills, specifically mentioned. Her shield. While shield is active. See, on Sostenuto, it specifically says shield strength for Sostenuto. Here it says shield strength for Crux rank 1. And Crux rank 1 is when Magliel gains shield, she gains it with an additional shield strength. So it applies to her only. Oh yeah, that I can definitely see. Like, Cagliostro does beefy shields regularly. Cagliostro and Eugen and Captain, they're like shield spammers. Well, Captain, if you play her as combat healer, most people tend to play substitute, but combat healer has really beefy shields. And the thing is, Captain's shields are based on healing, so you can increase her healing with healing cap, which makes her heals turn into big shields. If the heal were to go through and you're at full HP, for instance, you get both healing. You know, if you're not below full health, you get healing. If you're above, you're getting the shield, so you can double dip with this. The only downside to this that I can think of, which I haven't tested and I can't be bothered to test right now, is that because it's based on healing, this shield might have some weird interactions with Ventus and things that, you know, basically do not allow you to get healed by other party members, right? So there is a possibility that I haven't tested, and again, I don't want to test it right now, that this might not work with Ventus. There's a small chance, right? Like, depending on how it's coded, it will try to heal. It heals for 0 and therefore gives 0 shields. But if it counts as, you know, convert healing to shield, any healing that can't go through into shield, then this could be fucking amazing. Like, this could genuinely be really strong. But it all depends on how the Panacea is coded, essentially. I just don't want to test it right now. Like, unless somebody actually asks for it, I don't bother testing every single character. Unless I need to check something out. And my captain's already properly geared, so it's fine. What do I need to grind next? But yeah, CAG is very, very, very strong. Hey, more Ragnites, yay. Ooh, I ran out of 42 crystals. Okay. Okay, so we need more Ragnites and Fortitude crystals at this point. And I'm pretty sure Stingers can also come from the Chaos Plus Plus Dragons. No? From the other one? Okay. I mean, I'll take it. What would you recommend to play for someone who doesn't like to play ranged characters, but they do have ranged attacks? So, like, you want ranged attacks as a filler, I guess? I mean, Galanza has 2 ranged attacks. One where he shoots 3 times from a range, and then the channeling ability. That's an easy one. And he's tanky as fuck, so he's melee, and then when somebody's really far away or you can't reach them for some reason, you have 2 ranged attacks. And they're usually in the you know, put up a show tree. Those are like staples for that build, which also happens to be his strongest build. So that would check all the boxes. You're tanky, you can build very tanky. You're doing aerial attacks for your regular combos. You're spamming skills into like a power skill. And then when the enemy's at the range, or even if it's not, you have 2 range attacks. That would be like my #1 obvious choice. Fediel obviously has some ranged attacks with her Y attacks and her basic combo and her basic aerial combo. Casters like EO are technically ranged as well, but that's a different type of vibe from like your typical ranged characters where you're shooting and stuff like that. It's more like targeted. Like EO's abilities mostly are directional. You can target the character, like you can select the target and auto target abilities like Stargaze and whatnot, but most of them are actually target based, like on the zone. So that's a slightly different playstyle. Frau has 2 skills at least. Almost every character has like at least 1 ranged skill and 1 gap closer. Like every melee tends to have like 1 gap. Even Galanza has 1 gap closer. Well, 2 gap closers. One ability you have your typical charge attack. He has the spear shooting, and then he has the channeling ability that shoots the beams. But that one, when you finish it, that finishes into basically a leap, forward leap onto the target. So it's a charge as well. So that's a 2-in-1 essentially. If the target, you know, is on the field. But like every character, Lancelot has a dash forward and like 3 ranged shot attacks. Frau has her defense down, which is a ranged shot, and like the dodge backwards, which is a ranged attack essentially. I feel like almost every character has something like that. I can check, probably not all of them. Like Siegfried and Percival and Vayne, I don't think they have ranged attacks, but I could be wrong. I haven't played them, so I haven't really paid attention to them too closely yet. But like the easiest that comes to mind would definitely be Galanza. He tends to have everything he needs. And then some. Yeah, I would need to check because I haven't played Narmaya since the game came out, essentially. I tried her out and then I discovered Lancelot and I forgot to actually finish Narmaya. The only downside to Galanza's Put on a Show, though, is that a lot of bosses fly away for too long. Like, fly away or enter like a transitional phase for too long, and you lose your show stacks. The thing that, you know, you need to do, you need to use 10 skills, and when you use 10 skills, you get like a mega skill that you get to use. And if the boss transitions, you generally lose those stacks and you have to start over. But on the bright side, the 3 shots with the spear attack, like spear shotgun thingy, that one's actually an ability with charges, which means like a full charge ability, like all the way to the full. You can use it 3 times. And also you can use it if it's not fully charged, as long as you have enough for a charge. So you basically have 3 skill uses into one with that one. Lancelot is the same with his X attack. It has 3 uses. Thing is, Narmaya is also a little bit weird because she doesn't necessarily have, like, she's the melee character, but a lot of her attacks have extremely long range. Like, you don't have to be next to the boss to hit them. You can be like this far away almost from the chest. Like, if the chest is a boss, you can be this far away and you can still hit the boss usually with most of her attacks. She has pretty insane range for a melee character. And I think her dodges were pretty good as well. Like her dodge animation. Obviously with Unstoppable they're better, but I think I remember her dodges being pretty good, pretty solid. I have to check her skills because I don't know them off the top of my head, but we'll see now. Skills. Narmia. Okay, so she has the charge with Kyoka Suigetsu. Yeah, transient is not a ranged attack, but it's a very long range attack. And then there's Setsuna, which is again long range melee attack. And that's a parry. Crescent Moon is a long range slash with jumping back. But yeah, again, yeah, she's mostly just she doesn't have ranged attacks per se. She just has long range on her attacks. Let's see. Jita obviously has Ranglive. Reginleave, I guess it's called, whatever. That's one AoE, one range attack, but that's about it. Doesn't really have anything special. Her charge attack is a little bit more long range, but not much. Enchanted Lance for Katarina's Gap Closer. Azure Sword is kind of a ranged attack, but not really. Yeah, Frozen Blade is a 2-hit skill. But not as like reliable. Rosetta doesn't really need it. Yeah, Holy Ladder for Charlotta technically is a range attack as well. Ganda goes up, probably doesn't have anything of the sort. Iron Shoulder for charge. That's gap closers, basically. Jammed based on how low HP. Yeah, nothing there. Pendle kind of sort of counts as one. No. Ranged attack, I guess, with Strafe. I mean, technically she's a ranged character. Her whip is a long-ranged weapon. So technically counts as a ranged, not as a melee. But yeah. With Lancelot, you have Lawinensturm, where you can shoot it like 3 or 4, 6 times. I don't know. He can use this a lot of times. Back to back. Vayne. That's Shockwave. Forward lunge, yes. That pulls enemies to him. Yeah, hostility, full restore. Yeah, Vayne has nothing for ranged attacks. Fire from the ground, no. He does have Thryson, which is a charge attack. Feuerangriff. No, it's just okay. Exile, Träumerei, and Macht. No, none of these. Yeah, Macht also is a launch or charge attack. So he has 2 charges, but no ranged attacks. Verdrängen is technically a ranged attack, but it's a ground-based shockwave, so not really a ranged attack. And Nelanav, kind of the same. Who is a charge? L'Ombredier, pairing counters, debuff, Mirage. Yeah, none of these skills really count as ranged. I mean, Cagliostro's regular attacks are ranged, basically. Though, maybe she's a fully ranged attack. Yodarha, I don't think he has anything. Ground Shockwave. Long range, though. Attack. Yeah, no, nothing here. Zeta, I think, has Spear of Arves. No, that's a charge. Infinite Wonders is a long range. Mid-range caster type or archer. So mid-range with some range support, or at least something like that. I mean, Narmaya would be a first one just because it keeps them close, but it doesn't have range support, so that kind of takes it out of the question. Lancelot would technically fit that bill. You are close to the boss, and you do have Lawinensturm, which you can use up to 6 times for some downtime. Like when a boss has like a, like Pieta has the electricity right beneath it, you have some way to do damage. Not a lot, but it's fine. Narmaya technically doesn't have a ranged attack, but for a fight like Pieta, she can stay outside the range and still hit the boss because of the range of her attack. So those technically can work. Obviously, any kind of range. Cagliostro usually stays a little bit further away, but she can charge in with Pain Train. Vasaraga is all about being in the face of the enemy. Beatrix is also really in the face of the enemy. I think that's just one attack. Wait, what's this? And I mean, the obvious one would also be Eustace, right? Like, Eustace is a character who's inherently about being in mid-range for the most part, right? Especially if you play Keep Your Foes Closer, right? Again, this one has some problems with things like Proto Bahamut, but generally, you're supposed to be fairly close. So this one would count as a mid-range ranged unit that really stays close to the enemy for the most part. You don't want to be too far away. Especially also because you have skills like Acid Rage Howl, which are all about countering. So you want to make sure you're positioned in such a way where you can take advantage of that to get back into the fight. So Eustace can also fit that bill. Galanza, like I mentioned. But other than that, I mean, Tuyen is a good one also. But I think she's more of a supportive type. Sandalphon is also in your face. I mean, Sandalphon has some, half of his abilities have a ranged component to them as well. He's mostly a melee character with good gap closing and generally good range. So Sandalphon would be another good one for your friend. Frau is really all about being up in your face, so maybe that can also work. Frau has some ways, like this one, All Fall Down, is a ranged attack, technically speaking. And Power Plant is a ranged attack, kind of, but it's really mostly a ground attack. Crimson Nightmare technically is also a ranged attack to some extent. And obviously, Opportunity Knocks is a gap closer. Fediel has a bunch of ranged abilities, so to speak. Sphere of Reversal is ranged, but it's kind of ground attack more than anything. Her basic attacks are ranged, but most of her like kit is about getting up in your face to like do claws. So this one's also kind of a close range mostly character. And it, I'm pretty sure, is just Unga Bunga. Like, you have to be really close and stuff. Yeah, it's just Shockwave. Yeah, so like for melee, I guess like Galanza would be. For range that is close, I would say Eustace. Probably those two would be the best recommendations. One or the other. Galanza's Impale and Martial Spear can hit aerial units and is always in melee. Eustace is ranged, therefore he can hit everything. He even has Forever Yours, which can hit up to 10 targets with the mastery. So Eustace is a good one in the general sense. He plays more like a melee because, again, he has a counter and he wants to be up close and personal. Again, depends on your build a little bit. If you're playing Thunder God, you want to be a little bit further away. But it really depends on like playstyle preference, right? Because every character has like three playstyles. Some of them lean more into one way or another. Galanza is very tanky, yes. He also has some good range capabilities. But again, I say good range capabilities for what melees usually have. Like, if you're fighting a fight where a boss stays in the air for like 15, 20, 30 seconds like a dragon, no melee has good range, right? If we're talking about like one of those stages where you get waves of enemies and once every 2 waves or every 3 waves you get ranged units, then Galanza is amazing for that kind of fight because he has enough ranged stuff, and also his bread and butter is aerial combos to maintain his deathmatch finale. So he's gonna be in the air and hitting aerial enemies anyway. So that's why I'm saying Galanza's probably the best bet in that sense. But if you just want to have access to good range at all times, but also come in close and stuff, and like shotgun in somebody's face, Eustace Perfectionist is good for that. You'll always have ranged. Twin is also very nice. She can be a nuker or she can be a support. But again, she's not really up close and personal. But if you want to attack aerial targets, you really are looking more or less at Galanza or something like that. And Fediel with her auto attacks and stuff like that. But the thing is, most bosses don't need to be attacked when they're in the air. That's the thing. So you should keep that in mind. Like, if you think about most bosses that go up in the air, they either become completely untargetable and leave the arena entirely, like Lucilius, or it's like the dragons that fly up during overdrive and they take reduced damage anyway, and you usually just have to wait that phase out and let them land anyway. So like aerial attacks for the most part are there either to gap close in some cases or to reset or keep your stacks. Like with Galanza's, you would often use his skills just to keep your skill count up if you're playing the show match, you know, put on a show skill, mastery, I mean. Right? Because you're playing put on a show, so you need to maintain that buff. So you have those range attacks in order to reset your stack so you don't lose them before you can get to the boss, because he is pretty slow. So like, by and large, ranged attacks like that have to be ranged 100% of the time are very rarely used. It's mostly just ads on certain stages, like, you know, flying birds and stuff like that on ad stages. At which point you just want to play a ranged character anyway, or leave the ranged units to somebody else, right? And Eustace would be best for that one. Well, even the Griffins, usually when they're in the air, that's usually a phase where you're supposed to just dodge, not attack. Like, you can attack them, but they usually take reduced damage during overdrive. Same with, like, Hurricane, right? When he's doing his thing in the air and, like, doing the twisters and stuff like that, that is, technically speaking, a downtime phase. You can damage them, but you'll damage them usually for reduced damage. Whenever bosses are in a quote-unquote animation phase, they take reduced damage. So you have to wait for that animation, so to speak, to end. So usually during those phases, your focus should be on making sure you don't get hit and damage the boss only when you can, because you'll be doing reduced damage to them anyway. It's just that the thing with Griffin is that Griffin is usually an entry-level boss. You don't fight him. You don't fight Griffin on like high difficulty, right? If you look at this, it's Chaos. It's only on Chaos. He's not higher than Chaos, right? So what happens is when you do end up farming something like this stuff, like what at first you're supposed to be dodging them, but then by the end of the game, when you're overpowered, you can still deal more damage than you normally would because of the, damage variance. You would be so strong that even though you're doing half damage or less, you're still doing almost double damage what you would be normally when you first encounter them in Chaos. And it's kind of the same here. Like, you don't fight them in Proud difficulty. I think you only fight them in Maniac, if that. Yeah, you fight double one in Maniac, right? But even then, it's like 8,000 power versus your 20,000. So the Griffin is usually such a weak monster, kind of like the Goblins, that by the end game, you can brute force the damage, even though they take reduced damage. Can you keep up Link attack break gauge during these damage reduction phases, or would it be better to just build next time? So the thing is, whenever a boss enters an animation phase, generally, like for most attacks, most monsters and most attacks, it resets the break gauge. So you either break it or they go invulnerable and they reset it. There's some cases where they don't reset, but because they take reduced damage, it makes it very hard to continue increasing the break gauge and actually break into a Link. It is possible on some fights, but by and large, if they go into like an animation and they start taking reduced damage, like overdrive stuff, usually that's where it happens, they tend to either reset the break gauge entirely, and because they become immune, or they just take so little break damage that you're not gonna push it forward. That's why you generally build max stun from sigils, because when you have the windows, and also especially on the higher difficulties like the Chaos Plus, you pretty much need all the stun you can just to beat the stun timer, essentially. Like with character, like you have Lucilius and stuff like that. Like if every party member doesn't have on average 300 stun power and attacking the boss, you will have a hard time actually getting in the stun to cancel the attacks. Like endgame, like I think I showed this at one point. Let me see if I can find this screenshot on Twitter. I think I posted it. Let me see where I did post it. Uh, this is basically your default endgame build. Like pretty much every character should have this. I mean, it's annoying that the icon appears here. I'll open image new tab. This is your pretty much your basic endgame build. The only one I would argue is debatable is this one, HP attack crit here. But like stun, damage cap, fate breaker, warpath with one at least auto revive or potion, awakening flexes, depends, and steel nerves. But like war elemental, Spartan Echo Berserk, like this is your basic setup. This stuff here and this and these two, like this does pretty much every single character you're gonna build this for endgame. There's no character that doesn't run full stun, full damage cap, war elemental, Spartan Echo, Berserker Echo. Stoutheart, I guess, and Steel Nerves can be debatable because it's survivability and some people can be very super really good at the game. But broadly speaking, for most players, this isn't worth it to skip. Stoutheart and Steel Nerves should be baseline. And I usually recommend HP here and attack, especially if you're running Ascension, you want at least one attack so you can get to the cap for attack for very easily and get the damage cap increases. Technically, some of the Celestials can be more damage, but the difference is marginal and usually is offset by either not having full uptime like Celestial Lumen, or having a downside like Terra where it cuts your HP, or being situational like Incendio and Aqua, which only happen during certain time frames. But like this would be your baseline starting stuff. Then I would probably put here Aqua, because even though it is situational, it is technically the best one out of them all for raw gain on that particular like use case. The other one would be Ventus, because it is 10% flat damage increase, even though you can't be healed by others. But most people don't play heals anyway. They play shields if they do. So Ventus and Aqua would be my baseline here. And then here, I would put Supplementary if I don't have it on a Rightstone. If I have it on Rightstone, then I can put something else. But that would be what comes here. So that leaves you with 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, and potentially 2 if you're not a character that uses Awakening. You got 6 slots to do whatever. But even those 6 slots, usually you want something like Uplift, Cascade, Nimble Onslaught. Those are 3 pretty much baseline, which leaves you with like 3 more slots for survivability or other things. But that's pretty much your baseline. Like if I show you my builds, these are my builds for my current characters that have, obviously I'm going to tweak them a little bit, but you will see a trend here pretty much everywhere. Every single character has 3 stun across the board. Every single character has stun. Nobody has less than 3. I personally run attack HP on everybody. Attack mainly because I use Ascension weapon that gives them essentially a free 1400 attack, which is not a lot, but for one sigil, it's like 10%. It's equivalent to about like a 10% or 15% attack buff on average for most characters, based on weapons and everything. It's about a 10% to 15% attack buff. But more importantly, it basically increases your damage cap by 40 because of the master trait. And the same reasoning here for HP. Because these two basically are 80% damage cap. You can get more damage increase than these two sigils by just going raw damage, but most of the time, again, like I said, you have a situational increase of some kind. Everybody has War Elemental, Spartan Echo, Berserker, Stoutheart, because that's the bread and butter of my summons. Everybody has Steel Nerves to double down on that Stoutheart. Everybody has the 4 damage caps. Everybody has Ventus and Lumen and Aqua for the most part. I did change some things on Galanza here. I dropped the Lumen for Immortal Shell, but pretty much like across the board, this is your standard. Damage cap, okay. Captain is built for tankiness because she's support, so she's not a damage dealer. But even she has the essentials, right? She has the core damage build. And then for support, pretty much everybody has Cascade, Nimble Onslaught, and quick cooldown. Cascade, Nimble Onslaught, and Uplift. Almost everybody has these 3 skills. And then some of them have quick cooldown as well for like better breakpoints and stuff like that. And then for utility, it depends. Some of them have nimble onslaught, some of them have even nimble defense. That's slightly experimentation and slightly, you know, taking into account what other skills I have, like on imbues and whatnot. But like by and large, it's the same thing everywhere. That's why I said your base is 3 stun, 4 damage cap, War Elemental, Spartan Echo, Berserker Echo, Stout Heart. These are pretty much non-negotiable here. Warpath with whatever you have. Ideally, Auto Revive is an easy one because you also don't want Auto Revive on the first tier. Damage cap is another good option to have here because it gives you flexibility. But like these stuff are non-negotiable. This is non-negotiable. And then you play around with this stuff depending on how you feel like it. Fatebreaker I would put as non-negotiable here as well. There are technically better sigils, but Fatebreaker just gives you attack on top of damage cap. And on some characters, not all of them, but some characters, like for instance Lancelot, his attack relative to his cap for like basic attacks is a little bit low. So Fatebreaker actually can be a very efficient attack boost for obviously Fatebreaker stages. Doesn't apply to lower difficulty, but it doesn't matter on lower difficulties anyway. So like I would argue Fatebreaker for some characters is also mandatory. And then Lumen, honestly, the more I play with Lumen, the more I think Lumen can be dropped. The problem with Lumen is that you have to be over 75% health to make benefit of it. And most of the time you will get hit at some point or the other. And if you're on a potion hoard or something like that, you can recover. But like for instance on AI, you kind of have to invest into things like you've seen on my Eustace. He has nimble defense, so he can heal himself. But most of the time, you know, even with Drain on Rackham, most of these characters can't really heal themselves up reliably and consistently because of Ventus as well. So they can't be healed. So like if you're running Ventus, and you should be because that is the better damage sigil, you probably will drop Lumen. And that's probably what I will do with a lot of these characters. I will stop dropping Lumen from all of them and put something else in. Ventus, Terra I usually just use on AI because of the damage reduction. The 30% damage reduction is just not worth it. So like Ventus, Terra, Aqua, those are your 3. And then I would probably drop Lumen for something else that either gives you more comfort, like Quick Charge or something like that, or more sustainability, or just more HP with something like Greater Aegis, or obviously up to preference at that point. But the baseline is pretty much the same on everything. And as for stun, here's my Frau, 308 power. It is possible to get over 300 with Frau. Every character is possible to get to 300. It's just that you actually have to build for it. You definitely need the 100 from the power stat on the sigils. You need that. And you absolutely want to use your Overmastery to get stun power. She doesn't even have stun power here. She has only 2 stun power. This is one way where you can get stun power, especially since critical hit rate up isn't as important now because you do have mastery slot or overmastery slots that give you crit. You can use your overmastery to get 20 stun, which is very reliable, and then fish up anything with skill damage cap up or normal attack damage cap up. But you want to get stun 20% from here, from overmastery. And then, of course, you can get stun on summons as well, which applies to every character. So that's another one. That's how you get to over 300. Every single character can get to 300. Ventus bypasses the damage cap. Yes, Ventus is the same as War Elemental. It's a damage multiplier after damage cap. So it's just a straight up 10% damage increase. It's like War Elemental. It's like supplementary damage, like all of those things. It's just straight up 10% damage. That's why it's so powerful. And Aqua is the same, but the problem with Aqua is that it only applies to breaks, link time, chain burst. But it's even better. That's why Ventus and Aqua are pretty much stable. Lumen is nice because it gives attack and damage cap, but it's a little bit finicky to keep it up, because you need to be at a certain point to actually have it active, and it's easy to fall below that point, even on a tanky build. Yeah, no, Ventus is after damage cap. It's like War Elemental. So that one, absolutely, you should run. And then obviously you have Terra, which is damage cap plus 70%. But that's the other reason why I'm saying, like, if you think about, like, for instance, you notice I run health on everybody. Like, dropping one of those sigils, any one of those HPs, and losing the 40% damage cap, that gives Celestial Terra a 30% damage cap increase, which is like less than 1% damage increase over just dropping an HP. A lot of people, you will see, they recommend not running 5 basics, only running 4, and dropping like the 4th one because it's only a 40% damage cap increase. But in most cases, the incremental like benefit of slotting in more damage for that one slot is not really worth it. Like, if you really want to drop something, you're better off just dropping one of the support sigils from 5 to 4, right? But I would still run 5 basics and 4 supports. Like in this case where I'm running both Warpath and Awakening, I have 5 and 5 because I did sigil optimize, but I would not drop a health 5 for another support. And I would definitely not for like another damage cap. I would rather just drop one of the 5 support skills in favor of that if I had to, because the problem with the support traits is that they're uneven. So like if you look at the damage for the basic stats, you get 5 cap bonus for 5 sigils on both. For attack, it's again 5 and 5. But for defense, it's 5, but only 4 for HP. So you can drop from 5 supports to 4, and you get 24% defense increase instead of 26, instead of 30. But it doesn't affect your HP. Yeah, link time and yeah, break as well. So yeah, Aqua and Ventus are your like go-to for damage at this point. Incendio is very situational, and personally, I would never run Incendio like on any build. Like I feel like if you're putting Incendio in, you're just doing it not because it's good. Celestial Incendio increases your damage cap during overdrive, and first of all, maxed out, this is a 50% damage cap, which again is only 10% more than having a basic sigil slot in. It only applies during overdrive, which again, cool, but most overdrive phases include a large chunk of time where the boss is in like a reduced damage state. So this 10% damage increase over a basic sigil stat in a temporary phase where the boss also usually takes reduced damage, like 10% damage cap, you're talking about like 0.7%, 0.8% damage increase. Like, it's really not worth running Incendio in any realistic scenario. Like, if you're a god gamer or you're playing an AI or something and you really don't need the support and you want to just, you know, drop everything on the support, like I could drop, let's say, nimble defense here and nimble onslaught and quick cooldown and just go balls to the wall damage. Sure, on an AI maybe, but even then you're gonna struggle keeping them alive, and the benefit is so small that you're trading off so much survivability on these characters just for like a 1% damage increase. It's like 10% damage. Like, I'm trying to, let me do the math here. Air calc. 1,000. You're looking at like a 0.5 damage percent increase, even if you account for all the bonuses that apply after damage cap like War Elemental, subs, and all of that, that's usually, it kind of comes out to like a 1x multiplier or like 1.1. So by using Incendio, you're increasing your damage by 1%. I'm pretty sure. Let me redo it just to make sure. And by 2. Yeah, 5%, 0.5%, yeah, 5%, 5%, yeah, 5%, because it goes from 7% to 5%. Yeah, it goes to 5%. Yeah, so you're basically getting a 10% damaging. No, wait, because that's for 100%, sorry. Yeah. So that's 5% for 100% damage cap. It's only 10% damage cap, so that's a tenth of that. It's 5. Yeah. So yeah, I was right. It's 0.5, which goes to 1. So yeah, you're by slotting in Incendio, you're getting like a 1% damage increase. It's really not worth it. And that's including all the bonuses from War Elemental and everything else. So it's accounting for War Elemental, the trait, and the 3 subs. Because War Elemental is 0.2. Each of the 3 supplemental types, Berserker, Spartan, and regular one, that's another 0.2. That's 0.8. Ventus is 0.1 as well. That's 0.9. And then you get another 1.1 from your mastery traits. Maybe I'm forgetting something, but that's basically all that I can think of off the top of my head, because you have this sigil, which is a damage 10% on top. Right, so that's 10% in your sigils, in your overall kit that would apply after damage cap. At least off the top of my head. Maybe there's like one more thing that I'm forgetting. You know, like there's damage multipliers like Warpath, I guess, right? This one's usually a 15%, so that's another 0.1 on the multiplier, 0.15, right? So about 1.1 or 2.1, I guess, if you do the base multiplier, right? So like that 0.5% becomes 1.1% or 1.07%, something like that. Incendio is really, really not worth using. In the sense that, you know, you can use health or attack, like over a health, you'd lose, like if you're dropping health, you lose not much, only 2,877 attack, health. So it's like not too much, but you're getting, again, like I said, 1% damage increase. It's negligible. You can do that, but like it's really so small difference that it's not worth running most of the time, I would say. Especially because it's also conditional, whereas this damage cap from the basic sigil is active all the time. So you're trading 40% damage cap all the time for 10% damage cap increase, again, relative, right, during overdrive. Or, yeah, 40 permanent versus 50 conditional. It's just not worth the trade-off. And yeah, Nyx is mainly for Vasaraga and some other characters like that can reliably sit at low health for a reasonable amount of time. Like you can do something with Gandagoza, but it's very risky. And I think there was one more character that can stay at low HP, but I can't remember. I think Beatrix can technically play around that with like some garrison builds and stuff like that and keep herself at low HP. Maybe. But even then, I would say it's not reliably low. I don't think it's reliable enough to use Nyx on anybody else other than Vasaraga. It's kind of the same story with Lumen. Technically, you can use Lumen on almost everyone except Vasaraga. In practice, you can't realistically use Lumen on most characters because everybody's going to get hit at least once. And unless you reliably build for some sustain, like innate sustain, right? Because you cannot heal your party members with potions or your AI because you're running Ventus for the 10% damage increase, realistically. You kind of don't want to use Lumen. Garrison with Nyx would be too dangerous for most. Yes, absolutely it would be. Like, you can technically do that on a character like Galanza, in theory. Like, you could, in theory, keep yourself low with that kind of setup, but realistically, you kind of have to min-max how much health. You want to have enough health where you can consistently get hit and get low on HP, but not so low health where you cannot reliably sustain yourself back up to a reasonable degree, right? So it means you probably want to run something like 300,000, 400,000 HP still, so that you can reliably get lower down. You ignore Stronghold because you actually want to get hit and get lowered. You run Garrison for the low survivability, and then you probably still run one region and one divergence, but because of the lower HP, you get healed for less, and that means it's less likely for you to overcap. But it's very finicky. It's honestly very finicky. Like, I would not try that out unless, like, I have nothing else to do, unless I've built all my other characters. Realistically, Nyx is more or less just a Vasaraga Sigil and nothing more. But yeah, Lumen is kind of the opposite of that. I wouldn't run Lumen on anything other than like a proper tank. So, you know, something like Vasaraga, something like Galanza, something like Dancho with Substitute. Another character where I can see it work, honestly, reliably, Lumen, is Frau, actually. You can build Frau tanky and rely on your drain to keep yourself up. And if you also use potions, it's pretty easy to keep yourself topped up. You don't really need to build super tanky, actually, with her. You know, if you're at around 200,000 HP or so, like, it's enough if you have a little bit of... You have your Steel Nerve Stout Heart, obviously, to keep you alive. And then you can pop a potion to heal you back up to, like, 75%. And you can use your Drain as well for that. So, that she's another character that could technically make pretty good use of that combo. And then there's obviously other characters, like Vayne, for instance. He can heal himself. Gandagoza has, I think, a full heal. Like, he can literally heal himself to full. So that's another character that can technically make use of Lumen. I don't know all of his attacks and stuff. Like, I don't know if any of his attacks, like, burn his HP or something and consistently lowers his HP or something like that. Like, assuming he doesn't have any kind of, like, weird HP sacrifice like Vasaraga, then he should be fine. Stout Heart, Steel Nerves, Nyx, Garrison, and 30 defense from Master Traits at 20k HP max. So the thing is not the defensive side of things, it's how do you regain your health to keep yourself alive enough when you're that low, right? Because if you're at 200,000 HP, that means you have to be under 50k HP to make use of Nyx, right? Because you have to be under 25%, right? So you would only have 50k HP in order to still trigger Nyx, right? If you're above 50k HP, you lose Nyx. So ideally, you want a slightly higher HP pool than that, because 50k HP is usually not enough to actually survive some of the bigger nukes or some of the stronger attacks, right? Like you can maybe barely survive it. But even then, you have to account for the fact that your small potions heal you for 45k, right? So even if you manage to survive a hit, by just using your small potion, you're already over 50k. And you lose your Nyx. So you ideally want the even bigger HP pool. Which means you gotta start investing into greater Aegis and stuff. At least one. Assuming you're not running Terra. Yes, that is true. Low drain and low regen at that level both work. But the main issue with both of them is, well, with drain and with regen and divergence, the problem is it's constantly ticking. So obviously, you don't want to go above 50, which means you kind of want to get intentionally hit to stay low. So it's kind of like it's very unreliable to maintain it. The problem with drain is that you heal for shit in terms of sigil drain. Sigil drain is very, very weak. The only good drains are the ones that come in on skills, like, for instance, Frow's, right? But the regular drain on sigil, it has a low damage cap, it interacts like shit. Most characters cannot effectively use drain. So you want a character that is both low HP and high enough HP where they don't easily overheal over like the 25% bracket, right? Which means having at least about 250,000 health so that you can have like a little bit of a buffer for your potion. And then also hit fast enough or often enough to make good use of drain in case you don't want to use a potion. Because you didn't get hit enough to warrant a potion, but you still need to heal relatively quickly so that the next hit doesn't kill you, right? So it becomes very finicky, is what I'm trying to get at. You can make it work, but you're gonna be labbing a lot. Like, it's not something that you can very easily put together. You have to mess around with a lot of different variables just to really hit that right sweet spot. Vasaraga is easy because he just drains his own HP, so he will always be low, right? That he will never be at a point where he is out of range. So his uptime will be pretty much 100%, well, not 100%, 99%, because you start the fight at 100% HP and you need to do at least 2 charge attacks to lower your HP below critical. So like, yeah, 99% uptime. But like, yeah, Nyx is more or less just a Vasaraga sigil. You can try to make it work, but you're playing a very weird dance where you want to get hit in order to stay low enough, but you also don't want to get hit to get killed and have enough time to actually sustain yourself back to critical range, while also not over-sustaining yourself out of Nyx range. You know, and it's a lot of work for what is effectively what, a 10% damage increase, I think? I don't remember the exact what is it? Oh no, Nyx is actually pretty good. Nyx is actually much better than Lumen in that sense. 120% damage cap, that is 7%, 5%, 6%. After multipliers, 12% damage increase. So yeah, okay, Nyx is pretty good. Nyx is pretty good if you can't keep yourself low, actually. I thought it was just 70% like Lumen or something. But no, this is actually pretty decent. This is better than Aventus if you can actually maintain it, you know, consistently. And the other thing you need to keep in mind is that you realistically can't run auto revive if you run Nyx, because auto revive will heal you back to full. So you need to run guts. And Guts is a little bit more inconsistent in that regard, a little bit. I mean, not inconsistent. It's less sustained overall for most characters. So you're playing on an edge knife without actually having the safety net. I think there would be 2 characters that I can think of that could maybe make this build work off the top of my head. And that would be Yodarha and Lancelot. But because you can get hit, like early on in the fight, you could intentionally take a hit and then rely on your cooldown reduction, all of that, to just keep yourself alive through mirror images. And then you run no healing whatsoever, you no drain, no regen, nothing. You just run low HP, like 100k or something like that, like very low HP. Like you even ignore potions essentially, and you're relying on guts to keep you alive and low on HP, and then you use mirror images to keep you alive through every other mechanic, provided you don't make too many mistakes to, you know, run out of mirror image uptime. Like those would be 2 characters where I can realistically see Nyx working, where you would intentionally tank a hit and then have it for the rest of the fight. Shield bot can work, yes. But the idea is with shield bot, so like the thing with shield botting is that it kind of has an inverse effect on your damage curve. Yeah, no, like I know other characters have mirror image, but not all characters have as many stacks. Like Lancelot can get 5 stacks of mirror image per cooldown. Eustace, I think, can get 5 as well. I forgot actually how many stacks of mirror image Never Surrender gives. I think it's 1 by default, but I think he has masteries that give him more stacks. At least 1 more. I think he has like 3 stacks of mirror image somehow. But it's less about having mirror image and it's more about how many stacks, you know, to reliably keep you up and enough, you know, tanking enough hits to not get killed, kind of thing. But yeah, you can technically make it work on other characters. It's just the less like reliability you have to not getting hit and not getting hurt, the better. If you only have access to 1 mirror image or like 1 parry or 1 mirror image and 1 parry, that's 2 potential errors that you can mitigate. Whereas Lancelot allows you for like 5. And he already has better dodge mechanics by default incorporated. You can even basically talent for improved dodge without even using the sigil. Because he does have that. Like Lancelot has... Where is it? Extends the window of time to perform a perfect dodge by 10%. Basically, it's improved dodge. You can literally skill it. And he can get 5 stacks of a mirror image. And if you're running something like the current build that I'm running on him, which is the skill spam build, this one, yeah, you're gonna have your mirror image up quite a lot. You can also go for the more defensive one with Finish with Perfection. Sorry, Artful Dodger, I mean. But you don't really gain much benefit from that in terms of survivability specifically. Shield have... Oh yeah, shield... Shield... The thing with shield is that shields are great for survivability and keeping you alive. But the problem with shields is that most characters that rely on shields have lower damage overall. Like, have an inverse effect to your damage, right? So, you could run Nyx. But again, keep in mind, like, holistically what you're trading against each other, right? In order to run Nyx effectively on other characters and increase your damage by roughly 12%, which again is substantial, don't get me wrong, but you're increasing your damage on one character by 12%. And in order to get that 12%, you want to be low on HP constantly and constantly shielded to compensate for that. For that, you need to run a support that reliably keeps your shield high. So that would be either Artful, like Healer, Dancho, or Cagliostro, right? Those would be your two options, essentially, if you want to have high shields consistently. You can try something more hybridy if you're good enough at dodging, or you can compensate it with something like Mirror Image from other characters. But if we're talking about like just a typical support, like a linear kind of trade-off of like, I'm running Nyx and a support unit, your support unit will lose more damage than you gain from Nyx. So you increase your damage by 12%, but a support like Cagliostro will deal like 50% damage over, okay, maybe not 50, but it will deal like 75% damage over a dedicated damage dealer, like let's say Eustace, right? So you're trading off 25 to 35% damage from a DPS in that fourth slot of your team so that you can get 10% damage increase yourself. Can you make that trade-off make sense? Like on paper, you'd have to sim a lot of characters to see exactly which characters make sense in that setup. You can technically make it work, especially in multiplayer, right? Where it's usually advised to have a support, or it's not advised. It's more comfortable and reliable to have a support like Cagliostro, and there's a pretty good chance to have one. And in which case the player does output more damage, you can probably get away in a multiplayer group with Nyx with the right Cagliostro. But if you run into a multiplayer group without a Cagliostro, now all of a sudden your Nyx is unreliable, right? If you're playing single player, you can run Nyx, but then you're running Cagliostro or Healer Dancho, which means you're not running a fourth DPS, which will 100% out DPS your Dancho or your Cag. So that's kind of the issue with relying on another character for your shields and not having it innately in your kit. That's why I recommend the Lancelot in your Darha, because they have high stacks of Mirror Image, and they can only sacrifice a skill slot that they, depending on the build, can reliably refresh on themselves, on yourself as you play it, right? But if you have to rely on the fourth character support to keep your character alive, then you're already trading off. You're making a very big trade-off in terms of like damage, just to keep that 10% damage increase. Because again, you have to keep yourself at below 25% at all times. So you have to be very low. You would have to let yourself get hit at least once or twice, depending on your HP threshold. Trigger guts potentially. So like immediately also sacrifice the guts to make sure you are low enough. Because if you're at 26%, it's not good enough, right? And then start the shield loop, and then make sure you don't get hit at any point harder than your shield before your shield gets stacked up high enough to keep you reliably low. So that's kind of the thing. Like, can you make it work? Yes. You can make almost anything work in the game. But the question is, at that point, what trade-offs are you willing to make? And at what point is the trade-off simply not worth it? And I feel like Nyx, outside of Vasaraga specifically, is just not worth the trade-off on almost any other character other than maybe Lancelot and Yodarha with their mirror image spams. And very high uptime on mirror image. You can maybe get away with something like Fediel as well, if you're really good at your charge teleports with the mastery traits that gives you a mirror image constantly. Because the benefit there is, even though it's just one mirror image, where is it? Pretty sure it was a talent. Wasn't it a talent? Oh yeah, if Fediel isn't buffed by Mirror Image, Sign of Calamity grants Mirror Image to Fediel. It gives you 1 stack only. But since it's not a cooldown, you can theoretically, if you're good at dodging, you know, tank a hit and then immediately refresh it. So you can maybe do something like that because you would have, in theory, very good high uptime on your Mirror Image. But again, you would have to make sure you don't get hit at any point. Because you'd be running like low HP, 1 HP, 10k or something, where anything would trigger your guts if it isn't already triggered. Magliel is... her trees are kind of weird, honestly. Like, I still have to do some more research and watch some more videos from other content creators, because obviously I can't test everything myself. But by and large, the shield build isn't very good from what I can tell. It's not very good for her damage upkeep. If you want to play support, you're definitely playing Superlative Sorcery for the cooldown resets and stuff like that. If you want damage, most people that I've seen play Ardent Dancer specifically. I haven't run the numbers myself because I don't have her built yet. So I can't really say how much worse Sword Veil is compared to Ardent Dancer. But assuming it's less than 12%, you know, the difference is less than 12% overall, that would just barely make it even. If it's less than 12%, you would just barely be better for a lot of extra work, right? But in most cases, from what I've seen, Ardent Dancer is the preferred DPS build. I have to do more research, so like, don't take everything I say as theoretical, because not everything is manually tested by me. It's research, it's watching videos, it's testing things myself, it's experimenting with things, it's talking to other content creators, to talk, you know, reading comments, all of that kind of stuff. So like, not everything is 100% true. The game is also only out for like 2 weeks now, right? So nothing is 100% set in stone. But from where the consensus is at the moment, Ardent Defender is the damage dealing spec. So it is at least 1% or 2% better in damage over the other spec. Because if it was worse, people wouldn't run it. And the other thing is, you have to think also, in addition to this stuff, in terms of like build trade-offs, right? Because if you're running Sword Veil Guardianship, you are pretty much guaranteed running Sostenuto, right? Because that's your bread and butter, your shield. You need Sostenuto. But if you're playing Ardent Dancer, maybe you're not running Sostenuto. You're running a damage skill, right? You're probably running, let's say, what other skills are on Magliel? Like, obviously, you'd be running Spear, because damage. You'd be running Hammer, damage. You're running Pistol, damage. And maybe instead of Staff, you could run Nachtmusik, which charges your bar. So it contributes to more damage, right? You could do that. You could do Battle Hymn for more uptime. So this is more damage, right? But if you're running Sostenuto, that means now your slot is less damage in and of itself, right? Or less Veil Gauge or something, right? So even though you're gaining sustain, you're sacrificing damage in the form of one skill. So even though both skills could theoretically do the same relative DPS, by just sacrificing one skill, even a weak one, or, you know, sacrificing the Veil Gauge, reducing your uptime on that, you could technically offset that damage by like 1 or 2% from just one skill. Whenever Magliel gains shield, Magliel gains shield based on number of Blade Dance hits landed. Yeah, but even there, if like, yes, she can gain it, but like, keep in mind that Sword Veil Guardianship Also has boosts Magliel's damage dealt by max 50% based on her shield strength. In exchange, she loses shield upon taking any damage. So she just loses the shield outright, if I'm reading this correctly. So your shield effectively only has 1 HP. For the purposes of simply being up, I mean. So I have to test a little. I don't know exactly how the shield strength interactions work on this build. In terms of like actually tanking damage, I would have to really do some testing here, or find some other sources of info. But like, your shield effectively becomes just a mirror image for all intents and purposes. It only really negates one attack, provided it's high enough. And if you get hit and you lose it, you kind of want Sustenuto to actually, you know, bring it back up as soon as possible. Like, I would personally not recommend playing Sword Veil. Yeah, no, I'm sorry, no, it doesn't. It's a glass cannon type build for sure. And it's like, the shield is there just to, like, excuse you one mistake before dying. I still feel like Ardent Dancer is just more reliable. And you don't have to sacrifice. Like, you'd probably deal more damage. One shield is active, damage cap. And yeah, you also lose damage. You know, you like literally lose damage whenever your shield goes down. You lose damage cap, you lose damage dealt. So you have to have your shield. So you would absolutely run Sostenuto, if for no other reason, because you need to reset your damage masteries. Like, it's imperative for your build to even function. Boost damage dealt by up to an additional 30% based on your shield strength. So yeah, you are running Sustenuto 100% on Sword Veil Guardianship. That's your reset button. Yeah. Attack damage dealt. Yeah, Ardent Defensor does have a downside with defense down, but increases attack and damage dealt, and skill damage cap, and grants skill damage to the entire party. So another reason why you should run Ardent Dancer, because it's a buff to the entire party as well. And Superlative Sorcery is just good all around because it gives you a lot of buffs and cooldown reduction for your skills and everything. Resets. You're running all 4 weapons, which means you're cycling them much faster. Even if your staff is reset, it's fine. And that's the other thing. Staff is a much better skill overall than Sostenuto. So like, I just don't really like, every character tends to have like one tree that is inferior to the other one by like having the downside, right? Almost every character has one of those builds that is kind of just like a trade-off for very risky playstyle. And like, if you're very, very good at the game, like if you're a god gamer and you never get hit and you do your perfect parry, you know, perfect blocks and perfect dodges, and you're almost like a TAS, you know, tool assisted kind of thing. Like, yeah, sure, this probably has higher theoretical damage than Ardent Dancer, potentially, assuming they got the numbers right, because we already saw that on EO, for instance, pure concentration, even though in theory it should be the highest damage, highest DPS build, it actually isn't, because the damage boosts don't function as they should. Like all of these, this 30% damage dealt increase, where you burn 10% of your HP, all of this is pre-cap. So what should make this build the quote-unquote glass cannon, deal a ton of damage but get hit and you die, actually doesn't even work properly, because all the damage dealt from these talents is before the cap. For some reason. I don't know why. I still don't understand why they made it like that. Considering the requirements and everything. Like, this should be damage increase after cap. But it isn't. Yeah. Well, the thing is with drawing aggro, that one can actually be good in some cases. Is this one, right? Yeah, Devoted Devotion. Fully charged downfly zone attacks or inflict stackable defense down, damage cap and supplementary granted from Crux. Like, the thing is with this one, like, hostility is a weird thing. Because hostility, and not just hostility, but also like the opposite, what's it called? The low profile. Low profile and hostility have a very weird thing where even though they're useless skills, if you can get it for free, it can be useful to you because it it removes variance. If you have high hostility and you're always targeted, you know you always are the one that needs to dodge, right? Except, compared to like a regular run where you could be the one targeted for an ability or it could be somebody else. So like you're trading the variance for a guaranteed or at least more consistent, behavior on the AI. So like, in a sense, hostility is bad if you don't want to be targeted, so you can just, unga bunga. But on the other hand, hostility means now you know that you need to expect to be the one targeted, which means you're the one that needs to trigger dodges from attacks consistently because you're the one that's going to be auto-attacked more often or things like that, which makes it easier for you to trigger things like Nimble Onslaught and Nimble Payback, for instance, or Guard Payback, for instance, right? So even though it sounds like hostility is a downside, if you're a good player, it's actually not that bad of a skill. If you can get it for free, ideally. Like you can in this case from like a trait. Or a skill. Alright, it just adds consistency to your run. But I would call this still a high risk, high reward kind of thing because it does lower your defense. So you do need to be good at it. But you do have the mirror image on top of it. So it does give you a little bit of leeway for making mistakes. But I still wouldn't run Nyx in such a scenario. Like, this is your only real source of mirror image from what I can tell from all the skills. So, not really. I wouldn't. Like, just in general, like, Nyx is one of those things where you can definitely try and consider it, but it's... The trade-off and the amount of effort required to make it work just isn't logical, I should say. Like, you'd have to do a lot of theory crafting and a lot of min-maxing and a lot of trial and error to make Nyx work on anybody that isn't Vaseraga. You can theoretically make it work, but it's gonna be a lot of work for very small payoff. An almost insignificant payoff. Like, the damage is there, it's justifiable to try and make it work, but like, are you really want to bank it all on one wrong pull? And keep in mind, a lot of characters also have certain types of abilities or buffs that if you get downed, it doesn't matter if it's Guts, Auto Revive, or just outright critical, if you trigger one of your feints, you lose the buff. Like, Eo's a good example. Concentration, if you put your concentration down and you die, concentration disappears. Right? So there's some characters that, even though you could technically make it work, you have to be very careful because you use one skill at the wrong time, too early or too late, and you die, and now all of a sudden you're resetting all of your stacks. Yeah, in terms of Narmaya's Trees, I actually don't know which one's good and which one's not. I haven't looked into Narmaya enough yet. I can try and read a little bit now and see what I can glean from it. But I can't say with any like degree of certainty I understand enough just yet. But yeah, this one's definitely hostility with mirror image. Grants damage cap and supplementary. This definitely sounds very good. Stackable defense is also very good. Increases not just your damage, but your entire team's damage. And you get more uptime on damage cap and supplementary. So this one definitely sounds like the glass cannon type all in type of build. Paradigm shift. Upon performing downfly zone, press X perfect time to execute downfly finisher without stance shifting. This allows Narmaya to continue comboing in her preferred stance. Upon performing a stance shift, Narmaya gains an effect. Enhanced downfly damage cap, supplementary 10. Min's timing. Oh yeah, this one's definitely not worth it. Paradigm shift definitely not worth it. Too high risk, high risk in the sense of like losing your like 50% damage cap, 10% supplementary, or you have damage cap increase of at least 30% by looks of it, and at least 10% supplementary damage. So the supplementary damage is the same. Damage cap is a little bit lower. You also get mirror image, and you get a defense stack that applies to the entire team. Like I would definitely play Devotion over Paradigm Shift. And as for one cut, whenever Narmaya gains butterfly, she gains between 1 to 3 additional butterflies. Narmaya gains skill damage and skill damage cap. In exchange, she can only activate damage skills at max butterfly count. While at max butterfly count, Narmaya's skills gain cooldown. Whenever she lands a link attack, she gains Kaleidoscope on effect. Her damage skills gains attack, damage dealt, and don't consume butterflies. When all of her damage skill go on cooldown, Kaleidoscope on board. Okay, so I have one question already here, which I would have to look up because I don't know. That damage dealt, is it before or after damage cap? If it's before damage cap, it's already useless. Already makes it inferior. But assuming it is after damage cap, so that is still a reliable damage, damage increase. And not before damage cap, assuming that's a thing. It is technically a buff. That is applied to the character. So in theory, I'm just gonna assume for now, for the sake of the argument, that this is after damage cap and it is usable. I would say this is a viable DPS spec for sure. I think the trade-off between one cut and devoted is what's your preferred playstyle. Devoted, by the looks of it, relies more on your raw damage, your direct damage by the looks of it. Our devotion. She also relies more on supportive skills. So she's less skill prone on this one. So she's more of a tank slash support. Well, tank, I mean, I use tank very loosely in this case. Tank in the sense that she draws aggro, right? So she's a tank. And you could play her as a tank, actually, in this case, because Dance increases, it heals her, it gives her defense up. You could play her as a tank here more, but it definitely relies more on, like, your regular attacks and less on your offensive skills. One cut is more of a skill spam, but with like a rotation to it. That's what my question was. Was the damage dealt? Yeah, I obviously have to test it. Wait, what do I need to? My skills gain cooldown is whenever she lands a link attack. Okay. I'm gonna swap her out. And we're gonna do this test, I guess. Where is she? Narmaya. Keep in mind, I do not play Narmaya, so do not expect a good play style from me. What I'm doing here is just trying to test things out. So the first things first, we need to max out our attack. Oh shit, I don't actually, wait, I need more mastery, don't I? I need to get her to level 30. Okay, I need to grind mastery. I'm sorry. I can't test this yet. I need more mastery. So let me go grind in the meantime. Galan, no Galan, not Galan's, I used this. I need mastery, and I don't have enough ambrosia. I have one, but it's not enough to get to level 30. Because I need level 30 for her. To unlock that level 3, rank 3 style perk. I need 26, technically. Yeah. Thing is, yeah, theoretically speaking, it's viable at the very least. Even if, like, ignore for now the damage cap. It's just the thing you'd have to consider here is what kind of playstyle are you going for. Devoted Devotion is definitely more of a passive playstyle where you focus more on your basic attacks and Y attacks and stuff like that, and less on your skills, with skills being more supportive. Paradigm Shift is not Paradigm Shift. One Cut, One Kill is clearly more revolved around using your skills and keeping one skill off cooldown at the very least at all times, so you don't reset your butterfly count. Yeah, I definitely have to level her up to actually test some of those numbers. But at the very least, I would say it's definitely a more viable tree than the other one. That's the other thing. Like, regardless of characters, there's always going to be like one top damage build and one less than ideal damage build, right? And you're making a trade-off not just in terms of damage, but in terms of comfort, right? If you're not good with hostility and being constantly targeted and having to use passive skills, and that's not a playstyle you like, you should probably go for the other one, if only because it's more skill intensive and it gives you a different type of playstyle and you have more offensive abilities and you can play more to that kind of playstyle, right? It comes down to, like, what do you prefer? Like, even on EO, for all intents and purposes, as much as I complain about EO realistically only has Flowery 7 as a viable spec. Magic Chain and Pure Concentration both kind of sort of work, and you can kind of sort of, play, but they have very weird skill distributions and stuff and scaling that just doesn't make sense. But, like, if you don't like Flowery 7 as an ability, and you don't like using, charging Flowery 7 to deal damage and rely on that, you can play the old school Pure Concentration. It's less damage, but it's the old playstyle. You're not using her concentration damage dealt abilities because they're bugged, and you kind of lead to a very weird talent tree where you're spending a lot of skills that do nothing for you just to make it work. But you could play the old Pure Concentration build. And outside of Infinity, Pure Concentration works fine. It's just in Infinity, it can be very finicky. And Magic Chain is kind of low on damage if you play it normally. Like, you kind of have to build very specifically for Magic Chain. And even then, if the boss moves, your damage plummets. So you're kind of forced into playing Flowery 7 because the other specs, just from what I can tell, are just cooked in terms of, like, design. They're just not well thought out. But for all intents and purposes, you can play Magic Chain, and the damage is not even like with the cooked build for Magic Chain, it's not that much worse compared to Flowery 7, and it's more than enough to actually beat Infinity. And that's the other thing. Like, when it comes to damage, it's fine to talk about damage and theoreticals and stuff, but it's also important to realize, like, what do you need to beat Infinity? Like, what's a realistic damage threshold for what you need to beat Infinity? And realistically, if you have Fate Breaker and you're not using, like, Glass Cannon on dummy testing, if you can deal 150,000 damage, you can beat Infinity. Anything after 150,000 damage in the 60-second test on average is just beating the fight faster. That's it, right? So if you're somebody that deals damage in the 300,000s with your regular build, or like 250,000s, not accounting Fate Breaker and stuff like that, and your conditionals as well, it's like, you really don't need to squeeze more damage. Like, doing 500 million damage is cool, but again, you're trading off so much sustainability and survivability. And generally speaking, uptime is more important than, you know, actual, like, raw theoretical damage. Like, I only did this once because I don't care about clearing multiple times. I beat Lucilius solo with my AI team. With my Galanza that does about 300,000 damage on the dummy, and my AI, which is around 200,000 damage on AI, on dummy. So, like, you don't need the damage. What you need for Infinity is to stay alive and do the mechanics. Infinity is... so much of your damage comes from doing mechanics. Like, the world gives you 300% damage increase. You're doing 4 times the damage if you just perfect dodge. If you perfect block, right? During both the first phase and the second phase to a lesser extent, right? So, like, damage isn't your main issue here. For Bubs, what you want to make sure is that you don't get thrown off the ledge, right? Because you get max HP down buffs. And you want to make sure you avoid bound because it gives him damage, right? So you need survivability, essentially. More than anything else. That's what you need here. It's to not die and not get hit by Chaos Shift. Here, again, it's survivability more than anything else, and it's mostly a stun gauge check, right? So you need a stun for Lucilius. Right, and he inflicts debuffs, and you gotta attack him to remove your debuffs. So you basically have to make sure you don't get hit, and also debuffs are what give you a lot of damage here, right? If you inflict defense down on him, you lower his defense by a lot more, right? So you don't really need raw damage for most of these fights, right? Dark Flame, it gives you supplementary damage 200%, right? It's all about doing the mechanics. It's not really about your raw damage in most cases. Omnis Zegalith is one where you do kind of need the damage because of the trials. But even then, you can beat this just fine with around 200,000 damage. So, like, you can pump your damage, but what you want to make sure you do in Infinity is do the mechanics. That's the important thing. As long as you do the mechanics, you don't need a lot of damage. And you can S++ every single stage. Like, S++, S++, S++. I did these, and I did these only once, and I beat them first try with randoms. And we didn't even, like, try hard. Like again, there was me, there was one other person that I was playing, another viewer, and 2 randoms, right? And we had, on this one, we got an S because we had a Siegfried that disconnected and died a few times at the beginning. But, like, you just need mildly competent people. We didn't, like, on the world, we didn't even get every single quickening. Like, we missed a good 3 or 4. The timing is pretty easy to get used to. You just have to make sure you press the right button for it. More than anything else. Well, I say it's easy. It takes practice, as well as things. But once you get used to it, there's like there appears an X on the boss, and there's a small sound which kind of gives you an idea for when you should block. Like, if you pay attention, there's a sound when he's about to do his quickening. And you should be pressing it like a fraction of a second right after you hear that sound. And you can just do this, you know, start over and over again. Just position yourself and wait. I didn't do it right. I was too early. I pressed before the sound. I was a bit too anxious. But he does a weird tingling sound, like a bell sound, and then he does an X on himself. And when that X happens, that's when you're supposed to press it. It's like after you see you hear the sound and you see the X, that's when you're supposed to block. I was too early again. I know personally I have a problem. I tend to be impatient. I tend to be impatient and I tend to press too early. So I know this is a problem on my end. I need to slow down. I tend to like have too quick reflexes, so to speak, and almost preemptively block instead of having the patience. Like that. You have to wait for the X. You just have to wait for that X sound to see the X on him, and then oh, I wasn't positioned in the right direction. I was out of the AoE for quickening there. You wait for the X and you press. You wait for the X. That's the secret. I was too slow there. But yeah, basically that's what you're looking for. That X sound. The bell sound and the X on the boss. That's the key. But if you pay attention to when he does the AoE on the ground, you just look at him. When you see the X appear on him, like a fraction of a second later, he shoots the beam. When the X appears on him, that's also when he does the bell sound, and that's your cue to basically press block. But again, you have to wait a fraction of a second because that's the cue that he's going to release it, right? So you have to hear the sound before you can press block. But you need to be somewhat fast. So you can either use the visual cue more, in which case you have to really like practice it to get the timing down. Like when you see the X, like you maybe count to 1 in your head like very fast or something, or you listen for the bell, and then after the bell, like you got like, I don't know, 5 frames or something, whatever the perfect dodge timing is for that. You have about 5 frames or so to perfect dodge. But you got both a visual and an audio cue for it. And you have to make sure you're in the line, of course, because if you're outside of the line or on the edge, sometimes it can be finicky. But as long as you're in the line... That was too early, again. But you can just do this over and over again. Yeah, definitely the Infinity is more Final Fantasy than it is Monster Hunter, yes. Absolutely. Like, they have a mechanic or two. It's like Omega-ish in the sense of, like, having some mechanics that you have to do. But it's definitely more Final Fantasy in the sense of, like, you have a dance that you kind of have to figure out. And you have mechanics that you actually have to resolve. It's not easy to brute force them, for the most part. I was too early. It's just a little bit faster, not by much, but it's a little bit faster to do this than wait for the second quickening during the fight. But yeah, you can just practice it because he starts with quickening right off the bat, so it's pretty easy to practice. Like after the X appears, that's when you start attacking. Okay, I was too slow on that one. Way too slow on that one. Oh, somebody paralyzed. Okay, definitely don't run paralyzed. I need to remove that. Paralysis here is not good. Because it actually, you know, basically works against you. You don't want the paralysis on this fight. You don't want paralysis because they fucked up the quickening twice now. Both Io and Eugen. Definitely don't do that. But you get the feeling. You get the gist of it. You have an audio cue with like a clingy sound kind of thing, like a chingling, key dangling sound, like or something. And you see the X on him appear. And like a few frames later, he releases the X and you can basically perfect parry it. So you don't press parry as soon as you see the X. You have to wait a few seconds, like a few frames, not seconds, right? A few frames, a fraction of a second, for the X to actually complete release, right? Like right before it completes, the full display of the X is the full X is displayed. And the audio is slightly early, like around the time where the X starts to appear, not at the end. So the audio cue tells you got about quarter to a half of a second, give or take, probably closer to a quarter. Once you hit the sound, you wait like a fraction of a second, and then you press block. You don't press block as soon as you hear the audio sound. You wait a fraction. Yes, that's right. We need masteries. We need masteries, which means game options, full assist mode, and back to Lucilius. Lucilius. What is Lucilius? Can either do this. Actually, wait. I need to check something real quick. I think I'm close to capping some materials. Recycle summons. I think that's 1 or 2. Rare Aegis, Potion Hoarder, Temple Defense, Celestial Terra. Don't care. White stones, no. Nothing there. Nothing there. Never I can tell you. Oh, I am the type of player that wants to get better for my own sake, but I'm also not really like super crazy min-maxing, like, you know, I'm not an ass about it. I just like being good at the game so that I don't hold other people back. So anything I can do to be better, I will try, but I'm not gonna try to like esports it, you know what I mean? Like, I want to be good because I enjoy playing video games and I enjoy learning about them more than anything else. And I think it's fun, realistically, right? I genuinely think it's fun to learn about these types of things. But my goal is always just to learn, to help. Like, the way I like to think about video games and how I learn about video games is in a similar way to how like a teacher learns a subject matter, right? I want to be knowledgeable enough to help others get, you know, to the next stage, like get them ready to, let's say, you know, a teacher teaching you, let's say, math to get you ready for university, right? I don't really care about being a university professor and teaching you advanced mathematics to get into, like, I don't know, NASA or like quantum computers or whatever. Like, I'm not that type of professor. I don't care to know everything about the subject matter, but I do want to know enough about the subject matter to help anybody curious and interested get into the flow of things. I want to make like the learning process itself somewhat engaging and interesting. What's the difference between attack boosting skills and damage boosting passives? So that's a little bit complicated because unfortunately, and this is a problem where you kind of just have to test every single thing and talk to other people as well, there are inconsistencies in wording. There's certain attack boosts and damage boosts that apply before cap, and then there's certain attack boosts and damage boosts that apply after damage cap. Anything that's after damage cap is very useful. Anything that's before the damage cap is usually, not always, but in the current scenario, useless. And that is mainly because of two things. One, at endgame, everybody has 100% crit chance. And two, everybody's using Ascension weapons or something like that, which will almost always get you very close, if not at the cap. Especially when you account for things like in actual fights, right? You get things like Celestial Lumen, for instance, which gives you 20% attack. You get things like, Fatebreaker, right? Which gives you 50% attack in Fatebreaker, right? So you get attacks already, which means you're almost always at the cap. So any kind of stat increase or what I call attack modifier is useless. Anything that's a damage modifier, that's kind of like how I separate them. You have the attack modifier and you have the damage modifier. Attack modifier is anything that gets you to your damage cap and which is affected by damage cap. That means any skill like raw attack, anything that gives you raw attack like this, anything like stamina, which gives you attack boost, which is based on raw attack, everything like this, that's kind of like a passive effect, or like, you know, almost all of this stuff, stamina, tyranny, almost everything applies before the damage cap. Most of these skills are useless. And that's also true for certain skills that increase your damage, which is the older type of skills from before the expansion. So things like Combo Booster, for instance, is also an attack modifier. It says boost damage dealt, but it's before the damage cap. It applies before. And then you have the second type of damage modifier and attack modifiers, which usually come in the form of buffs. So things like Phantasmagoria right now, for instance, now buffs apply after the damage cap. Cross strength 3 attack boost from skill differs from stuff like Norma's pink petals. Yeah, attack and defense downs are all now buffs that apply after. So they've basically changed them from attack modifiers to damage modifiers. That's kind of the best way I can describe it. They're damage modifiers now instead of attack modifiers. The problem is that you have skills that have very vague wording or confusing wording, which leads to misunderstanding. Like, for instance, every character has, against foes of the weaker element, damage dealt 10%. Damage dealt 10% in this case means it's like a war elemental. It increases your damage overall. So it's a damage multiplier, not an attack, or damage modifier, damage multiplier, whatever you want to call it. It's a damage modifier. It's not an attack modifier. it doesn't go before the damage cap. It's just a 10% increase to your damage like War Elemental. If you hit a target and it's weak to you, you deal 10% damage increase. Problem is, there are skills like this one. While inside concentration AoE, Stargaze 5 gains damage dealt plus 25%, but EO loses 5%. You would think that this is a buff, and it's therefore a damage modifier or multiplier, but for some godly reason, it's not a buff. It's a passive. In other words, it's an attack modifier, which is dumb because EO's attack capped in almost every single scenario with almost every single build. So EO has 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 talents that basically do nothing in the pure concentration tree because it's attack and damage before cap. So everything here is useless on EO. Yeah, if it's a buff that like adds an icon to your character, that's a damage modifier. It applies after damage cap. So if you see an icon, you see all those like mastery trait icons, like in case of Narmaya we were talking about, right? They have icons and stuff, like this stuff, damage cap increase. Obviously, damage cap is obvious. It increases the damage cap, so therefore it allows you to get more damage in, right? But if it's damage dealt, like in this case, this one is the part where I'm kind of confused, because for all intents and purposes, it applies to Kaleidoscope, right? And it has an attack increase as well as a damage dealt increase. This one, I'm fairly confident is a buff and therefore a damage multiplier, not an attack modifier. But I would have to actually level her all the way up to actually test it to say for sure. But based on the wording and the fact that it has an icon and the buff is applied to, like this modifier is applied to the buff, it should, for all intents and purposes, apply after damage cap. That's why I'm saying, like, this one's pretty much, I'm pretty confident in saying it should work the way it does. But the thing is, I don't know if it applies a buff to you or not, because I haven't tested it to see, like, if it gives you the icon and everything like that. If it does, and maybe you can tell me that because it sounds like you played her, then yes, it should be a damage modifier, not an attack modifier. And same for attack buffs, yes. If there's attack buffs on any of her talents or something that I missed. Defense, attack duration, damage cap, while buffed with hostility, attack. Okay, this one, attack percent. This one I'm pretty sure is not after damage cap. It's a passive skill that activates if the condition is met. So this is like the old skills and stuff. This just makes it easier for you to hit your attack cap. So if you're hitting below 100% on the dummy and you put hostility up, this will increase your attack up and will help you reach damage cap. So this type of attack buff is not a buff attack. The ones that it would increase your attack is the ones that say like, stuff like this one. Dance of Blue Petals, defense grants an additional, right? So if it's something like this, it's after damage cap. If it says plus 5%, then it's after damage cap. But if it's something like this, this is before damage cap. Attack, 30% attack and 30% damage are not the same thing, but it's very complicated to explain without starting to draw sheets. 30% damage is more than 30% attack in theory. In practice, it becomes complicated because you have things like critical hit rate, right? Attack and critical hit rate interact with each other. Damage interacts with both of them, right? So damage benefits from both attack and crit rate, whereas attack benefits, like attack percent only increases your attack and therefore indirectly affects your critical hit rate and damage after the fact. So like what changes is where you put it in the formula. Essentially, they both do the same thing, but one might give you a little bit more than the other one. Usually the damage, increased damage is after. But the thing is, you don't really have a lot of skills that said increased damage in general. Like there's some, like what I showed you with EO, which also doesn't make sense because that should be a buff. But most of the time, if you look at skills, they don't actually say damage increase, they say damage cap increase. So it makes it very easy to understand that it's, you know, it's separate. It's a separate thing. It's not damage. It doesn't increase the damage of the skill by 30%. It increases the damage cap. Yeah, essentially, basically like that, yes. But the thing is, you also have to account for crit, which crit guarantees your attack to deal 1.5 damage, I believe, by default, not accounting for, you know, other effects like critical hit damage plus 9%. By default, I believe it's 50% increased your damage, right? So you'd have to do attack is increased 30%, which brings you to 150. 150 times 1.5 for crit damage, and then damage increased 1.3 on top of that, right? So it changes the order of the formula. And in most cases, like because of how additive multiplications work, in most cases, it kind of ends up being the same kind of thing. But there are definitely certain breakpoints in certain situations, especially with other effects, so to speak, where there might be a difference. But you don't really see damage increases on base skills for the most part. So it makes it a little bit easier. It's mostly the old skills, like I said. Most of the new sigils are either attack or damage cap, or it's damage flat after as a modifier, like War Elemental. So most of the time you'll just see attack increase or damage cap increase. It's one or the other. And if it says increases damage, usually it's tied to a buff, which means it's a multiplier, not an attack modifier. But yeah, it gets very nerdy at that point, essentially. Basically, the thing is, most of the old sigils are now useless, with very few exceptions that they have changed. Fediel's Black Blessing. Black Blessing. Yeah, but Black Blessing gives attack and defense, so these are buffs, which means they're damage modifiers in this case. These are all damage caps. This grants additional attack and defense, so it's not damage increases. So this one's pretty straightforward. Black Blessing just gives attack and defense. So these are damage modifiers. These don't matter. They all apply after the damage cap. So basically, once you've calculated your damage based on your attack, crit damage, and damage increases if there's certain skills that affect raw attack, right? So the attack modifiers. Once you've done all of that, you have the second calculation, which is attack buffs, defense buffs, and damage multipliers via things like War Elemental and damage supplements. So there's like a base damage, essentially. Like base damage is everything related to attack, raw damage, damage cap, and crit damage. That's your basic raw damage, like your raw damage, essentially. And then you have the modifiers on top, which are buffs, supplementary damage, War Elemental, mini War Elemental in this case, and stuff like that. Yeah, what I'm saying is the 115 versus 130 for attack versus damage dealt formula is because the former is more common. Oh yeah, probably. But it's partly because you need to hit the damage cap more than anything else, right? You need to hit the damage cap. And there's some outliers in terms of skills from the base game, right? That's the main issue. I'm mentioning it like in the expansion. If you know which sigils you should, are expansion based and stuff, you can ignore most of them. But like if you think about some of these skills, old skills, critical hit damage, boost damage dealt by critical hit, right? This is a critical hit damage increase, which basically goes on top of the critical hit damage multiplier, and it means it's before the damage cap, right? The problem is they have very bad wording on a lot of skills. So it's very difficult to figure out which attack or damage buff comes before or after, because in the base game, they weren't very consistent with their wording. Skill Assault, boost the power of damage skills, damage dealt, right? This is basically a 10% damage, 100% damage increase to skills before the damage cap, not after the damage cap. This is an attack modifier, essentially. It does nothing to increase your damage once you've hit damage cap. So that's the weird part, right? Because you have all of these skills that basically say attack damage increase, but it doesn't, well, linked together is different. But yeah, combo booster, boost damage dealt before damage attack cap. No, unfortunately no. Critical hit damage is a multiplier to your base damage in order to reach damage cap. All of these old sigils, with 2 exceptions from what I understand now, from some other people, like thrown damage, obviously it's thrown, doesn't matter, it's damage dealt. Concentrated fire, damage dealt before damage cap. There's 2 skills. This one, break. This is also before damage cap, I'm pretty sure. I need to double check on Break Assassin because it's been a while since I actually looked into this one. But like I'm 99.9% sure this is all pre-damage cap. The only ones that are not are Guard Payback, for instance, because this one gives you a buff. They changed this where it gives you a buff icon, according to some other people that I've talked to. I haven't tested this myself, but I'm inclined to believe them because they're also the types to look into these type of equations. So I'm just taking them at face value in this case. But yeah, this attack 50% is actually a buff now. So before it was, again, the old school, the base game where buffs were, pre-damage cap. Because of the change to buffs, and this one actually being a buff that's applied to you, this one's a 50% attack increase after damage cap. So things like this are actually kind of good now. I mean, even if it wasn't for that, you still get stun gauge fill, so it's still good even without the attack buff. But this one's supposedly very good if you can do your guards, because it applies a buff. Now, how good it is, I don't know, because you still have to take into account things like uptime. How often can you consistently guard, perfect guard to get the buff and to keep it up and maintain it? But it is, for all intents and purposes, a good buff now. Yeah, it doubles your base stun and increases your attack, but again, the point is you have to get your perfect guards in order to get the uptime on it. That's really the only thing. Like, if you're not good at perfect guarding, that skill is useless, right? You need to be good at perfect guarding. And this is also a good example of a sigil that could come in handy in a situation like we were talking with Narmaya and her hostility, right? You're increasing the odds of being targeted, which makes it a little bit more reliable for you to actually take hits or have hits directed at you that you can potentially guard, perfect guard. So it gives you more opportunities to potentially get your buff up. And it's the same with dodge payback, but dodge payback I believe is a little bit weaker, if I'm not mistaken. Yeah, it basically gives you invincibility after perfect dodge, but it's the same as the one you get for nimble onslaught. So that one's kind of wasted, and it's a lower attack buff. No, unfortunately there isn't. There's nothing that makes the frame leniency for perfect guards easier. It's only for dodge. So perfect guards, you just have to learn to perfect guard, and that's that. There's no training wheels for so to speak, the way there is for dodge. Perfect guard is just perfect guard, and that's that. You either get it right or you don't. And I think the reasoning for that, from like a design perspective, is that for all intents and purposes, if you guard early, you take less damage, but you don't get the perfect guard. But if you dodge early, you often will get hit, right? So the leniency is there for you to actually get some benefit out of dodging. That's kind of like the design logic behind it. Dodge is a binary of you take damage or you don't. Guard is a binary between you take no damage / reduced damage if it's a very strong hit, or no damage, which makes it already a more compelling defensive tool, provided, you know, you're playing too safe, right? Dodge, on the other hand, is a binary of take damage or no damage, and therefore improved dodge gives you a higher likelihood of that binary turning into no damage. Yeah. The thing is, they both have some drawback in a long-term sense. Dodges, again, it's a binary of getting hit or not getting hit. The other thing is dodges, if you dodge too many times, especially without improved dodge by default 3 times, after 3 times, you get locked into an animation, right? You get frozen in place. That's the downside for over dodging. The downside to guard is that if you over guard and your guard gets broken, then you also get stunned, essentially, like get locked into a delayed animation where you cannot move or do anything, right? So improved guard makes it so that if you don't perfect guard and you just guard regularly, you know, you don't immediately get stunned. It gives you that leeway that allows you to recover from a bad guard. But if you still hold guard and just tank hits one after the other, obviously, eventually gets broken and eventually, you know, you get stunned. So the playstyle is very different. You have safe and safer versus dodge where it's not safe and safe, in theory. Parries, I honestly don't know enough. I haven't experimented enough with parries to know the timing on those things. I think parries might have a more lenient. The thing is with parries, it's a contact thing, even without knowing like the exact frame range. But usually frames for parries are, as long as your animation meets the other animation. So for the entire duration of like the animation of the attack itself, not recovery and things like that. So if you do like a quick slash during that initial portion of the slash, you would be able to parry the entire frame. But if you've slashed and you're pulling your sword back, for instance, that's no longer parry windows. Usually parry windows are tied to the animation itself of the attack frames. So I have to test Narmaya to know exactly which attack it is. Charged pink. I have no idea what that is per se. I think I know vaguely, but I have to test a little bit. Alright, is on the AI. I was supposed weird. Oh, are you asking if parries count as guards? No, they're different things. For all intents and purposes. Like, parries don't get boosted by anything that boosts guard. As far as I'm aware, there's no interaction between guard and parries. No direct interaction. Like, maybe there's a skill something on a character that I'm not aware of, but those are different concepts. The same way charge and channeling are essentially different concepts, even though they seem similar. In this one, if you do this, if you get attacked during the max charge, I need to read a bit about this. So skills, no, not skills, character details. I wish it would say anywhere something. Seems to say anything about it. That's not. I mean, this type of parry is pretty obvious. Basically, as long as you have like a second or two where you go into a stance, and as long as you get hit during that stance, it triggers. It's the same with Howl on Eustace. No, so basically these are stances, essentially. It's hard to explain it, but they're basically they are proactive actions rather than reactive actions. No, I don't think that's the best way to frame it. How should I describe it? No, I think that is a good way to put it. Those aren't blocks, right? Blocks are something you do because you are reacting to what the boss does to an extent. Parries are something that you do preemptively because you want to trigger the effect, and you time it based on your desired outcome. So in some cases, like with Eustace, you use it to get your ammo up, right? And you're positioning yourself into an attack intentionally to trigger an effect. Parries from skills like this, they do avoid damage entirely. So if you parry with Acid Rage Howl, you don't take any damage. And I'm pretty confident in saying that's probably how Narmaya's Apex of Nothingness works as well. Like if you parry an attack, effect-wise, it's like a perfect block. It's like a perfect guard. Or perfect block, perfect guard, whatever you want to call it. But in terms of like mechanical effect, it's different. It's like I said, it's the difference between a charge and a channel. They are functionally the same, but they are different concepts mechanically. Like in most cases, from most characters that I've seen, a parry leads to a trigger effect. A perfect block is just a defensive tool, essentially, outside of like the guard payback specifically, which gives you a buff, right? But like parries are almost always tied to an effect on characters. Like in this case, if the parry triggers, you apply slow and remove buff. If your parry triggers on Eustace, you get full ammo. You get heavy ammo. You dodge backward, then you fill ammo. On Fediel, I think it was, what was it? You get hit, and then she counters with an attack, which sets you up for an follow-up attack. I think Frau also has one. You get hit, you avoid damage, and then you counter with damage, right? So it's a trigger effect, essentially, for all intents and purposes. You ready it, and then it triggers if you get hit. Whereas a perfect guard is a reactive action you do in response to the boss doing something. You cannot preemptively perfect guard. You have to react on time. A parry is something you can set up for. So you can do it preemptively. If you know a boss is just about to hit you, that is when you trigger it. And you can wait it, you can do it even a little bit early, right? You don't have to be on point. The whole idea is to be early. So like it's almost like guarding instead of perfect guarding. You only have to guard, and as long as you're guarding, you will trigger the effect. I have no idea how to play Normaya, to be fair, in terms of like combos and stuff. I definitely have to learn all of this stuff. But I guess we would have to do combative on. Yeah, this feels like a perfect guard. It's not a. It doesn't feel like a parry for all intents and purposes, because you have to time it. It's a perfect guard because you get hit and you take damage, supposedly. If it hits me, does it deal damage to me actually? Or does it deal zero damage? Come on, hit me. Okay, it does 0 damage, so I'm not sure if it's just because the dummy deals 0 damage all of the times. Yeah, this feels more like it. This seems like to be less of a parry and more of a perfect block thing. I mean, there's a pretty easy way to test that one. Party, gear, Normaya. We're just talking about it, so where's guard payback? Guard payback with Auto Vibe, I guess, so it doesn't interact with anything. Practice settings, combat on. Let's see. Nope, doesn't appear to give me the buff. No, doesn't seem to work. Actually, let me try that differently. No? No, that's not right. Yeah, see? I got the buff when I guard payback. See? That's what I was looking for. Yeah, it doesn't interact with it. It's not a guard. Yeah, nope, it doesn't work. It's not a guard. It's not a perfect guard at the very least. But it kind of makes sense because it doesn't have the guard interaction. Actually, you can also check boost the amount of stun dealt by foes after perfect guard. Yeah, no. So it doesn't work with that. It's not. It doesn't count as a guard. It's also very weird as a parry in a sense because it doesn't have the usual parry. Actually, it's not a counter, I guess. I guess that's the difference kind of thing. Most of the parry skills specifically. Yeah. It's definitely weird. I will try something else though. Just out of curiosity, because I'm gonna try dodge payback as well. Not stun, right, like that. They have it maxed out, right? I'm over 100% crit, and I have max. I think is the invincibility is weird because we can't really trigger that. Because we already get invincibility for that. But that's also what made me think about this. I wonder if it counts as a perfect dodge. Because it triggers invincibility. And that's usually tied to dodges. Okay, that's the first attack. Whatever. No, it doesn't count as a dodge. No, it doesn't count as a dodge. Unfortunately, it's not a dodge either. And so it's not a dodge. It's not a perfect guard. What other interactions could there potentially be here? Guard payback, dodge payback doesn't work. Yeah, I don't think there's anything else in particular. Because everything else is dodge or defense, yeah. No, unfortunately it doesn't have any interactions with either one of them. It's not a perfect or a perfect dodge. Not a perfect guard or a perfect dodge, I mean. The thing that makes me... Okay, masteries... Narmaya... Does she have a mastery node that gives her this or something? Like, how do I know the effect, where that effect comes from? Reduces cooldown. Sends the duration of select, sends duration of afflict, poison. Those are stat buffs with damage dealt by transient. Reduce effect, extends duration. These are all stat boosting. A quick draw attack that deals more damage. Charge skill effects. Oh, that's a skill though, no. That's Epics of Nothingness though. Alright, let's just charge faster during time, boost the maximum. Press extra after jumping to launch foes into the air. What about defensive? I'm just double checking to be sure, you know, because sometimes it's easy to just assume it's baked into the kit because you kind of just, you know, either start with some nodes or you just, you know, instinctively unlock them. And every now and again you kind of get, you know, a reminder that some things actually get unlocked through, like potion uses are part of the tree. No, not the skill. Yeah, Perfect Dodge and Perfect Guard are actually defensive skills, as you can see. But yeah, I can't find anything about that. No, nothing here. Dark Flame, no. A lot of characters have. But you still need, you know, some of them only get triggered in specific circumstances, or it's like a lesser effect. Like all the characters have some like debuff resistance, but it doesn't matter because what you get is after. Like every character that gets hit is after these effects. If you somehow didn't have these effects, it would be even worse. But like every character gets these effect durations. It's just that it doesn't. The game just assumes you have these maxed out anyway. And also, these somehow don't like directly correlate to like the effects on the sigils, so like they're not the sigil skills essentially, so like they're independent of that somehow. I think these also work in a pseudo like attack modifier versus attack, you know, like a damage modifier versus attack modifier kind of thing. So like this reduces the. Also, these are mostly for damage, from the most part, but yeah, recover faster from Sand Tomb. But I think these are like kind of before for the baseline, and then the sigils come on top of this. But I'm not 100% sure how it works with those. All I know is that every character has them, and every character has some improved Stout Heart effect. That adds up essentially over time. Oh yeah, I mean, these games are designed to have all sorts of little quirks and stuff that, unless you like actually look under the hood, these things go very easily unnoticed. And like, unless somebody actually tries something out, you wouldn't know. Like, in my case, like I mentioned, I played EO for like 200 hours base game and another 100 hours in the expansion, and it was only yesterday by a chance that I actually learned that EO's master traits for concentration, these ones are actually before damage cap. And that's partly on me because I didn't like test them, right? I just assumed like a dumbass because the way inside concentration AoE Stargaze works, usually, like it gives you a buff. Like if you're in concentration, you get Stout Heart. If you're in concentration, you get a buff or a defense down, right? So I just assumed damage dealt plus 10%, it's a damage buff because it's a buff. I have to be in concentration. But no, it's a passive for some dumb reason. So all of this 10, 15, 25, 50% damage dealt, where you burn 10% of your HP every 3 seconds, is basically useless. So I was killing myself for no damage increase, because for some reason they decided to make it a passive instead of a damage buff. Like every other buff on concentration. Everything else, the defense down and the Stout Heart are buffs, but the damage buff is a passive. Why? I do not understand, but it's a passive. So even I that know so many things, all it takes is like one minor oversight to miss an interaction. But yeah, it's all about, learning things, because I enjoy learning things. So like, even if I don't play a character, or if I don't like particularly care about a specific aspect of the game, I want to know about it because it might have interactions with other elements. And I do like just helping other people figure things out or learn new things or just explain things to them in a way that makes sense and stuff like that. I just like helping people out. So that's why I usually say I'm like a teacher, but again, I'm not a university professor, right? I don't know as much as the best players out there because I don't put in as many hours, or, I don't go as far as they would go. But my goal is for anybody that's interested to like get, let's say, 90% of the way there, right? If you want to get 90% of the way there and you don't care about like being, working for NASA or something like that in terms of like the math metaphor, like if you just want to know how math works and like what the details are in some of these interactions in terms of game design, I can help you out. If you're specifically looking for that last 10% to like really get all the way to like the esports level, or like I'm not good enough for that, and I don't care to be good enough for that. I'm a teacher, I'm not a professor. That's how I usually describe myself in that sense. I can help you out figure out most things in the game. I can help you with most interaction. I can explain most things, but I don't know everything. I definitely, most certainly don't know all of like the absolute min-max interactions where you're, like I said, you're sacrificing all of the survivability for that last 1%, because I don't think that's realistically usable by most people, right? Most players are not speedrunners. Like, even if you see videos online of people doing crazy stuff, those people are like the 0.01% or 0.1% if I'm being super generous, right? It's 1 in 1,000. It's just not applicable at scale for most people. Yeah, that interaction with Stargaze makes no sense. Honestly, it does. It shouldn't work that way. For all intents and purposes, it shouldn't work that way. Because every other buff and every other interaction of a buff and an effect like that works as a buff and like a post-damage multiplier. Especially considering the drawback of like burning 10% of your health, right? Especially with the drawback that large, having it before damage cap multiplier makes no sense, because EO's always at the damage cap with pretty much any weapon. Like, the only weapon with which you cannot reach damage cap baseline is literally the Little Witch Scepter, the Defender, right? At 9,000 attack. It's the only weapon you cannot hit damage cap without any attack sigils in your build. It's the only weapon. And even in that case, all you need to put in is like 1 Tyranny. Like, that's all you need. 1 Tyranny. Maybe 2 if I'm being super, like extreme. It doesn't take that much. And even if you ignore the Tyranny and you just take the buff from the Stargaze, 50% will overcap you. So you can't even make use of all 3 talents. Like, there is no scenario where you can pick all of 3 talents for the Stargaze damage buff and get the full benefit of it. Especially since her stupid talent tree does not only contain damage dealt increase, it also contains attack buff increased 5% and attack buff increased 10%. So you have 5 talents that increase your damage before the damage cap, where you're already like, let me just show you how silly this is. EO and system, no, game options, there, yes, disabled, gear. I'm gonna change the weapon to Little Witch Scepter. My build contains 20% attack, 14% attack while charging. Unfortunately, this one's always going to be in your build, at least one of them, because you need quick charge, because this is a charge character. So you're not going to face. This one doesn't apply anyway, because it's just war element. It's and this one's, you know, inherently damage cap. Okay, so I basically have no like attack sigils per se. The only one I have is quick charge, right? That's it, really, realistically. And this attack buff is kind of proportional to the damage cap, so it kind of cancels itself out for the most part. So my only attack buff is this one, 14% attack buff. And I'm using the defender weapon. Okay, damage cap, right? Let's do some tests. 90%. It starts at about 80% with the first hit of Stargaze, Flowery 7. Lightning. Below damage cap. 80%. 90%. Over damage cap. Over 100%. 68%. And the Stargaze, which is our only like important attack in the grand scheme of things. 58%. So you're telling me I need 15 attack damage increase and 50% damage increase, which only really applies to Stargaze, right? You're giving me more attack and damage buffs than I need in any given scenario. Even with the worst weapon in the entire build, I am still damage capping before anything of that sort. Gear. EO, let me switch. Let's drop this health for health stamina. Can I get a health stamina? How much is stamina? 50% attack, right? Perfect. One stamina here. Level 15, right? Level 15, 50% attack. Every hit is more than damage capped. Oh, so sorry. No. I was looking at the damage numbers. Unfortunately, I didn't read that. Okay. Damage cap. Damage cap. Damage cap. Damage cap. Not damage cap. Unfortunately, it's 80%. But it's 85%. And then the one attack, 50% attack gives me 66, 71%. So with one stamina buff, I basically counteract 2 of the talents, 3 of the talents. Gear, what was I using before? No, it's a health sigil was something before. Was this one, I think? No, it wasn't this one. Ventus, Fate Breaker, less than damage cap, damage cap, damage cap, damage cap. What was this health HP using... Oh, quick charge? Yeah, it was quick charge. That's what it was before. So I had to lose 10,000, 11,000 attack to put me below damage cap. But again, that's with the defender weapon. Right? Every other weapon is in the 19K's range. With any other weapon, you're basically damage capped off the hook. And you'd have to run defender weapon just to be reasonably able to use that skill. And even then, you're overcapping. Supplementary damage proc on the training barrel? Yes, it does. It's the secondary number. It's just that if you have multiple supplementary and they all trigger at once, they'll apply to the second number together. So if you think about my typical build, my build has supplementary at level 40, so there's a 90% chance to hit. It's not 100%. There is a 10% chance that it doesn't apply, and then there's Berserker, and then there's Spartan Echo. But essentially, if the second number should be about 60% of the first hit. You see, you have 1 million, and then 100,000 below it, and that's 40,000 because it didn't proc, and that's 600 because it procced, 600 because it procced. So basically, that secondary number is the supplementary. It's all added together. All supplementaries count as one. They get added together, so it's easier to kind of like calculate in that sense. War Elemental isn't directly reflected in that number. The War Elemental applies directly to the numbers displayed. So if you take the War Elemental out, both numbers will be smaller. And the weakness trait from the master traits as well with it, right? Because this one's basically half of a War Elemental. It's 10%. So this one and the War Elemental basically apply on the number itself. Supplemental is the secondary number you see pop up. If I were to remove all of the skills that give me supplemental, basically you would only see the number at the top, the first number. Thing is, Fatebreaker is a very weird skill in the sense that on the dummy, it will not be displayed, right? Unless you go into like the time attack or whatever and you set it to, you change the difficulty to Fatebreaker difficulty, but then it's not infinite HP. So that's a different story. But the thing with Fatebreaker is that Fatebreaker also increases your attack, right? So even if Fatebreaker was active on your dummy, your percentage would stay as high, if not higher, because 50% attack usually accounts for more than 50% damage cap. Usually, I think the ratio was something like 4-1 or something like that. Like 50% attack is enough to cover 200% damage cap, give or take. Or 150%, it's somewhere around there. Like the ratio equates to something like 2-1, 3-1, 4-1. Like it's a lot more, right? Usually, that's why you have skills like Lumen, right? Gives you 20% attack, 70% damage cap. Because attack value, like in order to hit the damage cap, you need less attack than you need to hit the damage cap itself. Also because you have critical hit rate, as a reminder, which increases your critical damage by 0.5, right? So any point of attack, especially with crit, it actually increases in value. So this 20% attack is actually 30% attack for all intents and purposes, right? So it gets you closer to the damage cap with fewer attack points. So Fatebreaker gives you 50% attack and 50% damage cap. If this was active on the dummy, if you were hitting with 170 with your weakest skill, you'd probably be hitting 180 or 175 or 176 with this active, because you would have both the attack and the damage cap active at the same time. So it doesn't really matter in terms of like really calculating if you're below or over damage cap, because once Fate Breaker activates, if you were at damage cap before, you will be at damage cap with it as well, or over, essentially. Mm-hmm. Pretty sure that's how glass cannon also works, and that's part of the reason why people are using it. Let me see. This person has glass cannon, probably, because they usually fuck things up. No? Oh no, this one has critical and bullshit. Yeah, see? That's why people test with glass cannon, because it increases your attack by 50% and your damage cap by 50%. So people usually use this sigil instead of Fate Breaker on the target dummy to simulate the same effect, because it increases the attack and the damage cap by the same amounts. So you can try out with a glass cannon if you want to, if you really wanted to simulate that effect, like just in terms of calculations. You slot this in instead of Fate Breaker, and you would simulate the attack and damage cap increases. You'd be missing out on the defense, but that doesn't matter on the target dummy anyway. And Berserker is useless because it's attack buff. But yeah, glass cannon increases the damage cap, so that's how you can simulate that effect if you wanted to. The thing is, while you can slot in more damage cap and more damage sources, you do have to understand that the higher we go in terms of like overall damage cap, the less benefit you get from every increase. So like increasing your damage cap by 100% from like 1500%. Like if your damage cap is at 1500 and you increase it to 1600, that damage cap increase is about a 7% net damage gain. Technically, it's more than 7% because you have all the multipliers afterwards, like I said, with War Elemental and stuff like that. So it ends up being closer to a 14% damage increase, right? Over the previous damage cap. But we are at, where we are at Infinity, we're looking at 2000 damage cap, 2100 damage cap. Increasing your damage cap by 100 points increases your overall damage by less than 5%, 4%, 3% in most cases. And again, that's for 100% damage cap. Most sources, once you've gotten like the big bulky stuff, is 40%, 50%, 70%, right? The big ones are 70%, like, you know, your lumens and stuff like that, right? So after a certain point, you are slotting in damage cap for like a 1% effective damage increase or 2% damage increase, because you're looking at 40% damage caps and stuff like that. So like once you've gotten your essentials, like I do mean essentials, right? So you have your, let's say, Ascension Weapon or Terminus if you really want to go that route because you're a God Gamer, right? You got your damage cap, you got your Catastrophe Nova and your Supernova. You got your War Elemental, supplementary damage, echoes, you got all of that sorted out. You've got your damage cap increase, like the regular damage cap increase, I mean, because this one's just the best overall value, point for point overall. You'll want to get at least 60. Like if you're running, obviously Terminus weapons, you don't have damage, you have a damage cap on it, right? So you can put 3 more sigils. which gives you 45, puts you at 60, and with Sigil Booster, it puts you at 63, right? You will be missing 2 points of damage cap, essentially, with Caduceus, if you play it properly, because I'm using 4 sigils because of the previous one, right? You'd be at 63, so you're losing 12% damage cap, essentially, from this setup, right? But once you have all of this stuff, you don't really have much damage cap to increase. Like every damage cap increase after that gets less and less powerful. So you should still stack some of them. Like I said, the obvious ones are Terra, especially if you're running, like if you're going for damage, you're running Caduceus, your Terminus weapons, I mean. You can obviously run Terra, because that is a pretty substantial damage cap increase. Eugen, I think, has Terra, right? It's a 70% damage cap increase. It's very high for a single sigil. Lumen is obviously good if you can keep your HP high enough, right? Ventus is an obvious one for damage. Aqua is an obvious one for damage. Once you have all of this, you basically have like 95% of all your theoretical effective damage. Like, you can try squeezing and putting in Incendio and whatever, but like, there's not much, like, you're sacrificing other sigil slots for raw damage, where in some cases utility would serve you better. Because keep in mind, effective damage and theoretical damage are different things. In an actual fight, you have downtime, you get hit by mobs, you get killed and downed. So your uptime on the boss is really what determines your final damage. You could squeeze in another, let's say, Incendio here, right? For that 2% damage increase. But is it worth it, is the question, because you're giving up another sigil slot. The only other sigil that, once you have your Lumen, Terra, Ventus, Aqua, like these stuff, and Supplementary, Berserker, Spartan Echo, then damage cap, once you have these things that are here already, the only other sigil that I would recommend, if you're really trying to like go balls to the wall damage and you're willing to sacrifice another sigil for damage, well, 2 sigils actually for damage, there's only one other sigil that's worth it for damage, especially since it actually scales better with more stats, and that is Immortal Shell. This one. Damage cap plus 5%, defense plus 2%, supplementary plus 5%, and damage raw 2%. This is the only other sigil, but the problem with this one is you're sacrificing 2 sigil slots, because it's an Immortal Shell single slot, right? This is fundamentally one of the best damage skills you can fit in your build if you're willing to sacrifice 2 sigil slots altogether. So if you're thinking about, you know, Incendio and Nyx and maybe even Lumen to an extent, you're better off just using Immortal Shell. Like, if you really want the damage, this one's the way to go. I do only have 3 basic sigil and 2 defensives, I guess. Yeah, you could go up to 5 and get 40%, 80% more damage cap from that. And broadly speaking, it's better than putting in like an Incendio or something, because it's just more damage. It's quote unquote free damage. The only downside is that when you go full like 4 sigil slot, basic sigil slot, it means you're gonna run health or attack. And if you're running Terminus weapon, I would probably just go double health, double HP, because attack doesn't like make much of a difference in the grand scheme of things. You can go double attack as well, because you don't have attack. If you're going with your Terminus weapon, you already have 35 attack, so I recommend 1 attack and 1 health, because another attack would be wasted, right? There's no point in putting 2 attack. You go 1 health just to get that extra boost from going from 35. Sorry, attack, I mean. You go from 35 attack to 50, right? So it gives you 1400 attack, which again also applies to crit damage multiplier and all of that kind of stuff. It's about a 10% damage attack increase. Like if you were to pick a sigil or a mastery trait that gives you 10% attack, this is basically what putting it this attack does. It's about 10 to 12% attack. The other thing is to keep in mind that depending on how you build your characters, like I personally go for both the damage cap and the support one, which is defense, right? And HP. So if you sacrifice those support slots for something else, it depends on what if you have both of these or not, but like you're sacrificing 20,000 HP and 12% defense. But like you really don't need that many sigils, offensive sigils. I realistically, you shouldn't push for the most damage because again, it's diminishing returns and you're basically increasing your damage for maybe, you know, 1%, 2%, 5%, and you're giving up in exchange 30% survivability, 40% survivability, 50% survivability, right? Like you're making some very extreme trade-offs. You're min-maxing for minute gains and sacrificing potentially a lot of uptime in the fight, right? Like imagine being hit by an ability and instead of getting your health, you know, chunked down that you can recover with a potion, you just get killed, right? That's the difference. And when you start getting into those scenarios and every mistake can potentially cost you critical gauge, it's not just the critical gauge, it's uptime on the boss. It's things you could be doing to contribute damage actively. Like every mistake becomes that much more impactful. And once you're going down to like that minute changes of damage increases, every mistake actually feels more painful, right? Because before you were dealing, let's say 5% less damage, but you had higher uptime because you weren't dying. Now you deal 5% more damage, but you have lower uptime. And every time you lower your uptime, you're actually lowering your overall DPS. And it hurts you more because more of your damage is now reliant on those damage windows. And bosses also have phases where they're untargetable and all that kind of stuff. Yeah, I mean, personally, I don't run Terminus. I've said this before. I do not value... So here's the thing. If you're running Terminus versus something like a level 6, right? A level 6 Terminus. If you're comparing a Terminus 6 to an Ascension 7, you should never run Terminus. Never. Why? Because at level 6, Terminus gives you Sigil Booster 1, so you're losing Sigil Booster across the board. I mean, Terminus is always Sigil Booster 1, but you're giving up one Sigil Booster, which means you don't get bonus skills on things like supplementary damage, getting you that 1 or 2% extra. You don't get effects like quick cooldown to, 17. You don't get uplift to 17. You don't get nimble onslaught to 17, right? You're losing skills across the board in survivability and passive everything. And you're also giving up a skill like Catastrophe Nova, which is at the lower level. It's at 450 only versus 350 plus Supernova and plus Unbound Strike, right? Because these come together. So it's 380% damage cap for at least regular attacks, right? If you're comparing it to a Max Transcendence, then yes, it is true that theoretically it has more damage compared to a Max one, like in EO's case. But the difference even here is mostly in the damage cap increase, right? Because you're going from 19,700 to 20,500, right? You're getting 800 attack, essentially. That's like the main difference. You're getting the Unbound Mastery, which is great. Because it's damage cap on top. And it's 500 at max, right? So you're increasing your theoretical damage cap across the board by 350, 200%, right? It's 200%. But the downside is, for one, the skills are worse on Terminus weapons. Like you can run regen, which is not great. You can run Stamina or Tyranny that increase your damage. Not great. Guard Payback is good. Guard Payback is good, as we've talked about. This would be one of your good skills. So let's say you run Guard Payback. Regen isn't good because your HP is too low. And Drain is sometimes good on some characters, but usually not that great on most characters. All right? And you can only swap this one skill, right? Because you're locked with everything else. You only have Guard Payback, and that's it, right? And even in this case of the attack that I just mentioned, this one basically has 2,583 versus 19,700. But technically, this is not 19,700. You also have attack 35, right, on it. So that is, I think it's 600 at level 35, right? It's, yeah, 600 attack. So technically, this one is only 200 attack behind by default in terms of attack. The only thing you're getting with the Caduceus is 200% damage cap increase, which equates to about 20% damage increase overall, like overall at the end game, which is cool, obviously. But also, you have to keep in mind that it can mess up some of your builds. Like I said, you're missing a lot of secondary stats. You know, your cascade's lower, your nimble onslaught's lower, your quick cooldown's lower. A lot of skills uplift is lower that you wouldn't normally like to have are lower. Obviously, if you're not running those and you're just kind of going for raw, then it doesn't affect you as much. The other thing is, technically, you don't get 200% damage cap because you already have damage cap on Terminus and you only get +1 sigil. So you're actually losing 12% damage cap from just running Terminus. You'll be at 63. So effectively, you're getting 188 damage cap increase. And it's technically 158 if your character revolves around basic attacks. It's either 158 damage increase to the cap or 188 increase if you're like skill and SBA spamming and stuff like that, right? So that's kind of like what you're comparing, more or less. Actually, I don't even know. Is it Catastrophe Nova? Is it all of them? It's probably just... Yeah, it's just raw damage cap, so it doesn't apply to SBA and stuff like that. I'm pretty sure that raw damage cap doesn't apply to SBA. I think that's separate, but I could be wrong. But regardless, you're looking about an 188 damage cap increase. And slightly less flexibility in building your characters. Because Ascension comes with supplementary, which every character wants. And that's the other thing, right? With an Ascension weapon, you only need one supplementary skill to get you to 40, or if you put it in a Raid Stone, and 42 if you put it in your gear. But if you're running Caduceus, you also need to put 3 supplementaries in your build, or 2 and an imbued crystal, right? So now all of a sudden you have 2 more skills that are dedicated to damage that you don't have to use with Gambataine. So while you are getting more damage with Caduceus, you're sacrificing a lot of flexibility. So you have to start playing better and better and better and making fewer and fewer mistakes because you don't have the HP and you don't have the skill slots economy to fit in enough survivability and comfort to make your build really come together. So it really comes down to making sure you have absolute uptime. If you're a God gamer, if you're like, again, if you're a university kid, right, you're aiming for the NASAs, then yes, you can play Terminus and you're going to get more damage out of it and you're not going to get hit, so it doesn't matter, and you're going to do guard paybacks because you're a God gamer and everything works out, right? But for most people, Terminus is going to get you killed more often and it's not going to get you more damage. It's actually going to cost you damage overall because you won't have the same uptime. Like, I can out DPS people on Galanza in most infinite fights, not because my build has a ton of damage, but because I can stick to the boss like glue, and I can attack through almost any bullshit. Because I'm a tank build, right? So it's like, even though my theoretical damage cap and, you know, damage potential is probably 30% lower than it could be overall, or maybe even 40%, depending. It doesn't matter, because I'm always on the boss with Galanza. I can ignore mechanics, I can tank hits. Like outside of very specific windows where I need to pay attention to, like do an SBA or something, like I can ignore almost every mechanic and have near 100% uptime on the boss, right? And I'll out damage most damage dealers because of that uptime, right? So that's kind of what I'm trying to say. Like after a while, regardless if you're playing Terminus or Ascension, more damage doesn't actually equal, like more damage skills, I should say, don't actually equal more damage. They will, in most cases, equal less damage because you will be more prone to mistakes by removing that, like, you know, quality of life, so to speak, and getting yourself killed or bound or whatever it is, you know, by simply not having the tools to maybe get your cooldown. For instance, if you're playing something like Lancelot, like we were mentioning, right? If you don't have your quick cooldown, maybe you don't get your mirror images up in time, and now all of a sudden you're out in the open without mirror image and you're getting hit. Whereas before, with quick cooldown, you'd be using that to spam your skills more effectively and you'd have better coverage. So it increases your uptime, right? You can do stuff like that. You can put more Aegis and stuff, right? You can go over 200,000 HP, thus being able to maybe tank 2 mistakes back to back, which otherwise you wouldn't. So the closer you get to the space of like regular players, like even regular good players, but just regular players that will make mistakes, it will not be a perfect, you know, speedrun style, like reset the fight until you get the perfect run. If you're gonna fight every boss multiple times with different people and so on and so forth, you will make mistakes. And on average, past a certain point, the trade-off just isn't worth it anymore. Like, yes, you can increase your damage by 10%, but your uptime will tank by 20%, let's say, right? And all of a sudden, you're dealing less damage just because you're not able to stick to the boss enough. So yeah, moral of the story is get your damage caps, get your Ventus, get your Terra, especially if you're running a Terminus build anyway. Get your Terra, get your Ventus, get your Aqua, ignore Incendio. You can take Lumen, again, because you're a God Gamer, but you don't need more than that. Beyond that, Supplementary, Fatebreaker, Echoes, basic sigil stats to get that damage cap, and then maybe sacrifice 2 skills to get Immortal Shell. That's your damage build. Like that's your absolute damage build. You wouldn't fit. You wouldn't go for Incendio though. You absolutely wouldn't go for Incendio. It's just not worth it, even as a sigil slot. Like I said. Yeah, that's what I mean. Like, the difference between Ascension and Terminus is considerable enough to consider Terminus the ultimate damage weapon, yes. But it's not going to, like, eclipse Ascension, and the trade-off, like, that 10% damage increase that you just highlighted there, because that's what we're looking at. We're looking at more or less a 10% damage increase. You're giving up 10% damage. It's probably more because, again, if you just swap the weapons, you probably don't have the right sigils for it. So maybe you're overcapping Supplementary or something like that. So it's maybe, like, unless you optimize it perfectly, I'm pretty sure the difference is a little bit bigger than 10% between Max Terminus and Max Ascension. I think it should be closer to like 15%. But of course, there's also variance in, you know, maybe one run you didn't do it perfectly the same. But yeah, you're looking at about 15% damage increase overall. But you're giving up a lot of survivability and flexibility in other places. In slots. Like, that's why I say, like, for 95% of players, there's no point even running Terminus. And the other thing to consider, and that's part of the reason why I'm comparing it to Terminus 6, is in order to get Terminus 7, guess what? You need to do all of Infinity, including the last one, which in other words is literally beat the entire game. So if you've already beaten the entire game, you've either done it with Terminus 6 or with Ascension 7. You can optimize for Terminus 7, but like you've already beaten the game, right? The only thing you're doing by running Terminus 7 is increase your damage a little bit for fights you've already beaten, right? But for most players, the reason they're optimizing is to be able to beat Infinity comfortably. If you've already beaten Infinity, you no longer need Terminus 7, you know? So that's kind of why I don't really consider Terminus 7, because when most people ask for advice for builds in most scenarios, it's because they're trying to beat Infinity, because they haven't beaten Infinity and they're having problems with Infinity. But if you already have Terminus 7, it doesn't matter what you're running. Like you could, in your case, or in my case, right? We could drop like half of those damaging sigils. Like I said, you can drop Incendio, you can drop Aqua, you can drop Terra, you can drop not Ventus, Lumen, and you would still have more than enough damage to beat Infinity on almost every character, because it's more about the mechanics than it is about raw damage. As long as you can stay alive and do the mechanics, you will have enough damage, right? So it's like, cool, you deal 10% more damage, but you've already beaten all the fights and you already know all the mechanics. It's just a flex at that point. Yeah. So it's not fully optimized. But regardless, my point is that, yes, in an absolute sense, Terminus 7 is more damage than Ascension 7. Terminus 6, however, is like a 1% damage increase or something like that on average over an Ascension 7. Like the difference between Ascension 7 and Terminus 6 is irrelevant, essentially, for most builds, and it gives you more flexibility in build crafting with Ascension than it does with Terminus 6. It's only Terminus 7 that is like clear-cut a better damage increase, because you're not getting just the 100% damage cap increase from Catastrophe Nova, you're also getting the 50% from the sub-skill, right? So it's only at Terminus 7, when you've already beaten the game and you've already cleared everything, that you can finally deal 12% more damage. Congratulations. You know, like that's why everybody's calling the Infinity run for Hexa trophy runs. Because for all intents and purposes, you are running Threshold of Provenance just to get Hexachrome Quartz, to get that final damage increase, you know, from the Mastery. Which, again, also doesn't matter because it applies to all weapons. So even if you are running, you know, your Ascension, you're still getting this, like, 1%, what is it? 8%, 5%, 3%. Like, you're getting this bonus anyway. So, like, Terminus 7 is just a trophy run. So, Game Merchant says sub damage in longer fight. If I'm not having to play so safe, have more HP with Ascension, it might actually out damage Terminus. Yes, that's the theoretical idea, right? If you're a God gamer and you can dodge everything and parry everything, and you have 100% uptime during every damage phase, and you never make any mistake, yes, Terminus is hands down, no question, no debate, better. If you're a regular player that does make mistakes here and there, that isn't always positioned ideally, and maybe sometimes you have to reposition, or you've used the skill at slightly the wrong time, and you have to reposition, or the boss teleports and you have to move to them, or it interrupts your skill and all that kind of stuff, and you don't have optimal, like, dodge and everything, and you make, again, even one mistake per minute, right? One mistake per minute is all it takes for Terminus to start losing its relevance, right? At an average one mistake per minute, you're probably gonna out DPS Terminus with Ascension. Obviously, it depends on the type of mistake and where you make it, but by and large, like on an average run, if you make one mistake per minute, you probably can have better uptime by just running just running Ascension and having a little bit more utility or support of some kind to really make your either your cooldown shorter so that you can fit more damage in a shorter time frame, or have more HP so that you can tank a hit intentionally so that you can get that last hit of your big attack in instead of getting killed by it, right? Or having to interrupt it in order to, you know, dodge or whatever. If you make a mistake every minute, you're probably just better off with Ascension weapon. You'll have almost the same amount of damage, maybe even higher because of uptime. Only you'll have more survivability. Or at the very least, more utility. Like, even if you run sub 200,000 HP, even if you run sub 200,000 HP and you're like, you're thinking like, well, I'm under 200,000, I should just run Caduceus. Even in that scenario, I would argue it's still better to run Ascension just because it allows you to fit in one more sigil here and there to make it more comfortable. You could like literally take out, let's say from this build, I have everything I need, right? I can maybe drop, let's say, quick cooldown or nimble onslaught because I don't necessarily need everything here. I can probably drop nimble onslaught and just slot in a greater Aegis here, right? A nimble onslaught, it gives me a greater Aegis, just roughly to get an idea, right? Like how much damage would I health would I get? Yeah, like I get one greater Aegis in, and I'm already over 200,000 HP, right? And all I'm giving it up is one skill. And keep in mind, this only works because I'm using Ascension weapon, which means I have 25 points of supplementary, which means if I already have an imbue, I don't actually need to put any supplementary damage sigils in my build. If I'm running Terminus, that's 2 more supplementary at the minimum, if not 3, right? But obviously, technically, it's only 2 because you do get damage cap increase on Terminus. So you're not running 4 damage caps, you're running only 3. So you're basically trading 1 for 1 in those cases. So what you're left with is you have damage cap on your weapon, you maybe put a supplementary in a right stone. That still means you have to run 2 more supplementary in your build that you otherwise wouldn't. So you're still taking 2 sigils away. Is it? No, it's 1 sigil away because you're running 3 damage caps. But yeah, you're basically taking 1 more orange slot in this case. But it's 1 skill away from something else. And also, you're not getting max effect on Terminus. Right? Because you only have a sigil booster plus 3, and you're only using 3 sigils. Because if you use a 4th, you're overcapping. So you're losing 12% damage cap on Terminus. So you're not really filling this whole thing up effectively. Whereas on the Ascension, you're getting this full effect. Starheart still nerfs and I just face tank most attacks and regen health with Dominus and Deadlands. Yeah, that makes sense. That makes sense. You can definitely do that with Starheart. But that's the thing. With more HP, it means you can do that more times, right? And obviously, if you're doing the... I'm assuming you're doing the same build I am on Frau, which is Allure of Strength, where you can take no damage during the effect. I'm guessing that's what you're doing. Either that or you're doing a deal with the devil, I think it was. Yeah, deal with the devil, where you deal more damage, therefore you can also regain more health. I'm guessing one of these two you're doing, but this one's usually more tanky because of the invulnerability. And it also provides some support with defense down and slow and stuff. Would it be worth giving up Lumen or stun power or HP and get 40 damage caps, so I only lose 30%? So it kind of goes back to what I said. Are you consistently above 75% HP? If not... Yeah, the Euro Strength, yeah. That's the one. That's the invincibility. So generally speaking, if you can stay above 75% most of the time and you have things like Potion Hoarder or something, or just using your Drain constantly to keep you above 70%, it's better to run Lumen over the damage cap increase because Lumen also gives you attack, right? And if you're dropping Lumen, I would test it out on the dummy to make sure you still have the attack, because with Lumen, you are losing the attack as well, not just the damage cap. So you're not trading just 30% damage cap, you're trading 30% damage cap and 20% attack. So you might need to re-optimize your attack. Right, that's one thing you should consider. Theoretically, Lumen is a better damaging sigil than running health or, well, what did you say? Stun power or HP. Like, first of all, stun power, you should have all 3 sigils by default. You should not run less than 3 stun powers. So if you don't have all 3 stun powers, first things first, get those, right? We're really talking about the 4th slot here. And again, if you're running Ascension Weapon, then actually you can drop Lumen again, because you can slot in attack power plus 15 on Ascension Weapon because it already has level 35, which only gives 600, right? This one gives you all the way to 2000, right? So you're getting, again, 10%-ish to 15%-ish attack buff just by slotting attack, which offsets the Lumen side of things as well to an extent. So you're trading 5% or 10% attack depending on the build and stuff. But yeah, I'm just simplifying. 10% attack and 30% damage cap for nothing, realistically, if you have the uptime. If you don't have the uptime and you fall below that point regularly during the fight, and it takes you a second or 2 or 3 or 5 to get up, it depends. At that point, if you lose enough time during a fight below, like if you're doing, let's say, your big hitters, right? Because that's part of the problem that you have to consider, right? The 40% from base stats is unconditional, right? But your big hitter for a Euro Strength, one of your big hitters, right, is your multi-punch stuff, right? So you'd have to start your combo with something like all fall down to the defense Indominus first. I mean, actually, you'd start with this to get your drain up. You do this to hopefully get you back to damage cap up so that you can then use your big skill, which is, what's the name of it? Deadlands, right? Because if you start casting Deadlands before you're below 75%, you're losing damage on Deadlands. It's not the worst thing because Deadlands is very heavy, backloaded. So like the last hit is really where a lot of the damage is. So you can get away with it, but you have to make sure you're fairly close to the 75%. So that you can actually get most of the benefit to Deadlands, because this is your big major damage skill. So like doing this without the 70% damage cap and with it, you're gonna feel it. You're probably gonna lose at least 1 million damage in that exchange, right? Throughout the course of it, if you're doing it below 75%. So like you can definitely run Lumen over basic stats. In a theoretical sense, it will be better. As long as you can make sure you don't mess up your skill order or things like that, or you use a potion before you do it to get you in the 75% skill range. But if you're below 75% and you start using Deadlands, you're better off just increasing your overall damage consistently across the board. 40% across the board is going to be better than 70% sometimes if you can't keep it up consistently. So that becomes more of a personal preference at that point. It's up to you. I personally prefer consistency. So that's why all my builds, if you look at all my builds, they all have 5 basic and 5 support. I prefer consistency over maximum theoretical damage, because I know that I will always do the most damage that I can at any given moment where it makes sense. And only after I have consistency do I consider conditionals like Aqua, right? Because it is conditional, but it's a very strong conditional, right? And pretty much every one of my builds has 3 stun, 1 attack, 1 health, with some exceptions here and there where I will have either 2 health or something else crit because of, you know, like on my Eustace, for instance, I also have a crit on the Thunderwolf Warpath. That's different, right? Because that's the only thing I have. But yeah, 3 stuns is mandatory. I would not start any build without 3 stuns in Infinity on any character. 3 stuns and also 20 stun in Overmastery here. Just to make it like 100 guaranteed, you're over 300 cap. No matter what, with almost every character. And even somebody like Frau, which has lower overall mastery. I think I have, yeah, on Frau I only have 2 stun power, right? But even she has 308, and that is because I am using a summon with stun. My Frau is at 70,000 attack. And I'm pretty sure every single one of my attacks, last I checked, are actually damage capped. I don't think there's anything on my Frau that's not damage capped. Assist mode is off. Yeah, 70,411. This is just a comfy build. It doesn't even have anything crazy. Lumen, Ventus, Aqua. I can probably replace Lumen for Terra or something to make it a little bit more consistent, but it's fine, Lumen as well. We got Supplementary, we got Ventus. We got the core, right? We got War Elemental, Fatebreaker, Aqua, both Echoes, Supplementary, Damage Cap, Celestial Ventus, and Lumen, Terra, whatever your preference is. I would use 1 at least extra. We got Supernova and Unbound Strike. So we got the core damage. Everything past this point, we're looking like the only significant damage increase that I could still slot in here, like I said, is Immortal Shell. But like, there is no attack that is below cap. Okay, maybe there is some flips, I guess. Some default flips. It's like 96%. Determine summon 116k attack. I don't think there should be that big of a difference. I have no idea why your attack would be that high with Terminus. My attack goes down. I mean, part of it is because I have too much HP actually. So that's part of the reason. Let's look at somebody else, Eustace. I don't get that much. It's not maxed though. Was it maxed? Galanza's also tanky, so EO it has to be. Actually, because she's maxed. Caduceus. It gives me about 10% attack. I think I know why, actually. Catastrophe Nova gives you 70% attack. And Supernova only gives you 40. That's why. You get 30% attack from Catastrophe Nova. It helps you cap your damage, but that's about it. You're pretty much at cap with... Like in my case, like I said, I'm running the stun power attack health configuration. So I'm just slightly below. Like I'm at 96, 98. With basic attacks. It's not like my core abilities, right? It's not my skills and anything like that. And even those basic attacks are at like 96, 98% range. And I can easily, you know, do some adjustments there to actually, like I could do this, for instance, remove hit and, you know, because I haven't played her yet too much. But like, I'm pretty sure by just increasing that critical damage there, it should just be about enough to get me almost like 99%. Also, while in reverse stance, I don't have attack there. Probably should. On upright stance. No, you don't. Like I said, you get more attack than you get damage cap at almost every point in the game. It's very easy to cap attack in most scenarios. Okay, see, all I did was put 9% crit damage, and now my lowest hit is 98%. Like, I'm basically 97%. 95 at the lowest, because again, there is a little bit of variance. So I'm 5% below damage cap with my weakest skill. That basically does nothing, right? Every other skill that matters, every other skill pretty much is over damage cap. It's just my basic attacks. And again, I'm playing very conservative. Also, this is not like my ultimate build with Frau. Also, keep in mind, we are at 90%, but we're using Fate Breaker, right? So we're not getting the benefit from attack. In an actual fight, with Fate Breaker active, I would be over damage cap. I'm at 95%, but then I would get 50% attack. So even though it looked on the dummy, I'm below damage cap, in an actual fight, I would be above damage cap. Because Fate Breaker would activate, right? Like, I can just test this out. Actually, I don't, because I already sold all of them. I could do a War Elemental or something. But I don't have that. That's the problem. I don't have Glass Cannon. I don't have a single Glass Cannon. Because I sold them all. But you get what I'm saying, right? If this was an actual fight, I would get 50% attack increase and 50% damage cap. And also, this isn't a fully damage-oriented. Like, I literally have a Greater Aegis Sigil here, right? I can easily put more damage if I really wanted to. But yeah, I am for all intents and purposes damage capped on this EO. You really don't. That's what I'm saying. Like, for most characters and most attacks in the game, 60 to 70,000 attack is all you need to cap out. Eugen is capped out at 59%. Alright, my EO is capped out at 61% on almost everything. Even without Fate Breaker. Actually, she is. The only time she wasn't is when I switched to the Defender weapon, which loses you like 10,000 attack, right? So like, you're damage capped in most scenarios around 60,000 attack. And you can easily get 60,000 attack on most characters. The only characters that don't cap out at 60% really are characters like Frau and Lancelot that have really fast attack. Really fast attacks, and fast attacks tend to have a higher like a higher cap / lower coefficient. So it takes a little bit more attack to reach the cap. But even for characters like Lancelot and Frau, around 70,000 K, you are damage capping. Yeah. Like, you really don't need more than 70,000 attack on most characters. You're looking between 60 and 70,000. But all you have to do is you go hit the dummy a few times with your basic attacks, your non-powered attacks, because those are the ones that usually, in almost every scenario, are below the damage cap. Your basic attacks. Your skills and everything, they tend to have higher damage coefficients for almost every character. So there's very few skills that will be below damage cap at 60,000 attack. If you're at 70, you're good with like 99% of your kit. Probably your basic attacks are below that. But even then, like, that's just for the first few hits, right? Because even for Frau, you get, you get buffs. You activate the skill, increases damage for skills and damage cap, right? If you're running this one, it gives you 10% attack, for instance, in reversed, right? And then you go into the mastery tree. You know, you get power plant, opportunity knocks that lands. Power plant gives you attack buff, right? What else? I guess there's not much attack. Like, you can get wild in reverse stance attack 10%, because I actually haven't used most of those. I don't have upright stance. Like, almost everything in my build is focused towards damage cap, or like the only time I pick attack is when I have to. Like when there's nothing else to pick. I have this one, I have attack 20%. I have 10% in reverse, because the only other thing is Splendor, but I don't use Splendor in this build. So I pick up a 10% there. I don't have anything here. I don't pick attack here. I actually picked HP. I don't have any attack here. No attack here. No attack here. And 10% in reverse stance. Attack here, 10%. Because really there's nothing else to pick. I don't need the crit rate. I don't need the Grand Shield. I could maybe pick this. But it's only in a reverse stance. And that's damage cap. And 10% on Y attacks. Right? So like I have 3 attack sigils in total. For specific for reversed and for Y attacks. And I think it was one more. Oh yeah, one more for reversed. And then 20% attack. So I have a little bit of attack in skills. 4 skills in total. Like, you really don't need a lot, and you're already capping out. And other than that, your standard build will get you all the attack you need. Fate Breaker will give you 50%. What was the other stuff? Lumen gives you 20%, right? If you really need it. But again, you can even do without that. You get 50% from Fate Breaker, which is more than enough. You get Supernova's 40%, right? That's enough. And then you get your damage cap from Rhythm. And honestly, you can probably get away without Rhythm in most cases. Because it's only damage cap 20% for a whole sigil slot. So you can probably drop on her, you can drop Rhythm in favor of one other skill. I would probably still take Blessing though, just to make it a little bit more consistent, provided you make use of Flip Gift effectively every 20 seconds, right? But the Rhythm, honestly, you can probably get away without it. If you have a good Enchantress Rhythm with another good skill, you could drop the Blessing realistically. Sorry, if you have a good Blessing, you can drop the Rhythm. Enchantress's Rhythm isn't really doing much for you. And it's also very conditional. You have to perform a flip kick after a combo finisher specifically. I mean, it's probably part of your rotation, but even then, again, it's 20% damage cap for a single slot. Even using basic stat sigils in 5 gets you 40% damage cap. So value per slot is one of the worst skills in a general sense. Like, this is one of the first things you can drop. The Rhythm, Enchantress's Rhythm, if you already have it. You can drop it. If you really want to fit something else in. I think I would drop it too, but I think I don't have a good Enchantress's Rhythm, I'm pretty sure. Blessing I needed, actually. I mean, I guess I have a quick cooldown. That's something. I could do quick cooldown. But then I have 2 quick cooldowns. Kind of want to drop one. Go back to 17. Celestial Lumen, I guess we're keeping it for now just to see if we got anything else that we can slot in for Celestial Lumen. Regen, Precise Wrath. Precise Wrath, Good blessing. The second stat. Honestly, I just synthesize mine. My way of doing it, and again, this is up to your preference, but personally, I just delete all the right stones that aren't 40%, and then also the 40% sometimes when I need to. For sigils, I obviously delete everything that's legendary with 1 slot and everything that's non-legendary with 2 slots. And after that, I just start sigil synthesis. And the thing is, if you're doing the right farm, you will have so many knickknack vouchers and transmarvels. Like, I've been streaming for like the past 2 weeks. I hit transmarvel cap 3 times, at least 3 times. And you probably noticed I still haven't used all of my tickets. And I capped out on sigil synthesis on sigils a couple of times, like 5 times. All you have to do to get a ton of sigils is to run this 4 Dragons of the Apocalypse. You run this, you get a bunch of Dark Daybreak merits, you get a bunch of Mirage munitions, you get a bunch of Ragnites, and you get a bunch of Silver Centrums. You're looking about 40 Ragnites per run, 40 to 50 Centrums per run, about 30 Daybreak merits per run, and then you just do a full run of 10 of those. You get about 400 of each. You come here, you go to recycle, you go to trade treasure, you trade 39 Ragnites for 1,000 knickknacks. And keep in mind, you get 400 in 10 runs, right? You get 400. So you can do this about 10 times, right? So that's 10,000 knickknack vouchers for about 1 hour of farming. 1 hour, 1 hour and a half, 1 hour and 20 minutes, depending on your team and setup. And that's just for the Ragnites. Silver Centrum, that's another 1,000, right? You also get some Grand Ruthenium's 3s. That's 66 per run, so it takes a little bit more, right? You also get some other stuff that you can get close to cap, like Daybreak merits, right? You get 100 of these. You do an hour farming on the dragons, and you have like, what? 20,000 knickknack vouchers easily, if not more. And then you just go to transmute sigils and you spam it. You need 2,500. You need 2,500 for 100 sigils, right? So with 10,000 knickknack vouchers, you get 400 sigils. You get more sigils than you can ever deal with. And from transmutation level 3, now we no longer get regular 5. So you don't even have to worry about selling them. It's all 5 pluses. Which means the only thing you have to recycle is the right stones once you're done. And for the sigils, you do have to do one thing, which is to go to filter and go not locked and go number of traits 1. This will show you like you can get regular 5 stars, I forgot, but it's basically the war elementals and the sigils that, you know, come at level 15. So war elemental, glass cannon, those kinds of things. So those are the only things you would have to like manually sell, so they don't take up space. But you will have so many sigils that you have no idea what to even do with them. Like I'm sitting at how many sigils am I now at? 4,500. I'm almost at the cap again. I have more sigils than I can ever think of. And you just start with like the really trash sigils. And like, let's say, look, in my case, transmute sigils, no, sigil synthesis. Let's say I want an attack, no, a stun, right? Because usually I go for stun and I go for damage cap, right? Because that's a good combo that we always want. I just go to the bottom. I look at some of the sigils, not these ones. Usually I keep these. Actually, I usually transform these because auto revive in the first slot is a purple, so it doesn't work with any of our passives, right? So these, I would take just any of these. I could take this, I go here, and then I pick whatever I need. I need damage cap. Actually, wait. I need to do... not damage cap here. It's stun here in the first one. And then damage cap here in the second one. Alright, I go stun, I go... What do I now need? Damage cap, auto revive. 1. Doesn't matter. Next. I go back to the bottom usually. Damage. Stun power, auto revive. I don't even care what it is. I just do this over and over until I need what I need. Because I have so many sigils, I actually want to get rid of them. So I don't feel bad about, you know, wasting sigils, so to speak. Because I have too many. I have way too many. Stun, auto revive. I mean, that's not too bad. It's at least it's stun on the first shield. And then you have all of these junks with like... Oh, okay, damage cap, stun, doesn't matter. Guts with skill seal. We don't need this. Damage cap, skill seal, doesn't matter. Damage cap, skill seal. Guts, burn stance, doesn't matter. We have so many sigils. Stun power, damage cap. There we go. There's one. Next, stun power. I need more anyway. It's not just one. There we go. Another one. Cool. Next one. What's nimble onslaught with... It doesn't matter because it's power in the second slot, right? We don't care about that. What do we not care? Like, we know, go with these ones, right? We don't need damage cap in the first slot, and we don't care about purple in the second slot. Cool. Next one. Nimble onslaught, rupee tycoon. Doesn't matter. Damage cap again. And you just do this over and over again until you've consumed your thousands of sigils. Because you're either doing this or you're trying to sell them all to the NPC. There you go. Another stun power damage cap. That's the third one. Damage cap with XP. Doesn't matter. Fast learner stun. Doesn't matter. Fast learner attack power with this one again. Stun power fast learner. Doesn't matter. Nimble onslaught. We have way too many anyway, so these are all wasted. XP. Doesn't matter. I have too many. And I don't even feel bad about sacrificing these because I have so many and because you can get so many now. Like, you genuinely don't care about the sigils. There we go, another stun damage cap. Like, I'm getting them like candy in the general sense. Like, yes, I'm burning through a lot of it, but I don't care. Okay, nimble slot damage cap. That's fine. It's a reverse, right? So that's still a good sigil, right? Indirectly. I don't have it here, but yeah, whatever. Nimble onslaught, back to nimble onslaught. Actually, another one, a good one sigils to get rid of are obviously the ones with like orange skills in the first column. Like, not necessarily supplementary damage, but like, you think tyrannies and stuff like that, right? Those are also good. Like, all the old skills that you will never use, just parry those with like something you need. Nimble onslaught stun power, that's also nice, because again, it's in the first slot. Nimble onslaught. Actually, no, that one's not good because it's stun power. We don't actually want those. I just forgot. But yeah, just repeat this process. And nimble onslaught, damage cap, that's another one. It's good, right? It's damage cap in the second slot. Damage cap, low profile, doesn't matter. Stun power, nimble onslaught, that's okay, not great, but whatever, doesn't matter. Stun power low, okay. Actually, I'm gonna use this one. I have a Fate Breaker damage cap. Damage cap, stun power, okay. I don't like having two orange sigils on the same one. Stun power damage cap, there we go. We just made like 5 stun power damage caps. And we still have way too many sigils. We're at 4,480. We did like 50 sigils. And don't get me wrong, not every run is going to be as successful in the grand scheme of things. But again, it's quantity over quality in a general sense here. You have so many sigils to burn through, it's kind of crazy. And of course, you can try selling them as well. Like, there are some sigils that you just don't want to use. So I usually go, especially through these ones, the default ones, like character ones. I usually only keep one of each. So like for circuit, I have one warpath with drain. I get rid of circuits. I only keep one, the best one that I can generally consider. Usually potion hoarder or something like this is very useful, but like, because it's very generic, so you can never feel bad about having it in a skill. Oh, don't worry about it. I'm grinding because I want to continue playing the game. I have, what is it? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, and I'm almost 9 characters maxed out. Okay, I have 9 characters almost maxed out. Fediel just needs a few more mastery points. I'm not playing this because I have things to do. I'm playing this because I like it and I want to talk to people about the game. And I also beat Defy Infinity, so I got my trophies for Terminus. I don't care about the grind per se. I'm doing it just so I can play this game a little longer and talk to people about it. So like, you being here and talking about the game and me being able to help you out, that's why I'm playing the game. I'm perfectly fine not actively playing the game in this particular sense. Like, I was done with the game a week ago. I got my platinum achievement. Like, I got all achievements on Steam. I beat everything. I got all my characters. I'm building all the characters just so that I can get the feel for them, so that I can understand their skills, and I can continue helping people like you when you have questions about a particular character that right now I don't know enough about, right? Like, I don't need to level any more characters. I just want to do it. You know? That's all there is to it. I just want to do it because there's nothing else for me to do outside of just farming the same infinities over and over again. But like, I don't have to. Like, there's outside of the one infinity, there's just nothing for me to do. Yeah, just for the love of the game at this point. Pretty much, yes. I just the game is fun and I want to continue playing it. I probably will stop playing it in the next few days, like next week or something, because there is another game that I'm looking forward to, which is very different from the usual. But I don't plan on stopping playing this game like after this week, right? It's just I'm gonna not play it every single day. That's the difference, right? Right now I'm playing it every day, and next week I will not play it every day. That's the difference. Like, I'm trying to look how many hours do I have on Steam? Let me check. I got 240 hours since the expansion came out. I got 240 hours in the game. I've done everything I need to do and then some. I just want to talk to people about the game and help people out, and just, if somebody needs help, I'm here basically to help. Yeah, I really do hope we get post-game support, and especially I would like at least one balance patch or something to address some of the skills and stuff, and also some of the glitches that people can currently do. Last time we got those after about a month since the game released. So if we assume, because there's no guarantee, but if we assume a similar timeline, we should probably get a patch within about a week and a half from now, give or take, or 2 weeks from now, with some adjustments and changes and fixes. Again, that's assuming a similar timeline as before. We don't know if we will get a similar timeline. But last time we got our first major update after a month after release. But I'm pretty sure also last time they also announced from the launch date that there will be a patch roadmap, I think. This time we don't have that. So it's possible it might take longer this time because we don't have any roadmap or estimates for when to expect something. They haven't said anything about it. So it's possible it might take a little bit longer than 2 weeks, but who knows at this point. I definitely do hope we get some changes. Like I said, characters like Io, for instance, have like almost a third of all their masteries unusable. So I feel like that's kind of unacceptable. Some changes need to be made to some characters. Again, I haven't tried all of them. I only have a quarter of them. I only have 8/9 out of 28. So there's still characters to go through to test and all of that. But like having a character where a quarter of the nodes are unusable is kind of crazy. Yeah, no, I always try to stream the new games that I play. It's just that I don't know how many people will actually appreciate the next game. I will be honest, the next game I plan on playing, I mean, obviously, if I fancy something else in between now and the release of the next game, which is, I believe, on the 30th. Yeah, it's on the 30th. So yeah, that's Monday, Tuesday, Wednesday, realistically. There's, maybe I'll play something else in the next week, but the next game I want to play is on July 30th. And I will admit, this is a guilty pleasure game that I play because I want to play it. It's for myself. And I already know a lot of people will not like it or care for it. And that game is called Blue Reflection Quartet. It's a compilation in this case of all of the games. I played the first one on stream. I didn't play the second one when that came out because I didn't have time to play it at the time. And it's basically a magical girl RPG. Essentially, that's the simplest way I can describe it. It's a very girly magical girl RPG. I just like RPGs in general, and every now and again I see an RPG that kind of looks very unique and different. So Blue Quartet is one of those games that I do not expect a lot of my audience to care for, but it's one game that I absolutely want to play. But it's also usually a pretty short game, so I probably will beat that in like 2-3 days. Yeah, Blue Reflection, yes. A lot of people don't like it because it's very girly and very, again, Sailor Moonish and stuff like that. And it's not very manly and all of that kind of stuff. And, usually the audience of Monster Hunter and this type of game aren't into that type of game. So there's not overlap in my usual audience with that game. But it is a game that I plan on playing, yes, because it's cute, it's funny, it's adorable, it's nice, it's pretty, it's nice colors, it's nice presentation, and it's an RPG, and I always like RPGs. So it works for me. Yeah, I like it. But again, I'm also a little bit more flexible to like for me, presentation and aesthetics do matter quite a bit. I'm not very prickly when it comes to games that, look different or stuff like that. As long as like I get the right vibe from it, I'm open to almost anything. My personal like no-go, essentially, that you won't see me play on the stream ever, realistically, is sports games, like actual sports games, like football, basketball, those kind of stuff. Those really don't appeal to me. And horror games. I really don't like how, the tenseness of horror games. So those are two types of games that you pretty much will never see me play on the stream. But other than that, I'm pretty much open to anything. Like, I'll give almost anything a shot at least once if I like the premise or the presentation or something. Yeah, it's a Gust game. Not a lot of people know about Gust. I played a bunch of their games. I played Art Tonelico and stuff. I like Atelier. Yeah. I miss Art Tonelico and the other art games. There's so few of them, especially in the West. They didn't get translated. I'm pretty sure that was also by them. Unless like I took a hit to the head and I'm misremembering. Right? Art Tonelico was Gust. I'm not stupid, am I? Yeah, it was. Arno Surge, O2 Onboard Star, and yeah. At least Arno Surge was. That one's the one that I played. Yeah, Arno Surge, those were both Gust games. And yeah, Art Tonelico as well. Yeah, so okay. I didn't take a hit to the head. I did remember correctly. What your favorite game is? I mean, it's hard to say, but I'm guess. Well, I guess it's probably one of the Atelier, right? Atelier Rise is very, very popular, and it's what blew up in the West, at least. But at the same time, it sounds like you're probably an old school fan, or like an older fan, so you probably are from like the Ciel No Surge days or something, or Neptunia, or I don't know, probably Atelier, because Atelier is the more popular series overall. So maybe Arland or something. I don't know. It's hard to guess, but it's probably some Atelier game. I would wager. Yeah, I haven't played the Neptunia game in a long time. I played like the early days, but then life changed. Life stuff happened, and I kind of never got around back to it. But I played like the early three games slash 6 games, remakes, stuff like that, and then a few other of the side ones as well. But yeah, I really like the Neptunia games. I played pretty much all of the early ones and the remakes. You like Dusk, yeah. Yeah, I honestly don't know what to guess when it comes to Atelier, because there's so many of them, and they're all kind of sort of similar, but also they have their own unique flair in very distinct ways. And it's like you can ask Atelier fans and you will get different responses from almost everybody. Some people will say Shali, some people will say Rai, some will say Arland. Like every Atelier game has its own kind of like little dedicated fan base that will die on the hill as it being the best Atelier game. Yeah, Arno Surge was one of my favorites that I ever played from them. For that, like that game just clicked for me. It really clicked for me. I think it was my first game from Gus that I actually platinumed. Like I actually just sat down and I said, okay, I love this game. I am doing everything. I don't care how annoying every achievement is. I'm gonna get it all. And I got it all. Yeah, like that was kind of my first guess, because again, Rise is what got most people into Atelier to recognize. Like Rise was definitely the mainstream moment for Atelier. That was when it blew into the mainstream. Like people that never heard of Atelier were now Atelier fans, kind of thing, right? It kind of had that same like when Final Fantasy VII came out, right? People that didn't know what Final Fantasy was, that was the moment where the floodgates broke. So Rise is a pretty safe pick, I guess, but it was pretty clear that you knew Gus from before. So I didn't pick Rise because it kind of didn't make sense. Like it was clear you played before Rise. Or Riza, or whatever you want to pronounce it, because every region and every person says it slightly differently. Can be difficult sometimes. I'm also Romanian, so sometimes I have a tendency to pronounce things the same way I would in Romanian. So I kind of just read them as they're written. So it's Atelier Riza. So, it can be a little bit difficult when you're multilingual and like your brain just keeps swapping between different languages. And one time you're pronouncing things in Romanian, one time it's in English, another time it's German, another time it's Spanish, another time it's Japanese. Like there's always something that fries your brain and you get on the wrong track. But yeah, my guilty pleasure for the coming week, and one of the games I'm most looking forward to, is Blue Reflection on July 30th. But that one's probably a short game, so that one will probably be beating fairly quickly. The next game that I'm looking forward to is Beast of Reincarnation. That's August 4th. We should probably be able to beat Blue Reflection before Beast of Reincarnation comes out. Easily before then. And after Beast of Reincarnation, the next game I'm looking forward to is Star Wars Zero Company on August 27th. Those are my 3 games for like the next month, give or take. And then the other games that I'm looking forward to are in September: Onimusha Way of the Sword, Warhammer 40k Dawn of War. There's one game that I'm kind of like half and half yet. I haven't decided if I want to play it and stream it or not. It's a new game from the guild Arc Stride. No, what is it? Arc System Works. Clefi in Providence's Shadow. I'm still checking that one out, but I'm not sure yet. And then October, we have Dragon's Dogma Dark Arisen, Tales of Eternia, Final Fantasy Resonance, Phantom Blade Zero, and holy fuck, I do not know how I can fit all of those games in October. October is super crowded. It's like game I want after game I want after game I want. Oh, Knights of Azure, I played the first one and beat it. I don't think I beat the second one. I think I started playing the second Knights of Azure. I think I have it on Steam, right? No, I don't. I think it's just on my wish list. But yeah, I haven't played the second one. Yeah, like I said, I have a kind of like a broad interest of things. And there's a game every now and again. Like, I'm not like a huge Warhammer 40k nerd. There's certain specific experiences in Warhammer that I'm interested in. Usually, but not exclusively, around the Space Marines and the Sisters of Battle. Those are my 2 kind of preferred faction stories. So usually when there's a game that kind of has Space Marines and Adeptas Sororitas, that's usually when I kind of get curious about it, but it still depends on the game. Dawn of War 4 obviously is tied to like the Dawn of War series, and I played every Dawn of War up to this point, including the 3rd one, which was not very good, but it is what it is. It was what it was. But it's Dawn of War 4, so that's kind of the only reason why it's on the list, because it's a mainline Warhammer for me that I already played every single game for them. I usually just play for the story. I don't like play for the multiplayer competitive side of these RTS type games. But I'm curious for the story and stuff like that. So I'll beat the story. I'll mess around a little bit, see what's what. Maybe do a game or 2 of multiplayer and stuff. But yeah, it's one of those like, you know, like you're not really. I'm not somebody that goes to comedy movies, but every now and again there might be a comedy that kind of just piques my interest. It's kind of like that. I'm not huge on Warhammer 40k, but every now and again there comes a game where you just go like, yeah, I have to play this. Like this is the right stuff. You know, it's what it needs to be. It's the right stuff. Yeah. But yeah, those are the main games for this year. Some other games that I'm looking forward to with no real like announced date or something like that, or that are kind of like in limbo a little bit, are Mortal Shell 2, that one's supposedly coming out this year as well, Crimson Moon as well. We don't know if they will come out this year or not. They may or may not be pushed. And then next year, I have a bunch of games as well. I got FF14 Evercall, the expansion. I got Persona 4 Revival. I kind of want to see more about Gundam Rogue Orbit. I'm not 100% sure on that one. Exodus, I'm kind of also on the wait for now. Tides of Annihilation, Monster Hunter Wild Descendants, FF7 Revolution, Atelier Karya is next year. Stellar Blade Blood Rain, I think, is next year, or it might be 2028. I'm not sure. Darksiders 4 should also be next year. Maitreya should be next year. That's an indie game. And Lords of the Fallen 2 is also next year. Death and Request, you know the game? I know about the game. I don't remember. Is it on Steam, though? Yeah, it is on Steam. I know of the game. I just never got around to it. And because of there's so many new games, like a lot of it is kind of like on hold. Like a lot of the older games, like my Steam library has about 300 games that I haven't played. older games, you know? To be more precise, 260. I have 260 games already owned that I haven't played, right? Or maybe I played a little bit, but I haven't finished. But there's so many new games that I'm interested in that at this point, old games happen more or less when there's nothing new for me to play. That's kind of the thing at this point. Like, there's so many good games that I like that I want to play in the upcoming months that I barely have time for the old ones. Like, I mean, I could just, burn through them and just jump from one game to the other. Like, I could have stopped playing, Relink a week ago. But I'm also, like, I want to play games that I want to play, but I also don't want to rush through them. The backlog and get to those, yeah. I mean, there's going to be downtime, right? The thing is, right now, it's kind of like a weird situation because of GTA coming out in November. Everybody's kind of like losing their fucking mind. Whether it's PC or console, it doesn't matter. Everybody's kind of like lost it. So because of that, in November, being more or less the GTA month, everybody just scoured away either before or way left after, but mostly before. So now this year is in particular, August, September, October are super, super, super stacked with a ton of good games. Like, I only listed the games that I want to personally buy and play on stream, not all of the games that I think are good. There's many games that I actually think were very good, and maybe they're on my wish list, but I just cannot fit in my schedule, right? There's a lot more games, but everybody went away from GTA and kind of got all pressed together. So now you have dozens of games coming in like 3 months, and all of them are amazing. And then many of them are into the next year. So like January and February is going to be like, February and March next year is also going to be super stacked. Because, January is going to be FF14 Evercold. February is going to be Tomb Raider, Persona, Fable, and then everything else. Monster Hunter Wilds is probably going to be around February or March. We don't know an exact date, but that's probably where it's going to be based on previous release dates. FF7 Revelations is also going to be somewhere in that range. So it's just like, it's like Gatling gun of good games. Kiseki series, Trail series, yes, I know. It's on my wish list. Like, half of them are on my wish list, half of them are on my backlog. I always wanted to get into them, but I never could really find the time to fit it in. Especially before now. So like now I'm doing the content creator thing to an extent, a little bit more than before, So I have to be mindful about what I actually can fit in. But I used to work in tech, and I was constantly tired. So my gaming for the last like 2 years, give or take, like ish, was very scarce, and it was mostly things like gacha games and stuff, because I would work late, I would get super tired, and then the best thing I could do is do a little bit of auto gaming and go to sleep. So like there was no way to play the Trails games before then. And now that I'm finally have the time, unfortunately, at least for the foreseeable future, there's not enough downtime to fit Trails games. But believe me, those are games that I do want to get around to at some point. I just need the right type of like window to actually fit something as big as that. Because that's not the type of game that realistically you want to play for a day or two and put down and come back to later. Because it's story intensive, it's focused on, so many characters and stuff. And if you just play it for a day and then put it down, you forget stuff, and you lose plot points and plot threads. So it's not a game that I want to play in between other games. Oh, right now I only have 2 more gacha games. I have Fate Grand Order, and I have Honkai Star Rail. I don't really stream those though. I just play them on the side at the moment. But I do plan on dropping at least Honkai Star Rail very soon, because it just takes too much time. But I used to play a lot of gacha games in the past. I played Azure Lane. I played Honkai Impact Third. I play Genshin. I played ZZZ. I'm playing Honkai Star Rail still now. I played Ether Gazer. I played whatever fuck it. I don't even remember. Like I played so many gachas, and at one point I was playing multiple at once. Like about 3 years ago, I was playing like 10 gachas at the same time. It was crazy. But I'm trying to drop the addiction basically. I'm reducing the gacha games because it's just too much. They on the one hand, like it's not like they take a lot of time because most of them you can either auto or you can skip farming and stuff like that, and you can burn your stamina in like 5 minutes, but it adds up altogether. Yeah, I'm still playing Honkai Star Rail at least for this month because I think it's today. Today they launched the second part of the collaboration event with Fate. So we're getting Rin and Gilgamesh in Honkai Star Rail. So I'm going to be pulling for those, doing that story, finishing this current like story chapter and all of that kind of stuff. So, and after this, after a while, I've built these characters and everything, I'm probably going to stop. Because I don't really have time for that as well, with everything else on the line as well. But again, I'm a Fate player. I played FGO, so I'm a sucker for Fate. I saw the collab, and I was already playing Honkai. I already have Arturia and Archer, so now I have to get Gilgamesh and Rin as well to have the whole fiesta of Fate Stay Night. Yeah, 2 hours is good. That's what I'm saying. Like at one point, I was spending more than 2 hours a day just on gachas. Because yeah, there's the dailies, but there's also every week there's some weekly stuff that takes a little bit longer or that's a little bit more invested, right? You had your imaginary thingy or whatever it was, the Herta thing, right? You have to do that once a week. And then they added the mini game with like that one I liked. It was kind of like the TFT type mode, right? But even that takes like a good half an hour, and you have to do that at least once a week. Oh, pretty much. I don't do scripts though. I like to just do natural gameplay unless the game gives me itself an option to auto farm. I just do it naturally. Like I don't. But yeah, FGO for me is kind of like I do stories, I do events, I grind out the shop to like almost completion, or like get the essential stuff, and then dailies, and that's it. But I mean, I've been playing that game since release, basically since launch, the global version. I have way too many servants, and it is a little bit of a sunken cost fallacy, but I can't bring myself to actually drop FGO. I dropped a bunch of other games over the years, but like that one still holds a strong sentimental value. And compared to the other gacha games, like for me personally at least, like Fate FGO hasn't done anything so egregious that it annoys me when I log in and think about it, kind of thing. And because I'm a long time player and I have like hundreds of apples and all of that kind of stuff, it also doesn't hurt me when a new character comes out. So I can just, like, I get a new character and in the same moment it's all maxed out. I also have to grind gear for stats and whatnot, so it's very easy to keep it not annoying. Who's your Fate waifu? Yeah, that's a tough question because I'm the type to like characters for different reasons. I have multiple waifus in that sense. Nero, I would say, is one of my top favorite characters in general. Like, if there's one character that I would consider I need to have every variation of, Nero would be one of them, I would say. Tamamo would be up there as well. Vritra, I really like. There's only one version of her so far, but I really like Vritra. Melusine, I like Melusine a lot. I actually like Melusine a lot. Tamlin, Lancelot. I have both versions of her as well. Hokusai I really like. I have all versions of her as well. Yeah, those are some of my characters that are up there for my favorites kind of thing. First is Ereshkigal. Ereshkigal is a good one. I get it. No, again, the thing is, there's so many good characters. It's also very hard for me to like pick one favorite, right? That's why I said like it's when you ask me who's number one, it's a hard question to answer because there's so many characters that I like for so many different reasons. Nero would technically be the closest to being like my quote unquote waifu / Oshi character, but it also depends like what character they release at any given time, you know, or which characters are already available or not. But like, if there's one character that I would say I would, you know, go all the way to pity, it would be Nero, I guess. Yeah, Eresh is a little bit of a sad character in the grand scheme of things, for sure. I have her base form. I don't have her current anniversary one, unfortunately. I spent quite a few quartz on her, but again, as much as I like her, she's definitely not the 900 quartz character. I like her character. Nero for me is obviously more of an old school kind of thing. You know, Fate CCC Extra, you know, Padoru memes from the animations, just the Nero VTuber-ish like live stream arc from the back in the day. It's just Umu is my spirit animal, as it were. It's just she makes me happy. She makes me happy. I have a bad day, I look at Nero, and then my bad day is less bad. Nero is just special for me for sure. No, that's also partly why I like Tamamo. I also like obviously many of like because of CCC and stuff and extra. You know, much of the like the you know moon cancers and stuff like that. I like Meltrilis. You know, Meltrilis is probably one of my favorite of the BB variants. I think actually she is my favorite. Yeah, Meltrilis would be my favorite. But I like Passion Lip as well. She's cute and innocent. Not a huge fan of Kazura drop, but I will probably pull for her still. Just to have all of them. Alright, Dead Face. Nira. I forgot the name of the anime, but it's basically based on Fate Extra. What was it? Oh yeah, Fate Extra Last Encore. Yeah, Fate Extra. Yeah, Fate Extra Lost Encore. Encore. it's in the name. It's Fate Extra. Yeah. Fate Extra Lost Encore. She has such a smug face. I love it. I love her so much. She makes me smile. I love it when she pouts. I love it when she's smug as hell. I love it when she laughs. She's a silly one. I like her. But yeah, that is basically my next game. For now, essentially, we got 4 more days. I don't usually stream on Sundays though, so there's gonna be a stream tonight, which is gonna be more of this, and then Sunday is gonna be day off, and then brings us to Monday the 27th. We got 3 more days where we can get some more things done here, and then on the 30th we're gonna play Blue Reflection for the next few days, and we're gonna try and beat that before Tuesday when Beast of Reincarnation comes out, and then we're gonna play that, and we're gonna beat that, and then we're gonna come back to Relink until Star Wars Zero Company comes out, and we're playing that for about a week, and then we jump into Onimusha, and so on. Many games, many games. But yeah, my goal with Relink is basically to max out every character. I already did that for the base game. Like, I have every character at max level. Every single one of them is level 100. Every single one of them has their offense and defense masteries maxed out. And every single one of them has their collection maxed out. All weapons at 150. So obviously my goal for the expansion is to get every single one of these characters collection 100% part 2. And ideally, which is going to be a pain in the ass, but ideally everybody should end up at mastery, over mastery level 55 star. Oh yeah, I know about Hades too. It's not really my type of game usually. I am not like super big on roguelites and like never-ending games, so to speak. Like, I like my games to have a clear end, broadly speaking. And Hades is a game that does not have a clear end, outside of like running it once. But that's not how most people play Hades, and that's not how most people expect you to play Hades. Because it's a roguelite, so the whole appeal is to just go again and again and again. I do give roguelites every now and again a chance, like, it's not like I'm against them, but it's one of those genres that it's in the I'll give it a shot pile every now and again if I have the time and it really tickles my fancy. But if I were to play Hades 2, I would play it like for a day or two or whatever until I actually beat a stage, like get to the end once. And then maybe I'll play for another day just to, you know, really get full on it and then stop. Like, I would not be playing Hades for weeks and months on end. Yeah, 5-star every character is going to be... Oh, for sure. Like, you should have seen my streams right before the game came out. It was constant grinds. To the point I turned it into like almost a speedrun minigame. I was running this bloody stage. I think it was Maniac, was it, right? No, it was Extreme, I think. I keep forgetting where it was, the stage. Not this one. Where is it? I know the name of it, I just don't see it. Is it Maniac? No, it's definitely not. I'm pretty sure it should be here. Oh, this one. Gulp. So these are the rumor monster. This one. This one with the Armon. This quest. This used to be the best quest in the base game for getting Fortitude Crystals. And before the expansion came out, you needed 100 and about 30 large crystals to max out one weapon. And you would get about, what was it, 40 on average large crystals. I did this stage a lot, to the point that I started optimizing how many Armons can I kill to get the most rewards per stage. And my record for Armons is somewhere in the 260 range. What was my record again? Let me check, because I have a screenshot of it. Stop, screenshots. Pretty sure it was the end of the month. No. 255, I think, based on screenshots at least. I have to check all my screenshots because I have a few that haven't been numbered. But my highest numbered screenshots, it's 255. I killed 255 Ahriman in 4 minutes. That's how many times I did this stupid stage. A new best fortitude crystal. There's 2 ways of doing it. I need to check again, but I think one of these gave fortitude crystals, in part because weapons ascensions now also require it. So I'm pretty sure there was one of these that also gave fortitude crystal L's, I think. I need to check because it's been a hot minute since I farmed specifically this stage. Ascension, was it? It's not for 3. Is it for 4? I'm pretty sure. I mean, you obviously get large large fortitudes after every single boss, so you do get a few just from running, you know, difficulty 3 and 4. You're probably getting a 40 or so on average per run. So doing 5-star should be pretty decent. But the stage I always do is, when I need fortitude crystals, is again the same stage I do for everything else. 4 Dragons of the Apocalypse. Every run should net you around 40 large crystals, give or take, per run. You get 40... not Fury Canes. What is it? This one. You get about 40 or so large crystals, 40 to 50. You get 40 Centrums, you get Daybreak Merits, you get Terminus Ragnite, so you get knickknacks in the process. You get decent enough mastery at 70,000, so it's about 10,000 mastery per minute. You get some good summons, or worst case scenario, more mastery points. You get a bunch of sigils for synthesis with Spartan Echo, Divergence, good stuff here. Like, this is my go-to farm stage. Whenever I need anything that's not specifically weapon materials, like to ascend or awaken, if it's not that, I do this stage. If I need ascension materials, I do Conflux. Like, this is all around just good for everything. You get knickknacks for masteries and sigils. You get these things which you need anyway for ascending weapons. You get your Terminus, you get your Daybreak Merits, you get your sigils, you get your mastery. It gives you everything. So you're like, minute for minute, it's the best stage by far to grind. It gives you the most things. Now, if for whatever reason you're capped on one thing or another, then obviously it depends. If you just want mastery, I would usually go Lucilius. I would go do this one. This one, it's 7,000 per run. And then you get an average of like 60,000 via Canaan White Blooms. You get on average about 12 of these per run. And you can turn 3 of these into 1 Ambrosia. There's also a chance for Ambrosia to drop. So this is, if you just want mastery, this is your best stage. It's the most consistent, assuming your team is strong enough. And you can also get some potentially decent summons. And if not, more mastery. So depending on if you're getting good or bad summons, you can average out around 90k, 75 to 90k mastery per run. Yeah, exactly. But usually I don't just grind mastery. I try to, do more than just mastery because, again, I'm trying to get all the characters personally. Most people shouldn't need that, but I'm trying to get all the characters. And because I need so many weapons, that is by far the most efficient stage to do. To actually get weapons upgraded and stuff. And also you can, if you get Azurite Splendors and you have too many, you can also trade these for Ambrosia. I had about 200 or so Splendors at one point, and I traded about 100 or so for Ambrosias, because I just have too many. And you get shards that you can turn into Splendors all the time. So it's kind of like, whenever I get, like, I like to have around 100, give or take, just to have some flexibility for my characters and builds, because I do want to have every character built out. I don't want to start moving things around too much, right? I want each character to have its own gear. And it's nice to be able to have them all decked out with their own sigils. So that I don't have to take them off of each other. Lancelot's geared. Fediel doesn't have. Galanza has her stuff. So yeah, those are the stages that I usually grind. Every now and again, I do the Revenge of the Ooze one as well. But that one I usually do when I'm at the computer, so that the NPC, like the AI, doesn't randomly get stuck or doesn't kill the Celestial in the middle. So that one I do semi-AFK. So like, I just leave them to fight, and if I see that they're not targeting the Celestial when they're summoning, I'll move them to make sure that they get the Celestials, because the Celestials are also the main way of getting mastery in that stage. The Celestials themselves, especially if you're using summons like I am for mastery, like these ones, they give you like 12,500 mastery on their own or something like that. So like almost an Ambrosia's worth. So like they are the big ones when it comes to mastery in that stage. So if you get those, you're pretty much guaranteed every run around 80k. 4 of them are like 40,000, 48,000, almost 50,000. And then another 30 to 40,000 from the regular mobs and whatnot and levels, etc. And 90,000 mastery for 3 minutes is really, really solid. What is one thing about Relink that annoys you or you wish to change? EO's masteries for me personally, hands down. Because EO is my main. And like I said, EO has way too many talents that are wasted. And I actually want to be able to play EO, especially concentration EO. But I have 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 talents that do nothing. And on top of that, if you look at the talents, many of them actually require you to invest points into that tree, into that level, just to make use of it. So style rank 3, I can't just pick this. I have to pick 6 points just for this to be effective. So basically it has the same style rank requirement as the rank it is in. And these ones as well, 2 on level 2. So EO has like a lot of bullshit, and since she is my main, obviously, I get very, very irritated looking at her tree. That would be my #1 thing that I wish they would change. Concentration build in particular, with all of this stuff. I would like to see this fixed with her talent trees. But that's EO specific. If it was more of a general thing, I would like to see wording on skills updated. I don't think we will see that. But I would definitely like a better description for skills. I think that would be a big thing. It's not like, it doesn't impact your play overall when you think about it, but for new players and just everybody in general, I wish the wording on the skills was better so that you can actually know which skills are before damage cap, which are after. Like, I think more consistent wording and translation would go a long way in making things less confusing for a lot of people. But I also don't think that's realistic. That type of stuff doesn't get changed at this point in time in a game's life cycle, so that's definitely a ship that has already sailed. Other than that, what else could I think about? I don't know, like the awakening system I'm mostly okay with, even though it takes a long time. You know, maybe some new stages that make some grinding a little bit more efficient. Maybe a Conflux 6. Maybe a Conflux 6 would be nice. Yeah, honestly, that's kind of overpowered. Like, your summon skills apply to you and only you. So the 4 skills you have on your summons affect you, but it doesn't affect other people. And I actually think from a design perspective, and balancing and everything and coding perspective, because we're talking online, it makes sense. Also, if everybody's summons would apply to everybody, think about it. That's 12 skills. You could just have a group of people running 4 different sigils individually so that they apply 12 different skills to each other, and all of a sudden they basically inflate all of their gear, all of their survivability, all of their damage, everything to like the nth degree, because you could be able to stack every single skill on every person across the board, and then you just fit in what you don't have on your summons separately. So that it makes sense that it doesn't apply. But just so you know, when it comes to the summons, all 4 skills of yours that are on your summons apply to you. You can only use the summon that's in the leftmost field, but all 4 effects apply to you as a character. You get all the benefits of all 4 summons for you. So your build individually isn't affected. Yeah, Conflux Co-op is another one that I've seen a lot of people talk about. I personally, I don't really care about that. I don't necessarily think it would make anything better, unless they also add like a Conflux 6. That would be a little bit harder, but with better rewards. Because the difficulty of Conflux right now, like, first of all, it doesn't make sense in terms of the difficulty curve. And second of all, it would be too much effort to implement co-op in a mode that's already piss easy in the grand scheme of things, and it's just intended for catch up to this point. So like if they were to do co-op, I would like them to also add a difficulty 6 with better grinding rewards. Yes, you do. So primary summon for sessions is the summon you want to use in multiplayer. So you only, like, if you're in multiplayer group and you're not the leader, right, specifically, you only get access to the summon in the left field. So your primary summon. This is the only summon that you can actually summon in a fight. But the effects on them, the passives, the War Elemental, the Spartan Echo, the Berserker Echo, these things, they apply to you at all times. You do not lose these effects. You get all of these effects constantly. You only are unable to summon these 3 summons. So you want to make sure whatever you have in this slot is the summon you want to be able to summon in multiplayer. That's the only thing you have to consider. The stats themselves, it's whatever. They can be in any slot. But what you want to make sure is in this slot is the summon that you actually want to summon. The utility or the damage or whatever it is. If you're the leader, then the system is a little bit different, because the leader has access to the first 3 summons if you're in a duo. If you're in a trio, the leader has access to these 2 summons, the first 2. And if you have 3 people, then you also only have access to the first skill. But that it's only which summon you get to actually use that is limited in multiplayer, not the passives and stuff. Everything else is just as usual. Yeah. No, you're getting all of them. It's good. It's good. Yeah, it definitely would have been annoying otherwise, for sure. Like if you could only benefit from one skill, then yes, I agree. It would be kind of annoying and it would be kind of counterintuitive. But no, they specifically said, and I think they even mentioned in the patch notes, you get to get the effect, you get to keep all the effects, you just cannot summon multiple ones. I don't remember exactly where it was stated. I'm pretty confident it was mentioned in the patch notes. And if not, it was mentioned in the stream, in the Japanese stream that they had on launch day, or both. It's probably both, though. But I can confidently say that it does apply. All four skills apply in multiplayer. I can try looking for the patch notes, but to see if like. And Ragnar. Rock. Patch notes. Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm. Where is it? It's not in the patch notes? I know for a fact this is true. I just can't remember where I read it. It was in the patch notes or somewhere else. Was it under systems? No. I can't find it. Maybe it's not in the patch notes. Maybe it was just mentioned in a stream. It doesn't seem to be in the patch notes. It's a bit frustrating. Yeah, it doesn't seem to be in the patch notes specifically. Might have been in the stream in that case. But I mean, it's very easy to tell. Like if with certain skills, like the most obvious one that I can think of is War Elemental. If you put it in a different slot, right? War Elemental makes your numbers yellow, right? So if you put War Elemental on a summon and you put it on the second or third slot and your numbers are still yellow and not blue, that means War Elemental is in effect. Like that's a very simple one to test. Putting regen on a summon, it can also is an easy way to actually have visible, you know, feedback. If you have regen or drain on a summon but not on a character. But like I'm 100% sure I did not dream that, and I read it or like saw it somewhere at some point. I just don't remember exactly where, because it doesn't appear to be in the patch notes. It probably was in one of the streams or one of the posts or whatever. And endless Ragnarok summons multiplayer. Yeah, I can't like easily find it right now. I can't track it down, but I'm fairly confident in saying that yes, you get all 4 skills. The only difference is between single player and multiplayer is that you don't have access to all summons. You're limited to the one, and the summon gauge is obviously shared between people. So in multiplayer, ideally what you want to have, if possible, especially if you can coordinate, is have 2 summons of level 1, 1 summon level 2, one summon of level 1, 1 level 2, and 2 level 3s. That's the ideal configuration if it comes down to like using someone as parts of your like DPS or whatever support rotation that you actually need. Most people don't even bother with summons most of the time in multiplayer, even in Infinity. But like if you want to incorporate summons, that would be your ideal rotation. 1, 2, 3, 3. Because the summons reduce your cost duration. And this is irrespective of if you're running the talents for increased stats or not, right? The basic configuration remains the same, 1, 2, 3, 3, because you need 1 to reduce the cost, right? The only I guess, scenario where that wouldn't be the case, and in which case you would run a 2-3-3-3. 2-3-3-3 is when you reduce the cost. If you use this reduced cost, you would run a level 2, which becomes level 1, but is weaker, and then you do 3 and 3 and 3 back to back. If you have this trait equipped for every character, right? But otherwise, the optimal way to use summon is a level 1 summon, level 2 summon, level 3 summons, and level 3 summons. Yeah, yes, that's it. That is exactly why. These skills are passives, and the most important thing is that they apply to every character in your party, obviously, not in multiplayer, right? Because in multiplayer, you only have one character. It's your own controlled character. But like if you go into a duo, for instance, and the party leader has, you know, their own character, you're the second player, and then you have 2 more players in the party. Those are usually AI, right? Those AI would benefit from the same sigil as your main character. The exception to that rule is if you're bringing like a companion assist, right? In which case the assist would not get the benefit. The assist would get the benefit of its own summons that are registered to the character at the time of registration. So you cannot double dip summon effects. Summon effects apply to you and your character, NPC characters. But it applies to all of them. That's why all of my characters don't have, none of my characters has War Elemental, none of my characters has Spartan, none of my character has Berserker. Because all of them have gained those effects passively from the summon. And you can see at the skill bar at the top, it shows you, the slot. Where are you getting the effect from? And the 4 at the bottom are the summon slots. War Elemental comes from the first slot, as you can see. Spartan Echoes from the second, Berserkers from the third, and then Stout Heart is from the 4th, right? And these apply to every single character in your party. And even not in your party, essentially. They're passive globals, but only to your account characters. Yeah, the cat is cute. It's not particularly useful in the grand scheme of things, but it is cute. It's RNG, unfortunately. And the effect isn't that strong, but for funsies, it's definitely cute. Honestly, the thing with summon is summons are very good when you're progressing through the game because they do have a lot of innate power. But when you're at the end game with your full builds, damage summons generally don't out DPS your actual player most of the time. Again, if you're running a proper DPS build, I mean. And for supports, I mean, you can run those, but most people forget anyway. But yeah, if they were to add co-op to Conflux, I feel like they have to add a level 6 difficulty. Because level 5 is just too easy in the grand scheme of things. Whether it's solo already, even when you're doing it at a level, it's not particularly challenging because it's not designed to be particularly challenging at the end of the day. The whole point is to be able to allow you to catch up, right? Your other characters and all that stuff when you get into Chaos Plus, right? So this difficulty is tuned around early Chaos Plus, right? Like late Chaos Plus, early Chaos Plus. It's meant to be a way for you to grind and catch up as an alternative way. So by the time you reach endgame Chaos Plus or like Infinity, it's like you're trivializing everything. So if you add 4 players there in Chaos 5, like you're burning through that in no time at all, and it's not even fun, and you don't even get to interact with. And that's the other thing. If they add to co-op, they also need to do something about like the process of selection and stuff. Like who gets to control which of the rooms you go, who gets to choose the seals. Is it the leader? Is it a vote based? You have to add additional rules, requirements, systems, functionality to support that co-op that right now isn't needed. But Fairy broken again? How so? How is she broken? I only know about the Fairy SBA tank build, nothing else. But I also haven't looked into it in detail. Oh, yeah, no. So the thing is, different skills have different SBA gain values. It's the same with like attack modifiers and stuff like that. And builds that use offensive skills also generally, like offensive skills generally generate SBA gauge, whereas like passive skills or buffs and debuffs don't. So there's certain things that you can do to gain more SBA gauge, even if you don't run SBA. Like, for instance, on Galanza, I don't have any uplift. I can keep up with almost everybody in terms of SBA generation. Like, I won't be the top. I'll usually be like the second or something like that, because his aerial combo into finisher generates a lot more SBA than regular auto attacks. So if you can use your finishers and stuff like that, you will generally generate more SBA. It's also true for characters like Lancelot. If you just auto attack, you will deal more damage, but you will generate less SBA than if you were to do your finishers with your Y attacks and stuff like that, because the Y attacks have higher SBA coefficient to them. So depending on the characters and the skills, you might need more uplift or less uplift. Some characters just have insanely high SBA gains on certain skills, and Fairy is one of those characters that has, I don't know which skill because I haven't played her enough, but I know just from the base game she has one skill or one loop or something that generates insane amount of SBA. So the idea with Fairy is you just become an SBA bot. You don't really care about damage as much as other characters. You just become tanky and you do your loop and you generate SBA, and you either share it with everybody else or you just loop your SBA to give everybody else 10% and then do it all over again. Yeah, you can definitely do that with certain characters. Like, my Galanza can tank almost everything between Crab Vestment returns, which that has damage cut, right? The Immortal Shell for defense a little bit of other stats on the side, the Stout Heart, and obviously the HP pool. I can tank pretty much everything in the world. The fight where I cannot tank everything is Lucilius, because he stacks HP downs. Before it was jump attack, now it's just hold Y. Yeah, I could see that being the case. Like, I haven't gotten around to Fairy. Like, again, I have many characters built. I don't have all of them, sadly. That's still gonna take some time to get through all of them. But yeah, Fairy has always had at least like one skill or something that generates insane SBA. I think Cagliostro is in a similar boat, where with certain rotations, Cag can basically loop SBA before anybody else. Lancelot can kind of do it as well with his Y attacks, but it doesn't feel like from what I've tested him to really be the same SBA bot that he used to be in the base game. Because in the base game you were just using Y attack for your damage sequence. Now, because of the nerfs and everything, to flight over fight, to the fact that dodge skills don't apply directly to Y attacks, stuff like that. You're actually incentivized to use your X attacks, and your X attacks do more damage than your Y attacks, but they generate far less SBA. Zero damage? It is technically possible with characters like Jita. Because Jita has Substitute and Phalanx. damage. Phalanx has 70% damage cut at max level, and there's also even better damage cut if you play him properly. Siegfried, 70% damage cut with Mirage, and that can actually go up to, I think, 100%. Boost Lombardier attack by max of honor based on the strength of Siegfried's damage cut, right? So you can, with Siegfried, you can technically get to 100% damage cut. I haven't looked into exactly how that works, like how his build works, how you get to 100% damage cut. But he can get at least 70%. Maybe he needs external sources or something for that. I'm not sure. Again, I don't know yet how his kit functions. But he's basically a substitute, like Captain, like Dancho. And both of them can... On Fairy solo, they took 0. What skills does Fairy have that would help her? I mean, besides the obvious external stuff. I guess Benediction gives her defense up. That's something. You get defense from Benediction. You get defense from the traits. So you can get like 35. You can get like 30% defense from here. You get another... Okay, no, that's duration. Buff duration, damage cap. Attack level, not tankiness from that. Oh, this one, while no pets are summoned, Fairy gains attack plus 10% defense by plus 5%. So that's another 5% defense. So that's 35% just from masteries, essentially. And then you got Crab Vestment returns, which give you 10% damage cut. You also have Stout Heart plus whatchamacallit? Stout Heart plus Steel Nerves. You can also do the other one, whatchamacallit, that I keep forgetting the name of. Steady Focus, right? If you use your basic attack and you charge that up, that's another 20% defense on top of it. So and if you run something like Stronghold and whatchamacallit, you run Stronghold and Garrison, right, together. Because Garrison still gives a little bit of defense, even at high HP, I think it was, or is low HP. The other one, Stronghold. Garrison. Yeah, Stronghold gives 20% at max HP, 30% at the bottom, but even otherwise it gives 30% with plus 4.5, right? So you can technically stack a lot of defense and damage cut all together and get pretty high. I don't know if it's 100% because obviously I haven't done the math here. But you can probably reduce damage ridiculous amounts. Defense 20%. You can also get invincibility. You can outright get invincibility from a skill with Hinrichten. So if she has all of her pets out, she can outright get invincibility. On command. That's crazy. Without even you don't need to dodge, you just press a skill. And you're literally invincible. But yeah, even just like looking at skills, 20% defense, plus everything else, I can definitely see that going pretty high. Especially with the right sigils in place, right? But yeah, most characters can get really tanky if you know what to do with them. It's just that some characters definitely need a little bit more work. Some characters are more reliant on things like Steel, Garrison and Stronghold than others, because their HP pool isn't as high, so they can't just tank and heal. I mean, Steel Nerves is just defense, so you probably should. Like, if you're using Steady Focus, you should be using Steel Nerves. Because it's just raw 15 damage percent. Like, this is damage cut for all intents and purposes, right? This is 15%, Stout Heart is 25%, that's 40%. And then you have 10% from damage cut, right? From like Galanza, right? Like Kravesman returns, right? So that's 10%, that's 25%, and Stout Heart's another 25% hidden. So that's 50% between these three. And then you start adding defenses on top of this, right? 20% defense from her kit, then another 20% from Steady Focus, then another 30% from Stronghold, then another 70% from Garrison if you're low enough. And you're looking at 120 defense or something already. 70, 30, 120, 140. Yeah, 140 defense. 140% defense. Yeah, the thing is, it's a formula, right? So, like, attack and defense relative to each other. And it's not just the defense. Again, you have the damage cut, which just halves the damage you take, right? Like, just outright halves whatever it is you take outright. Right? So, between reducing your damage by 50% just flat out, and then defense that goes into the hundreds, you can technically, like, if you're... This is one of those cases where, like, the calculation is not, like, rounded up, it's rounded down, right? So because the calculation rounds down instead of up, you can technically hit for 0. And yeah, you can very easily do that on any character if you do run things like Jita, Captain, and Siegfried. You can technically make any character take 0 damage with the right setup. But it's not easy. You need to stack cooldowns and stuff. mean, they are skills with cooldowns, but the idea is that you build around cooldown reduction. Like, Jita is a good example. Where, because you have proper skills, like, I don't know how the Charlotta and Siegfried builds look like yet, because I haven't tested those out, but for Jita, if you go to Jita, you got arts level duration increased, and you got skill cooldown reduction. You know, you reduce your cooldown in Artful Adept level 1. Based on your arts level, the captain skill cooldowns get shortened 10%. You got, where was it? Duration increase, basically. Again, more defense on the captain and all of that kind of stuff. Damage cap, blah, blah, blah. We got damage reduction and defense, cooldown reduction, duration, and stuff like that. And then you have also this one, Fearless Drive. Shortens the captain's skill cooldowns based on the captain's adept arts level, so that's more cooldown reduction. And you can end up in situations, very silly situations, where if you play your cards right, I don't know if I can get the combos right, because I usually just let auto. But like... Okay, you do this. And my cooldown's already up again, and I can basically spam them back to back. %. Can substitute. I can recast that. So I can have substitute pretty much up at all times with just basic combos, more or less. And then I can get spam, refresh this one. So like I can have substitute up at all times. And then in case of emergency, I can basically stack it with phalanx. So like for the entirety of the fight, you should have 50% damage cap. And then for a portion of the fight, you'll have like 50%. So yeah, you're pretty much guaranteed to have damage cut 50% at all times for the entire party on Jita. And then if you time it right and you use your skills properly, you can use the second skill to get to 100%. I mean, it wouldn't matter, because again, in this particular case, like, getting hit for 0 damage or 1 damage doesn't really change anything in the grand scheme of things. 100% damage cut is 100% damage cut. It's a percentage thing. 100% out of 100 damage is 100 damage. Like, okay, you can cap it at 99% if you wanted to, but like, mathematically, it's the same thing. At the end of the day, it's like 100%, it's 100%. You can round down or round up, but that only works if you cap the damage cap at 99%. But since there's no cap per se, I mean, it is, but it's like at 100, there's no spillover because there is no way to spill over. 100% of it is 100%. But yeah, I think it's cool that these things exist, because like, I personally am not a fan of games that only allow you to optimize for damage. I like games when they allow you to do broken builds in the defensive side of things as well. I prefer to play Monster Hunter with immortal builds so that I can shut my brain off and, like, you know, talk to people during streams and not be like super focused and stuff like that. So like, immortal builds are my comfy place. Like, sure, I have my builds that are damage focused and stuff where I go sweat, but most of the time I just prefer to run these types of builds. Because at the end of the day, what's really fun about build crafting is coming up with your own idea of how to stack things and find synergies between things. And in my opinion, a game that only allows you to optimize in one direction is usually a weaker game at that point, just because of that. Like, anybody can optimize for damage. It's not really that difficult in a general sense. But like optimizing for survivability, for instance, usually is more complicated because you have to take into account things like diminishing returns usually in a lot of games and stuff like that. Even if there are diminishing returns, like what's the most effective things to stack and like what are the breakpoints and stuff. Like, but damage is usually a lot more straightforward. Does it increase your damage? Does the number go up? Great, that's all that matters. But for defense, it's a little bit more nuanced because you have to balance multiple knobs, and what makes you, you know, survive certain things depends on what resources you have at your disposal. If you don't have enough damage cut, you might need to build more HP, but how much HP and how much, you know, where do you get your heals from? But if you go too high into defense, maybe you don't have the damage or the attack or whatever to heal yourself properly, so you need to do things like regen. But regen only goes so far, so like, you know, you're messing with a lot of different knobs, and there's like there's not like a clear answer of what is a good sustain or tank build. And when games allow you to do this stuff, it's when like the game really opens up. And I also think it just allows different people to play the game differently. Like, the experience with each character would not be as good as it is in this game if you couldn't build like things like tank Galanza, something like that, with like my 700 HP, almost 700 HP. Like, different characters have different animations, different skills, different attack loops. And if you try to limit how high you can increase your attack or your defense for that matter, certain characters just stop working entirely. Like, they just do not work because the way they function means they don't fit the game, you know, requirements, so to speak. You know, if you think about the end game of this game, right? You have certain damage profiles like, you know, Gandagoza and Galanza, which are all about being slow and kind of taking hits. Well, if you can't take hits, Galanza is just too slow, right? His dodges are tiny. He barely moves when he dodges. He moves slowly, so getting to the boss is usually a pain in the ass. So you want to make sure that when he's in your face, he's in your face. And if you don't allow for tanky builds, characters like these tend to start feeling a lot slower. Like a lot worse to play, or like unviable in some degrees. Like we saw this with Gandagoza in the base game, right? Pretty much nobody played Gandagoza. I mean, there's not a lot of people playing Gandagoza now either, but like there's more people playing Gandagoza now than they did during the base game. Because during the base game, you just couldn't play Gandagoza because the whole meta was around terminus weapons and low HP, and you didn't have the openings to actually deal your damage and stack your stuff, so he just didn't work in that kind of meta design. And that was with like not that many restrictions. Now start hard to have a second effect when someone already let you have second skill. You think it would be broken if the game allowed Stout Heart to have a second effect? Oh, you mean if we could get Stout Heart plus sigils in the game? Because right now we can't get those. Would it be broken? No, honestly, I don't think it would be, per se. But the problem with Stout Heart isn't really whether you can get Stout Heart plus or not. In the grand scheme of things, Stout Heart suffers from the same general issue as things like natural defenses. These are skills that only come at level 15. And that's really what holds them back more than anything. Because skills that come at level 15, so things like this, no, not this, like this, skills that come at level 15 with no variance from like level to 15, these cannot be synthesized. So if Stoutheart existed as Stoutheart Plus, no, I don't think it would be broken, but I also don't think it would be very usable. Because it would start suffering from the same, like in the grand scheme of things, right? Because Stoutheart as a base skill is purple. So you would ideally, if you're trying to optimize, want to use either, again, your typical stuff, right? You want your defense support sigils and you want your basic sigils. Or even attack sigils, right? If you're trying to optimize for any of those. Stoutheart, unfortunately, right, is a purple skill. So you cannot benefit from it in any way. And it would be your first skill. In most cases. We haven't seen, like, Stoutheart Plus doesn't exist, and Stoutheart as a secondary doesn't exist either, right? But if one or the other would exist, it would be first Stoutheart Plus before Stoutheart gets added as a sub-secondary to any other skill. But like if Stoutheart was in the pool and you could get it, even if it's like not synthesizable, if you could get it in the pool as a general skill and you could get it on like a sub damage, a Berserker Echo or something like that as a secondary or like on the support side of things, I think that would be fine. But as a primary, it wouldn't be that usable. Like the only way Stoutheart would really be good is if it would come as a secondary. Because right now you can just put these skills on your summons and they also apply to every single character, and that's the other thing, right? Even if it comes as a secondary, right? If you want to incorporate it as part of your character's kit, and like I would like that. I could take Stoutheart out and put natural defenses in here. Like I would like that. Natural defenses has the same general problem. Like what I could do is leave Stoutheart on my summon here. Put one of these, right? Natural defenses here. And then these two other slots maybe do Spartan Echo and Berserker Echo. And maybe leave War Elemental as a skill. I don't like having a skill because I don't really use the attack trait. Right? I don't really use this. But at least in that case, you could make an argument for putting attack here. So you can get attack from there instead of like another skill. So it wouldn't be that wasted, right? Compared to anything else. But if they make it a plus and it comes on other skills, then you'd still need a bunch of sigils for every single character with the right substats. Because you can't synthesize them. So you need to make sure whatever that Stoutheart is on, it's a good sigil that you actually want in your build. So it would come down to which skills can get Stoutheart. Is it every skill? Is it only certain skills? Right? Because depending, like if you think about sigils naturally, not synthesis, right? Some skills simply cannot roll as a secondary right now. Even like they can roll as a primary. Supplementary is a good example. But supplementary by default cannot roll, as far as I remember. I could be misremembering, but I'm pretty sure supplementary is one of the skills that cannot roll as a substat. It can only roll as a main stat. Like I'm fairly confident that every single supplementary that I have as a secondary is a supplementary that I have as part of like a synthesis. Yeah, attack stun, I'm pretty sure those are two. Obviously, the potent greens is one that you get for free. And I'm pretty sure every single one of these are things that I myself synthesized. I'm like 99% sure supplementary cannot roll as a substat. Yeah, they are. Crab Vestment is a very good one if you want tankiness on all of your characters. I don't really value it as much as like a generic thing. I believe Crab Vestment returns can roll on a summon. I'm not 100% sure, but I think this one can roll on the crab summon. I think I've seen somebody mention this. I don't know about Immortal Shell. I'm pretty sure Immortal Shell cannot be rolled on a skill. So this one is you have one and that's it. You choose your main and that's the one that gets Immortal Shell. Or you're moving it around based on the character you control or whatever. But like you only get one Immortal Shell and that's enough. Crab Vestment returns, you, as far as I know, you can get on a summon and you could theoretically put it on a summon. But realistically, it's not as high value to put on a summon for the fact that you only really need it on your main character, the one that you're controlling. Your AI, broadly speaking, does a good enough job dodging and avoiding taking damage from most sources that you don't really need the extra 20% HP and 10% damage cut. Like if you really want it, you just slap a little bit more HP on them and put a greater Aegis and you get the same general effect. Like you don't really need the damage cut on all of your party. You need damage cut on your main character, the one that's not gonna perform most of the mechanics correctly, the one that will make mistakes or miss guards or miss dodges and will take hits, right? So like I don't really value Crab Vestment as a summon as much. The only reason I would value it in a general sense is because you would remove Crab Vestment returns from your main character build, which will allow you for one, it would give you one more skill slot. That is a benefit. Like that is the only benefit. But at the same time, if you put it on a summon, guess what? You have to put one of those other skills, so like your War Elemental or something like that, right? So you're still forced to get that skill, whatever. So you're getting one skill slot. That's the only real benefit to it. You get on your main character one skill slot to add a little bit of something, which is cool. Don't get me wrong. I'm not saying that's bad by any means, right? But in the grand scheme of things, that would mean that every single one of your characters now has to give up one of their slots just to fit in whatever it is you took out. So if you took out, let's say, the War Elemental, now every one of these characters needs to fit War Elemental into their kit as well. And they don't actually benefit from the Crab Vestment in that case. So essentially, you're gaining one skill slot on your main character and losing 3 skill slots in your party. And I don't think that's a good trade-off. Crab Miration is a different thing. Immortal Shell, sorry. If Immortal Shell was a thing, that one I would absolutely put on the summon. That one's kind of overpowered, honestly, if we're talking about just damage. Crab Miration, I'm pretty sure, is not worth it in the grand scheme of things as a summon. Yeah, it's just 8,000 HP and 1,000 attack. Like, they're okay, but not enough to justify putting them on a summon. In a pinch is also not really worth using in the general sense, and Sumo Force is maybe worth using on some characters. Like, you know, like on Jita, I could see this working, like on your healers that need the healing cap increase, and you also get a little bit of stun in the process, but the attack and HP is not really a good selling point here. You do it for the stun and the healing cap, so you'd put this on Cagliostro, Jita, Eugen, I guess, if you're running heals on him, right? Something like that, where you can make use of the stun power and the healing cap, and maybe the HP indirectly. But, yeah. The only sigil that I think is worth putting on a summon would be Immortal Shell, and I'm fairly confident that's not a thing. Rolling Crab Miration with Crab Vestment? That's not really possible. I mean, I don't think that makes sense because... And also, again, my kind of general stance on that is the same. Crab Miration is not worth it. Again, you're talking about Crab Vestment returns, right? Crab Miration is the wrong skill, right? Crab Miration just gives you HP. Like, could it be nice to have it here in your build to get the extra HP? sure, but I'm pretty sure. Yeah, I guess it gets multiplied. Gives you 31 HP. 31,000 HP. But I don't necessarily think it's that big of a deal. Like, I don't think... Like, I think Crab Admiration is a bit of a trap sigil, I think. Like, even if it... Like, if it... In a hypothetical sense, obviously, I would prefer these sigils to be on the same sigil or have one of them come in a duo. But in the grand scheme of things, you know, that one's already locked to Krabby Resonance. So we're not going to get that separately. Like, we got Crabs Are Forever for that synergy. So it most likely will never come in any kind of hypothetical to any other sigil. We get the attack and HP as 1 from the base game. And then Immortal Shell and Crab Vestment Returns are the other ones. And Sumo. Like, yes, I would like them, but it's clear that some skills by the developer are deemed too powerful, and they will not allow them to be put together. Then in an abstract sense, even if they were to give you a Crab Vestment, yeah, but that's the thing. Every single one of these sigils are a one-time reward, right? So even in a hypothetical sense that you mentioned, if we were to get that, it would be as a reward for a quest, and we would only get 1. Because it would be too powerful, right? But even then, we got Crabs Forever now in the expansion. In the base game, we got Resonance and Crab Admiration separately, right? So this is more of a like, okay, these skills are not keeping up with the stat increases from the base game, so we're gonna combine them into one sigil to make them a little bit more appealing. So now that these two are together, they have a little bit of a value, but it's not much, right? That's why they did this, because individually, both of these skills are essentially garbanzo at this point in the game. But I don't see them doing this with Immortal Shell and Crab Vestment Returns, because both of these sigils are powerful on their own. So even if they were to give us as a one-time reward, I kind of don't see Crab Vestment Returns or Immortal Shell being lumped with any sigil on the side, especially not one that synergizes well with it. Like, I don't think they would do Crab Vestment Returns with Crab Admiration and like Immortal Shell with Resonance, right? Attack with damage and then HP with HP. I don't think they would do that, because that would be kind of too strong. Especially for a single sigil. It already is, like, those two sigils are already way too bloated in terms of like what they do for the sigil slot. For one sigil slot. For two, it's obviously not as big of a deal. Like, it kind of, like, right now they're balanced. But if you had 2 sigils on those 2 sigils, especially the 2 combos that we'd mentioned, that would be like way too high a budget for a 2 skill slot. Especially the Crab Admiration one. The HP one, like, that would be way too much healing budget. Because you're looking at 30k plus 110 already, right? And just from this 20%. Right? Like, depending on how high you're scaling it, right? So you'd have 145,000 HP, give or take, from a single sigil based on scaling and everything. I mean, that's kind of crazy. It's already crazy at 110. Again, I don't really agree. Stoutheart, again, is also a very strong sigil. It's 25% damage reduction and no knockback. Like, can't be interrupted by foe attacks, and what is not displayed here, unfortunately, it's only in a tooltip, like, tip thing on the loading screen. It also gives 25% damage reduction. Like, it's overpowered. Stoutheart is overpowered. It's one of the biggest damage reduction sigils in the game, hands down. It is overpowered. Like, I'm honestly surprised they even gave it to us on the summon, honestly. The fact that you can put Stalhard on everybody and essentially allow every single character to get a free sigil slot as a result is crazy. Because you get 25% damage reduction, and then you got, you know, steel nerves for another 15%. Like 40% damage reduction from just those two sigils. That's insane. That's insane value. Yeah, I mean, that's the thing. Like, I'm honestly surprised they gave it on summon. To be perfectly honest, like I think that was almost a mistake on their part. But I also think it was one of those things. Like, okay, you know, they're putting War Elemental and putting Berserker Echo and Spartan Echo, like in that kind of a context where you have all of these overpowered sigils. Like War Elemental is 20% damage increase, right? In that kind of scenario, I think Stoutheart doesn't seem quite as overpowered to allow you a sigil slot on a character, but it's still overpowered in a general sense. And honestly, again, I don't actually think Stoutheart would be as good as a skill on a sigil, simply because it's a level 15 skill, which means you can't synthesize it. So you just be stuck with RNG. This way, at least, you get to remove the RNG, put it on a summon, and then whatever it is you need, you can just synthesize for it. So I actually prefer it not being a sigil plus in the grand scheme of things from a mechanic standpoint. It's more valuable on the summon anyway. Like, realistically, even if they added Stoutheart Plus, I wouldn't add it to any build because of that. Because it removes too much flexibility in build crafting. And again, it forces a purple slot in the first skill slot. And even if it is in the second one, again, I have to deal with RNG. So, like, whether it's in the first slot or the second slot, it doesn't really matter. I don't want to deal with it. Like, I want to reduce the odds of RNG as much as possible. And the fact that I can't use synthesis on it means I have to just pray that I get the right kind of roll that I need to put my build together. Or, like, you know, deal with whatever I get, the same we did with Spartan and Berserker Echoes for the longest time. And then just build your build, you know, make your build around those skills. Around War Elemental, around Spartan. This way, at least, you get those skills, and then you just make your build every single time kind of the same. It's a lot easier. I'm actually not gonna stop playing very soon because we're getting ready to watch the Fan Festival keynote, opening keynote. But I will be back tonight to play some more. Right now, I'm kind of just like chatting a little bit. But we're gonna close the game very soon. And then transition over to Twitch specifically into the keynote. On YouTube, we're gonna call the stream early because there's some issues with the co-streaming with like the content ID stuff, so we can't actually stream the keynote on YouTube. But I will play tonight. So if you come by tonight for me, so like in, I don't know, about 12 hours from now, give or take. Then yeah. Yes, I'm aware of the bug glitch thingy with Zero SPA Galanza. I do not use it, and I do not recommend anybody use it. At least you want to get your account, you know, potentially banned or suspended. I don't know if they actually do that in this game, because it is a single-player game. But regardless, even if they don't, I don't personally subscribe or recommend using glitches and abuses like that are clearly not intended. So I would not recommend you do that. But I am aware of it, yes. I'm one of the other content creators that I talked to even made a video on it, so I'm aware of it. But yeah, I would Like outside of informational purposes, awareness, I would not suggest anybody use that type of abuse or bug or glitch or whatever you want to call it. 3 a.m. Yeah, I'm aware that most of my viewers are US. That's why my stream times are what they are. My largest audience tends to be NA, so I stream at night for me into the morning. It's 10 a.m. right now for me. 10:20, and in 40 minutes the Final Fantasy Festival Day 1 event starts. 38 minutes, and yeah, we're gonna jump into the keynotes then. But yeah, I'm gonna chat a few more minutes on YouTube, probably about 15 more minutes or so, and then I'm gonna end the YouTube stream, go, you know, freshen up, get the you know, some drinks and all of that kind of stuff, and get ready for the keynote, and then we'll just continue on Twitch, because I don't want to get in trouble or cause trouble for anybody. I'm a night owl, so this is my day. Yeah, I'm kind of the same. Yeah, it works for me in the grand scheme of things. But yeah, I do need to finish up probably tomorrow. I'm gonna focus a little bit more on Magliel in terms of mastery and weapons. We need to do Excalibur. I think that was the last one for her. And then for Fediel, we just need more mastery points to finish her up. And it's gonna be 2 more characters. What did I need to overcome? It was just that weapon, right? Magliel is... Oh, okay, this one's not maxed. Right, because we needed more crystal. Yeah, we need more fortitude crystals, and then we need to, yeah, do those things to unlock all the weapon. Hey, thanks for chatting. This was enjoying. I look forward to Blue Reflection. If I can catch the stream, I'll catch the... Yeah, sure, by all means. Like, I'll be here pretty much every day. I stream at the moment, at the very least, Monday through Saturdays. This may change in the future, like depending on factors, you know, like I don't want to make it sound like it's always going to be Monday through Saturday, but pretty much every day I stream. So whenever you got time and you're in the mood, feel free to drop by. I love chatting to people. I love answering questions. We can have a good time. Depending on the game, we can even do some multiplayer co-op stuff. Just not right now, because we gotta wrap it up, unfortunately, soon, because of YouTube guidelines. But yeah, I'm open to chats, I'm open to answering questions, I'm also open to playing games depending on the game. And whenever you feel like it, feel free to drop by. I'm always happy to have people around. Makes it also a little bit easier for me to actually keep focused on the chat, because if there's nobody chatting, I'm unfortunately not very good at the whole streaming thing, in the sense that I like games too much and I get way too absorbed into the game, and then I kind of just go silent because I'm paying attention too much to the game. So I kind of like it when there's somebody around to talk to, because it actually helps me work on my split attention a little bit more. I love games a little bit too much. Like, I get very tunnel visioned in games. If it's a game that I enjoy, like, dude, it's so easy for me to just get tunnel focused and just go do this, do that, do that, do that, do that, checklist, get this, get that, pay attention to the story, okay, do that, and it's just like, it can be a little bit tough sometimes for me to hold myself back. Happy YouTube showed you. Yeah, I appreciate it very much for YouTube sharing my video and you dropping by. I do plan on making some more videos going forward. It's just that I was trying to get more in the habit of talking more effectively. Because I usually, like I said, I'm an introvert and I tend to shut up a lot and think a lot, more so than speak a lot. So I'm trying to get back into the rhythm of things, because when you work in tech for as long as I have, you kind of develop a different type of personality after a while. Depending on your job, it can be worse or well, not so bad, but I was on the more support side of things where I was interacting with, customers and clients and things like that. And it can do a number on your psyche when you have to behave in a certain way, in a very PR kind of way. Like it starts affecting you, and you start not talking because silence is golden, especially when you have to deal with clients and customers, and you have to take shit from a lot of people that don't know better sometimes. So because of that, I started like really not talking, and also doing a lot of PR type talk. So yeah, I needed a brief breather to actually get back into being a more natural speaker rather than talking in PR jargon all the time. Yeah. And that's cool. It's very useful. It's a very useful skill to have, especially in a professional setting, right? There's definitely a lot of people that work in professional settings that do not have that skill, and they talk way too much shit when they shouldn't, and they're not in a position to talk the shit that they are talking. So there's definitely a lot of people that need to learn this skill, but at the same time, as I always say, everything in moderation. It's good to have that skill, but it's not good if that skill becomes your entire personality either. So it's like, it's all about a balance. You don't want to be an asshole to everybody and, be too straightforward with everybody, but you also don't want to be somebody that constantly fake and like talks in PR terms all the time, because, it really doesn't feel natural, and people can also smell it when it starts getting overwhelming. But I do think there's a lot of people, especially if you look at like games media in particular, like a lot of journalists and stuff like that. Some of them definitely need some PR training, like proper PR training, not whatever it is that they get in their circles. Some of them really do not know when to keep their mouth shut and stick to what they're supposed to do, right? Like if you're a cook, you need to cook. If you're a journalist, journalize, like journal things. Don't start talking about the unrelated things and things that don't actually translate to your audience and things like that. And don't antagonize everybody. But hey, professionalism for thee, but not for me. That's a thing for a lot of people. Obviously, I'm not going to say about that's true for everybody. There's definitely good journalists out there. It's just the bad ones definitely, get the most coverage as usual when it comes to the internet and stuff like that. The bad apples are always the one that spoil the bunch. But it also doesn't help that there's quite a few prominent ones that fall in that category. Anyway, I don't want to talk about negative stuff. It is what it is. I'm gonna call the YouTube stream around here as well. Yeah, I'm gonna call it a day. Go get a snack and lay down. Nice. Yeah, I know the feeling. I have some moments where I just can't fall asleep. But yeah, I'm gonna let you be on your way as well. I'm gonna call it over on the YouTube side, and then go take a break myself, go freshen up and all that kind of stuff. 5 to 10 minutes, and then we will continue on the Twitch side of things with the Final Fantasy keynote. So everybody that wants to, oh, that's the one. But yeah, I will see you all on Twitch, whoever is still around. And for you, Riku, enjoy the rest of your evening or morning at this point. Sleep well. Sleep well, rest well, get your well-deserved sleep, and we can chat some more next time. But yeah, that's it. Can I wave? Can I do something like a wave or something? Is there any mode that's kind of like a wave or something that I can show to everybody? Oh, see ya. There we go. See ya. See ya. See ya. Bye-bye. Bye-bye, YouTube. Take care. See you tomorrow. Well, tonight for me, or tomorrow for you. Bye-bye. Okay. We're done on the